Chapter 1101 Refute Yazoo. Luo Hong looked at the telegram from King Zhu with an inexplicable light in his eyes. Among the many cities in the empire, Yazoo, a city located in the land of Bashu, was a relatively late telegram. Just to achieve the access to the empire's news, the telecommunications department still used a lot of effort to get the telegram here. Jiren was arrested. Luo Xin handed a telegram from Luo's family to Luo Hong, and then picked up another telegram. Strange, how did the emperor suddenly let the commander of the military region return to King Zhu to join the military assembly? You can't go back to King Zhu. The emperor has set up a Hongman banquet, waiting for you to go, Luo Hong said firmly. Luo Xin couldn't help but laughed. He said, "Brother, what are you talking about? Why did the emperor give me a banquet?" Since coming to Yazoo, Luo Hong has been playing in Yazoo for a while, but he has not mentioned the relationship between him and Jiren with Luo Xin. Now a telegram made him understand that he had no retreat. Once Jiren confessed, he would not be able to escape the imperial law. Seeing that Luo Hong's face was very bad, Luo Xin asked again, "Brother, what's the matter?" Took a deep breath, and Luo Hong said, "Do you know why Jiren was arrested? May have something to do with those who oppose the emperor." Luo Xin also dislikes Jiren, so he was very happy to learn that Jiren was arrested. Luo Hong nodded. "You are right. Since the emperor ascended the throne, his actions have become more and more excessive. He does not consider the wealthy and nobles who once laid down his country, but has repeatedly issued decree restricting our rights. It was even more excessive and completely cut off the official career of the nobles. This has caused dissatisfaction among many people." Luo Xin's expression was a little surprised. He said, "Nevertheless, the emperor is also for the long-term development of the empire in the future." "Elder brother, the times have changed. Will our soldiers use hand-style rifles and artillery guns more than 10 years ago? Besides, the emperor just tasked the nobles to converge a little, not to be above the imperial law." Elmhead. Luo Hong heard that he hated iron but not steel, and Jiren was suddenly arrested, which made him a little impatient. Now that Xiao Ming's telegram has arrived, this clearly shows that he is worried that Luo Xin will rebel with him. In this case, he has been exposed, and now he must be desperate. Today he can freely formulate government orders that are not conducive to us, and in the future he can put me in jail at will. Haven't you ever thought of restricting his rights and letting the world discuss state affairs? Luo Hong is already quite straightforward. White. Luo Xin was still grinning. His face suddenly changed when Luo Hong said these words. "Brother, this is a serious crime of decapitation. How can you talk nonsense? The emperor is the emperor. If there is no him, can there be an empire today? Don't mention the matter of restricting the sovereignty. As far as I am concerned, the emperor's decision has never been missed. He is good now, so he won't be wrong in the future. Do you want to see today's empire fall apart because of his mistakes? Let me ask you, after the emperor 100 years later, Xiao Yi can take on this important task?" Luo Hong asked. "Xiao Yi is the prince, and he grew up next to the emperor since he was a child. He naturally continued the emperor's style of doing things. No matter how bad he is, he will not be a faint king." "So what about Xiao Yi's heirs? Who can guarantee that Ming Jun will always sit on this throne? Doesn't you have to limit the monarchy and you will not be fainted?" Luo Xin said angrily. "At least when the monarch has no way, we can stop him, not without no means, Luo Xin. The empire belongs to all of us, not just the emperor." Luo Hong bewitched. Luo Xin shook his head. "Brother, what's the matter with you? Who told you this?" "It's just nonsense. The emperor is the head of the empire. Only the parents can be up and down in order. The nobles have decision-making power. It is difficult to guarantee that they will not become the spokespersons of their respective forces in the dynasty. At that time, as long as they are not in their interests, they will tear each other down, and then the empire will really be over." Luo Xin, you are the one who has been deceived by Xiao Ming. All he wants is for Xiao Jiayong to sit in the country. "Why?" Luo Hong blurted out. Luo Xin's heart sank. He remembered Luo Hong's expression when he saw Jiren's arrest and couldn't help but said, "Brother, tell me the truth. Are you involved with Jiren?" When he said this, Liu Oxin's tone was already quite severe. Now, I will keep you secret. Jiren and I have discussed the restriction of imperial power. When the time is right, we will gather the family and the army to force the emperor to accept our advice. But Jiren did not expect that. Jiren's sudden accident was unexpected, but it's not too late. We still have a chance, Liu Oxin. As long as you and I support the restriction of imperial power, the rich and powerful people in the world will respond. Liu Hong just caught it. Hold Liu Oxin's hand, like a madman. When Liu Hong was thrown away, Liu Oxin's eyes were full of incredible, "Brother, are you crazy? You are now the head of the Liu family. By doing this, you are bringing the Liu family into the abyss. I will not agree." You don't have to choose now. Liu Hong smiled with a chill. Don't you understand now? The emperor summoned the commanders of the 6 military regions this time to test you. The emperor is already suspicious of us. Even if you return to King Zhu, you will be immediately dismissed. You and I are both members of the Liu family, and no one can escape. Liu Oxin heard this, his face turned pale. Liu Hong continued, also, what did you forget about Zhu Sansi? What is he? And why can he be one of the 6 commanders? How many years have you and I fought with the emperor on the battlefield, and how many years have he followed? Can't you see the absurdity of the emperor in this matter? Liu Oxin did have an opinion on Zhu Sansi. He didn't look down on Zhu Sansi, but simply felt that Zhu Sansi was climbing too fast, making them seem insignificant. Seeing Liu Oxin's hesitant expression, Liu Hong was overjoyed and said proudly, if we succeed this time, from now on, there will be no such absurd things. Listening to your brother, if it is Xiaoming's will, there is also a third prince named Xiaozhen in Yazut. According to his elders and young children, Xiaozhen should be the heir in line. Liu Oxin was sure to watch Liu Hong for a while, and he sighed for a long time. Brother, I know that the emperor did not appoint you as one of the commanders. This makes you dissatisfied, but now you are not only treason, but also it will also bring the Liu family into a place where there is no more disaster. And what do you think the emperor established in the army for the long history? I can guarantee that once I announce my support for restricting the monarchy, the soldiers will immediately mutiny, and Huang Qingshi will take the soldiers arrested you and me. The Southwest Army was full of students who graduated from the King's Army Academy. They have their own ideas, not the generals of our Liu family. Since they entered the academy, there has been only one loyal person, that is the emperor. So brother, for the Liu family, I can only feel sorry for it. Chapter 1102. Select. The air seemed to condense. Liu Hong stared at Liu Oxin, who gave the order in disbelief, and then shouted angrily, dare you? I am the head of the Liu family. As a member of the Liu family, you dare to violate the words of the patriarch. Do you want to be taken from the Liu family? Dare listing? Brother, if my father is here, he will definitely support me. The era of belonging to the great Yu country has passed, and the era of belonging to the rich family has also passed. Today's empire belongs to thousands of imperial citizens, regardless of gender, whether young or old, no matter how high or low. We have followed the emperor for so many years, we have always pursued this. When Liu Oxin was speaking, the guards outside the door had already rushed in, and their guns were directed at Liu Hong. Persuasion failed. Liu Hong closed his eyes in pain. This time he came to Yazut to play is a fake. Persuading Liu Oxin is true. Although Jiren had to advance the action, he finally understood the fact that this action was doomed to fail from the beginning. Come on, me to King Zhu, so that Liu Oxin has made another great achievement. From then on, the position of the patriarch of the Liu family is also yours. How perfect! Sneered several times, Liu Hong spread his hands and made a gesture of letting the soldiers arrest him. Liu Oxin was also quite uncomfortable at this time. Liu Hong is his elder brother after all. The sentence of righteousness is easy to say, but how difficult is it to do it? But if he doesn't do this, the Liu family will face a catastrophe. As Liu Hong said, asking him to go to King Zhu to participate in the military meeting was a temptation. In the face of the rebellion, no emperor would indulge the rebels. Even if he hesitates now, he will definitely be attacked by other officials. If he goes a few days at night, brother, You are confused about this matter. When I return to King Zhu, I will plead with the emperor. The fool believes that you are only deceived by the traitor, Liu Oxin said with difficulty. Liu Hong was discouraged. Between Xiaoming and me, since you chose Xiaoming, why bother to say such ridiculous words? Don't you understand Xiaoming's temper? No need to say it again. This may be my life. Hearing this, Liu Hong is even more uncomfortable, but he has no choice. He knows that only by arresting Liu Hong can the incident be controlled to the smallest extent. Nodded deeply, Liu Oxin said tremblingly, "Take Liu Hong down into King Zhu tomorrow." Answered. The guard led Liu Hong out of the room. At this time, Liu Oxin sat down sullenly. The power struggle made him feel the icy cold for the first time. Because of this, he didn't dare to take a wrong step, because under the high position was the abyss. King Zhu Xiaoming is reading a telegram from secret guards from various places. San Li is by his side. Now his office is temporarily changed to the side hall of the Imperial Study Room. The Emperor. The influence of Jiaren's arrest is expanding. Now many nobles are all about to move, but what do they seem to be waiting for? Li San said. Xiaoming cast his gaze to the southwest. He said, they are waiting for news from Liu Hong, because they understand that without the support of the army, they cannot force me to accept the rule of Ke ruling the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Defu hurried over and handed the 2 telegrams to Xiaoming. The Emperor, Liu Oxin called. He has detained Liu Hong in Yizhu and will take Liu Hong to King Zhu tomorrow. Qian Defu said with a smile. Now Liu Oxin's attitude is obviously the most important to everyone. Because if the Southwest Army rebelled, the empire would probably become a pot of porridge, but they were not worried about failure. After all, the military factories were concentrated in the north. There may be a stalemate at the beginning, but the Southwest Army will lose in the long run. But in this way, the result of cannibalism will also weaken the strength of the empire. I have said that although Liu Oxin, this kid has a temperament, he can still be clear on major issues. Xiaoming's frowning brows eased, but what he was worried about was different from Qian Defu, because he knew that even if Liu Oxin was determined to rebel, he would not be able to cause trouble. The post of Chengshi in the empire is self-contained. It seems that there are not many officials, but in fact they have great powers. If the military area makes a mistake in the direction, Chengshi will notify the general staff as soon as possible. After obtaining his authorization, Chengshi can dismiss the commander. Official. He was worried that he would have to attack Liu Oxin by then. Yes, as long as the army doesn't move, there will be no major disturbances in the empire this time. But this minor disturbance seems inevitable. Qian Defu glanced at another telegram. Xiaoming's smile cooled down after seeing the telegram. He said to Li San, the secret guards of Linen said that Ren and his family had absconded, and they also found that many people on the list had also absconded. Among these people there are officials, factory workers, and students in the academy. This Ren he sent a telegram before he was arrested. This telegram may be a signal for them to abscond. Li San's expression also became solemn. He said, if this is the case, it should be arrested immediately. If these people are exiled overseas and used by Europeans, wouldn't it be bad for the empire? When I caught Ren I had already asked the guards everywhere to take action. But this top-down rectification might create people who hate the empire. Xiaoming sighed. For some, they only have their own interests in their hearts, so they don't care about their family, country, and the world. If they violate their interests, they are their enemies. This time, both the remnants of the Merchant Council and the likes of Jiren will hate him. Once they have the opportunity, they will definitely flee to the enemy camp and use various methods to slander the empire. However, after sitting in the throne for so many years, he has gradually realized that the implementation of a policy will benefit some people while inevitably hurting some people. It is impossible for him to satisfy everyone thinking of this, he said to Li San, since Liu Oxin has already expressed his stance, then arrest all those involved in this matter immediately, and pursue all the remnants of the Merchant Council. Xiaoming said coldly. Yes. The emperor. That was what Li San was waiting for. In response, he turned and walked out. Sending away Li San, Xiaoming said to Qian Defu. Now it is time to announce the arrest of Cao's father and son to the world. I want the world to see the fate of this traitor. Qian Defu smiled and said, it is said that King's newspaper now has something that can print the appearance of a person on paper. It is best to use this thing to let the whole world see the appearance of this traitor. Xiaoming smiled. Qian Defu said that the newspaper was equipped with a camera that was not long before. Now he can find out about gadgets like cameras just by looking at the newspaper, so he doesn't need to ask about it. After all, with the advancement of industry, there will only be more and more gadgets of the 19th century's technological level. Download the free reader. Chapter 1103. Big move. When Yu Zong saw the Imperial Guard, he couldn't help but slump down on the ground, and then started crying. Jiren, I shouldn't believe your nonsense. It's over now, it's over. The captain of the secret guard stared at Yu Zong coldly. At the same time, the guards who followed them were sealing up Yu Zong's residence. Since you know everything, let's go with us. The captain of the secret guard didn't have any emotion in his tone. At that time, Jiren took Yu Zong and Nikuang to King Zhu, and was later summoned by the emperor to take charge of the promotion of Neo-Confucianism. Therefore, the communication between the three has been very close. While Jiren was being monitored, Yu Zong and Nikuang Yi were not left behind. Yu Zong cried loudly and patted the ground with his hands. Originally, they didn't want to mix with Jiren, but Jiren has too many secrets in their hands, so they can only continue to follow Jiren one way to black. After the Dongchuang incident, he has been alarmed, and now the secret guard has come to the door. Seeing that Yu Zong ignored him, still crying to himself, the captain of the secret guard immediately ordered Yu Zong to be taken away. At the same time, Nikuang, who was about to go out, was also blocked at the door of his house. After being chained, he could not help but be taken away. In addition, the figure of the secret guard also appeared in front of the gates of some officials and royal families. Whenever they appeared, there would always be some dignitaries who had a reputation in Kingzhou on weekdays were arrested. Such a large-scale operation spread rapidly in Kingzhou City, and for a time everyone in Kingzhou City was at risk. Zhu family courtyard. Zhu Liu glanced through the crack of the door. The merchant who was taken away couldn't help but shiver, shut the door tightly and returned to the main hall. At this time, Ding Wu was waiting for Zhu Liu in the main hall. After the accident, he came to Zhu Liu. After all, among the many businessmen in Kingzhou, Zhu Liu's news was still very good. Which official was arrested for the jump? Ding Wu asked nervously. This incident happened so suddenly that everyone had no time to react. Now many people are afraid that they will be taken away somehow. It's not an official this time, it's Han Daifeng next door. Zhu Liu looked solemn. Han Daifeng? Isn't he only arresting officials and nobles? Ding Wu jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Do you think this involves us? Zhu Liu is also a little confused now. This Jiren was eating the emperor's meal, but demolished the emperor's platform. It is reasonable to be arrested, but it's not that simple to arrest the businessman. There is news from Ji's house. Before Jiren was arrested, he asked the butler to get rid of Rin, and this Rin might have something to do with the merchant council. So, this operation is actually done with two things together. Ding Wu lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe, Zhu Liu said, this Han Daifeng also came from the south, so it makes sense. I feel relieved, at least it has nothing to do with us. Zhu Liu looked a little ugly. I have some business dealings with this Han Daifeng, don't involve me. We are just doing business. Ding Wu glanced at Zhu Liu sympathetically. This Zhu Liu started working hard from a poor family, and now it is legendary that he has become a giant businessman in Kingzhou who can sit on the same level as him. But he knew that Zhu Liu's status today is inseparable from the royal care for him. So he said, the emperor is so wise and will not arrest people indiscriminately. Since it has nothing to do with us, let's talk about this business issue. Now that the court allows us to transfer the steam engine industry overseas, what are your plans? Zhu Liu also think about it, because his brother is Zhu Liu, he has not dared to cross the line on sensitive issues. Reassured, he said, I am going to ship the obsolete steam engine equipment to Nanyang, where the indigenous people will work for you as long as they give food. Nevertheless, Nanyang is an uncivilized land. Can those indigenous people concentrate on their work? I want to go to the country of Japan. It is said that the situation in the country of Japan has gradually stabilized and it is still very close to the country. Ding Wu said tentatively. Zhu Liu laughed when he heard the words, and he said, Brother Ding, listen to me. This Japanese country cannot go to the country for the time being. It is okay to open a mine, and the factory is a bit early. Ding Wu understands. He is his second purpose here. After electricity replaced coal, he and Zhu Liu and other big businessmen have accumulated a large amount of steam engine equipment. It is too wasteful to place these equipment, so everyone wants to go out. The two were chatting, and suddenly sporadic gunshots sounded, which changed their expressions. Obviously, the situation escalated. Royal study room. Li San looked very ugly after receiving the call in the Piandian, and hurried to Xiaoming. He said, The Emperor, when we were arresting the remnants of the Chamber of Commerce in the industrial zone, there was a gun battle, and a secret guard was injured. Gunfight. Xiaoming frowned. The Empire strictly prohibits the private possession of firearms by the people. How can these merchants have firearms? The secret guard found a hidden room under a textile factory with fake firearms. Li San said. Xiaoming's face cooled down, and many problems were exposed this time. There is no doubt that the most profitable business in this era is weapons. This incident is enough to prove that Cao Kun has been planning for a long time and is also prepared, which makes him firm in his determination to wipe out the remnants of the parliament. Groaned, he said, I will immediately notify the 6 major military regions and let them send soldiers to cooperate with the security operations. This time, we must cut the grass and eliminate the roots. There will be no leftovers. With the cooperation of the army, there will be no difference in this matter. Li Sanxi said. Say it. Xiaoming picked up the phone and called Kui Shannon, asking him to give orders to the military area. After doing this, Xiaoming felt that it was not enough. He said, we should also let some people look at the results of our reforms over the years, so that they can understand the true strength of the empire. Qian Defu immediately understood Xiaoming's meaning, and he did the same when cleaning up the wealthy family in Lazut. Qian Defu, I will publish the list of arrests in the newspaper tomorrow. In order to call on the militia to launch a nationwide action to cut off the evil forces that disturb the empire, I will personally write an article to look at it. Xiaoming sneered. Li San couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The Wang family never escaped this trick back then. Once Xiaoming did this, a rectification storm sweeping the empire would really come. But he was also worried, for fear that doing so would overcorrect and hurt a lot, but he seemed to be overcorrecting the current evils of the empire. Otherwise, even if you get rid of the group of Jiren, those old aristocrats who are safe and trouble-free will continue to dominate the people. It is better to use this incident to beat their arrogance. Download the free reader. Chapter 1104. Full arrest. Aside from the nomination, there is a parliamentary remnant messing up the empire, and Jiren and his like intend to rebel. On the occasion of the recurrence of the empire crisis, the emperor calls on the people of the empire to work with the court to eradicate the traitors and defend the empire. The sky in the east is slightly fishy white, and the crisp voice of the newsboy has sounded in the streets. Hearing the newsboy shouting, passers-by stop to buy newspapers. The big movement in Kingzhou City yesterday frightened many people and made people wonder. Now that the emperor himself wrote an article to clarify the ins and outs, they were rather impatient to know what happened. Unexpectedly, this merchant council has been eradicated for so many years, and now the centipede is still dead and not stiff. Before the early stall, a worker who was eating early and preparing to go to the factory side. There are many workers like him sitting beside him. They all work in the industrial area. They come here to eat tofu and fried dough sticks almost every morning. In my opinion, the main crisis this time is not a merchant council. After all, this merchant council is nothing more than rootless duckweed. It can't make any tricks. The real key point is the former cabinet minister Jikan. They want usurping power, and the power is much larger than the merchant council. Another worker said, no, otherwise the emperor won't let the whole world seek rebellion together. Someone answered, this scene is a bit familiar. 10 years ago, The emperor eradicated the Lhasa tycoons like this. More than 10 years have passed. Now the same crisis is reappearing. It seems that there is no such thing as a sword and shadow. This incident cannot be calmed down. He is a worker who is more than 40 years old. Brother Jiang, you are an authentic Qingzhou native. Was that really that terrible more than 10 years ago? A young worker asked. The middle-aged man who was questioned showed a reminiscent expression. It's terrible. It was blood flowing back then. The lotus pond outside Qingzhou city was stained red with blood. Other people showed horrified expressions when they heard the words. They all came from other cities and later settled in Qingzhou. They heard about the cleanup of the Lhasa tycoons, but they never experienced it. But what the middle-aged man said, they seemed to be on the scene, and their backs were chilly. Seeing that everyone was a little worried, the middle-aged man known as Brother Jiang suddenly laughed. He said, "What are you worried about? This matter can't be on your heads. The unfortunate ones are the traitors." After a pause, he pointed to the last paragraph of the manuscript and said, "Did you see this sentence?" The emperor asked the militia to lead the people to arrest the traitors. It is estimated that the empire will move like the 6 states in the past. By then, it will be everywhere. Suppose everyone is staring at the stranger, and a fly can't escape the emperor's palm. Everyone sighed again when they heard the words. Someone said, "Since the emperor has ordered, we must obey it." If the emperor has not opposed all opinions and benefited the people these years, we do not have a good day today. Now some people want to when the empire returned to the original country of Great Yu. I was the first to quit. I won't do it either. I've been happy for a long time. I can't bear to let those scholar officials ride on top of their heads to pee. Someone made a roar. In this case, let's cooperate with the emperor to wipe out these traitors and return the empire to a bright future. Let's go to the factory and gather others to search for people from house to house. Go. Let's go together. The others booed. Qingzhou University. The students who read the newspaper were all filled with outrage. Since the reform of the empire, they have represented the power of the empire's reform, facing Jiren and his like trying to bring them back to the Dark Age. They are naturally unhappy. Therefore, after the news in the newspaper spread in the school, the students organized themselves to step out of the college's conspiracy to promote the Merchants' Council in Qingzhou and the shameless condemnation of Jiren. With the passage of time, this sentiment spread in the cities of Dengzhou, Jinling, and Suzhou. For a time, the entire empire was vigorously arresting the traitors on the list. Many rebels who tried to flee had nowhere to escape and were quickly arrested and brought to justice. It's just that during the arrest process, some people reported private revenge. Many old aristocrats who did not join Jiren Ginseng were also unlucky. Some were cursed, and some were beaten. And this situation quickly scared the old aristocrats who were quite critical of Xiaoming. Thinking of what Xiaoming did more than 10 years ago, they all played to express their loyalty to the royal family, and at the same time claimed to support Xiaoming's promulgation decree. However, the old aristocracy was terrified, and Pang Yukan was also very frightened. Originally, he was prepared to wait for the destruction of the old Qing'an aristocracy with Jiren and Liu Hong as the main body, with the mentality of watching a theater. But now the situation continues to develop beyond control. So he hurriedly found Xiaoming. The emperor, now with the help of the people of the country, most of the remnants of the Merchant Council have been brought to justice, and some of the remnants have fled to the sea. Even if they do not die at sea, it is hard to say how many people will be left to escape to Europe. As for Chainans, the elder nobles, and Jiren, were arrested in one go, and those who tried to act as wall wrapper were also cleaned up. The officials judged that this matter should be taken away, otherwise it would be counterproductive. Pang Yukan looked sincere and fearful. Xiaoming is looking at the information provided by secret guards from various places. Pang Yukan is anxious about this matter, but he is not anxious, because he has been controlling the development of the situation from beginning to end, and a secret guard is the one who controls the situation. Zhang Yuxian's hand plays the role of leader, so he can be said to be referring to and hitting where. As far as the secret guards were beyond their control, he immediately dispatched guards to control them. It was the same, on the whole, he didn't let this matter out of control, and at the same time achieved the effect he wanted. The zizi sent by the old nobles in Qing'an is the proof. After this incident, they basically understand that the era of their willful behavior is over. From now on, it's okay to live comfortably. If you want to do things, you have to weigh them carefully. You are a step late. I have already asked the manuscript to be sent to the newspaper. Tomorrow we'll announce that all the criminals have been arrested, and this matter is over perfectly. Xiaoming said lightly. Pang Yukan breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the emperor had already prepared to finish the order, so I can rest assured that the official. After a pause, he continued. The emperor, Nu Ben and Liu Oquan have arrived in Qingzhou by train for a few days. In a few days, it is estimated that the commanders of other major military regions will also arrive on time. This is Liu Hong's matter. Xiaoming said, the Liu family has proven his loyalty, but Liu Hong has made a big mistake, and I must not tolerate it. Otherwise, how can I behave like you? This time I can only make old General Liu sad. Pang Yukan sighed. It was not a good feeling in his heart. After all, Liu Hong also made great contributions during the battle between the kings. Download the free reader. Chapter 1105 on crime finally subsided. Nu Ben let out a sigh of relief as he read the newspaper that had just been released in the morning. A few days ago, he and Liu Oquan took the train to Qingzhou City. When they returned to their residences, they received news from various sources. A big drama broke out in front of them. Only then did they understand that so many things had happened in the empire in just a few days. At such a sensitive moment, the two naturally did not dare to add obstacles to Xiaoming, so they stayed at home and watched the development of the situation. Until they saw the news in the newspaper this morning, the two understood that the storm had ended smoothly. It is said that many people have been guilty this time, and many people have also been frightened. Liu Oquan said, his hair has turned white again in the past few days. Now he doesn't care about other things, just worried about Liu Oxin and Liu Hong. That's because they took the blame. Think about it carefully. Are these people who have been guilty of oppressing the people with their aristocratic status? But now they are just paying back. Nu Ben's eyes were sharp. He has been with Xiaoming for a long time, and he knows the emperor's temperament very well. What is ridiculous is that Jiren and his ilk thought he could twist his arms over his thighs. Hey, I can't control other people. It's undecided whether my Liu family can be preserved. Liu Hong is involved in this matter. This is a big crime to destroy the 9 races. Mentioned this, Liu Oquan thumped his chest and felt remorseful. Nu Ben sighed, and he comforted. The Liu family has been the royal battlefield for generations. The emperor has his own mind. Don't worry, but Liu Hong ... you have to be prepared. This rebel ... Hey. Liu Oquan suddenly stopped saying. As soon as his voice fell, the butler suddenly ran up to him and said loudly, Master, Da Lang and Lang are back. Liu Oquan suddenly stood up. Where is it? Just entered the city, the butler said. Nizai. Liu Oquan picked up his treasured sword that had been on the battlefield for many years and turned around and left the mansion. Nu Ben immediately followed after seeing this, for fear that Liu Oquan might do impulsive things on his head. At the same time, Xiaoming also got the news that the Southwest Army had arrived in Qingzhou. The emperor, Commander Liu Oxin, only brought 10 guards to Qingzhou this time. Qian De Fu said. He didn't dare to bring too much. Xiaoming snorted coldly. Now, except for Zhusansi, who is in Alaska, the 6 military regions have not returned. Everyone has arrived in Qingzhou. After all, Zhusansi's position is too far, and he is not ready to let Zhusansi come back. Got up and walked to the door, he said, after tossing for so long. The empire has also been messed up for a while. Now it is time to give the result. Let the world calm down, and come to an end at the meeting tomorrow. After that, Xiaoming left the imperial study room. According to statistics, more than 2,000 people were caught with the merchant council this time, and there were more than 8,000 old aristocrats who were together with Jiren and Liu Hong. These people were scattered in various cities of the empire. In the army, in addition to Liu Hong, more than 300 generals were arrested. Some of the 300 generals are Liu Hong's old divisions, who had negotiated with Luo Hong to fight together, and the other generals came from aristocratic families. After the incident was revealed, these generals tried to lead the rebellion, but the result was that they were arrested promptly by the commander of the army, and only a few close friends followed them in the rebellion. Because of this farce is ferocious, but it ends very dramatic. It's just that this incident caused some damage to the empire. In the contemporary era, the arrest of prisoners cannot guarantee 100%. In this era of low population density and zero monitoring facilities, the difficulty of catching has naturally increased exponentially. But unfortunately, the fish that slipped through the net still exist. Now these are completely missing, including several generals. No one knows whether they are dead or alive. And this is the only thing that misses the point in this incident. But Xiaoming also understands that nothing in this world is perfect. You cannot have both fish and bear paws. After a day's rest, Xiaoming went up on time the next day. A group of officials got the order and arrived at the Zhengde Guangming Hall on time. They understood that some people were about to fall their heads at the meeting today. Sit down on the dragon chair. Xiaoming's eyes swept across everyone's faces. His eyes stayed on Liu Oxin's body and then turned back. Today, you will know what I want to say. A few years ago, the Merchants' Council was a disaster for Jiangnan, and the empire suffered a serious disaster. After the Merchants' Council was defeated, the Cao family and his sons who founded the Merchants' Council and the running dog of the British Cao Kun, the father and son, absconded to Britain, and were canonized by the Queen of England as a nobleman. Since then, the father and son have tried their best to disrupt the empire, instigating the members who are lurking in the empire to spread rumors and seek opportunities for rebellion. However, the gods helped the empire. He was captured during the Battle of India, and his secret stronghold in India was also destroyed. Yan even found out his roster. After checking and investigation, the people on this roster were indeed closely related to the Cao family and his son. Framed up and framed, Xiaoming said with a pause. Pang Yukun said at this time, Cao's father and son are the filthy men who recognize the thieves as their fathers. The lower officials believe that the traitor should be punished with a capital punishment, and he should look and listen. Don't be merciless. The minister thought that even after the death of the two, he should rely on the two to cast the bronze statue so that the world will remember generations cast aside. Zhang Xingqing said. Xiaoming nodded. He hated Cao Kun more than Jiren. Jiren was at least defeated by competing with him for his own benefit, while Cao Kun was a traitor who betrayed the country and willing to be the dog of others. To such a person, he would never have a trace of pity in his heart. So he said, just as Mr. Zhang said, after hanging the two in public, erect a bronze statue for one shy to spurn, and the main conspirators on the list are also killed. The Battle of India was only the initial stage of his official war with the great powers. After this defeat, the Western powers may have peace talks, but they will only become more and more wary of the empire, and they will secretly accumulate strength in an attempt to make a comeback. So, he didn't want the technology of the empire during this period to be stolen to Europe by traitors one after another. And in order to establish a model, he can only take a harsh way to kill the remnants of the Merchant Council. Convicted Cao Kun and his son. Xiaoming sighed slightly. Next is the event that made me extremely distressed. An imperial cabinet minister actually opposed me in my name. Jiren, what can you say? Of Xiaoming looked at Jiren, who was chained, and said, now Jiren doesn't have a trace of his former demeanor, but looks like a dying old man. But even so, he is destined to bear the blame for his mistakes! Ask for leave. I took my child to get a vaccination today. I got it in the morning and had blood in the stool in the afternoon. Now I feel a little confused. After so long, I didn't expect to return to the pre-liberation period. Hey, Chapter 1106 Reprimand. In the end, Chen. A capital crime. Jiren opened his mouth and finally bowed his head and pleaded guilty. He understood that when the secret guards arrested him, all his evidence had already been grasped, and it was useless to say anything now. HMPH, I thought you would still use your 3-inch tongue to shake your lips and cheeks, turning black and white. Xiaoming got up and came to Jiren. Back then, You switched to King Zhao after the death of the first emperor. At this point, I could have killed you, but I didn't care about this matter. I still let you enter the cabinet, an extremely human minister, hoping that you can really change your mind and do your part for the empire. But what about you? Maid? Jiren lowered his head, and his life in prison for several days has made his intestines repentant. Hearing this, he burst into tears and said, "The Emperor, I should die for all my sins. I shouldn't believe the words of Rin, let alone wishfully usurping power." The veteran has nothing to say now, hoping that the Emperor can give the veteran a decent way to die. Xiaoming sighed slightly. He had already given Jiren a chance, but he had done too much. He did not expect that Jiren would carry the red flag against the red flag. A system that corrected the thinking of the people of the empire was all destroyed. He is a disaster. For this alone, he could no longer stay with Jiren. If you seek rebellion and usurp power, you should be involved in the 9 clans in accordance with the laws of the Great Yu Kingdom. Now I have only dealt with you and the relatives, and you should be content. Xiaoming said coldly. Now that he has developed a heart of stone, he is determined to set a typical example for such rebellion. How can he leave him a face? Jiren's head dropped lower, and Xiaoming had already understood what Xiaoming meant. If he said anything about it, he might cause even greater disaster. Passing by Jiren, Xiaoming came to Luo Hong. Compared with Jiren, Luo Hong was kneeling on the ground, but his upper body was upright and his face looked like death. Without waiting for Xiaoming to speak, Luo Xin suddenly went out and said, "The Emperor, my brother is really confused for a while." Under the persuasion of the general, he already has the intention to repent, and he hopes that the Emperor will show his favor. Luo Xin, you don't have to intercede for me, a man who does things the other way around. It is me who is conspiring with Luo family and Jiren on his back, and all the generals who are uprising have accepted my meaning. Luo Honglin said. Pang Yukan had some regrets in his eyes. Luo Hong was also a brave and loyal general, who made great achievements in the establishment of the empire. In a blink of an eye these ministers became rebellious, and it was not a taste for him, the chief assistant of the cabinet. He couldn't help but say, "Luo Hong, the emperor treats you very well. Why did you do such a ridiculous thing? I'm not worthy of me?" Luo Hong laughed, with a trace of sorrow in his voice. "After the Chang'an rebellion, I was ordered by the first emperor to lead the firearms camp to the emperor who was still the king of Qi at the time, until the empire was established. After dozens of battles, and then defending the north, there was never a single complaint. But how did the emperor treat me? 6 military regions reform, but I was promoted and secretly, but let Zhu Sanxi, an unknown soldier, become the commander of the military region. Did Ming Jun do it?" When speaking, Luo Hong looked at Xiaoming without fear. "HMPH, the 6 military regions have allowed the Luo family to occupy 2 of them. You are not happy if you don't give it. Do you want to rebel against the Luo family?" Seeing Luo Hong so rude, Zhang Xingcheng became angry. This commander is based on merit, and what is the matter with the Luo family? After all, the emperor doesn't trust our Luo family. Luo Hong said. Zhang Xingcheng sneered. "Luo Hong, you are too high on yourself. In the Battle of the Kings, you did well. But when it comes to credit, you can compare with the power of Huainan to help the emperor level the north and take the initiative. Are King Huainan and King Yong of the Fan? If so, this commander should also belong to Kui Shannon and Xiao Zongyi. What does it have to do with you? Furthermore, Zhu Sanxi of the Eastern Military Region, they did all the hard work. First, they fought against the Tsars in the extreme north. When the commander of this military region was also a polished commander, he went to Alaska, where birds don't shit. Say he is the commander of the military region. Doesn't the Manchu civil and military all say that he is actually an expeditionary commander? Let you Luo Hong go? Are you willing to go?" After Zhang Xingcheng's words came, Luo Hong's face was flushed immediately. He looked at Kui Shannon with a sneer on his face, and opened his mouth, but found that he could not find any rebuttal. He has fought many battles, but in terms of his contribution to the empire, he is naturally inferior to King Huainan and King Yong. Now although Kui Shannon is in the general staff, He has no military power in his hands. He is often ridiculed as the emperor's imperial soldier in the army. Xiao Zongyai, the son of King Yong, was transferred to Manila as the governor. Kui Shannon said slowly, Luo Hong, the emperor gave you a high position in the army, but you are not reconciled. But you forgot that the emperor gave you what you can take, and you can't grab it if you don't give it to you. You are not as good as Liu Oxin, which is why Liu Oxin can become the commander of the military region, and you are now a prisoner. Xiaoming nodded slightly. In fact, many courtiers had seen Luo Hong's qualities. He was a good general, but he was too ambitious. He saw this during the Battle of the Kings. For his career, he showed some eagerness for quick success, and for such a capable, ambitious person, no one would rest assured to use it, which is why he concealed Luo Hong. Luo Hong, what I want to say, Zhang Xingqing has already spoken for me. Even with your credit, the commanders of these 6 military regions won't be in your turn, and now it turns out that I used to the decision is right. Just because you did not get the official position you want, you have resentment towards me and usurp power to seek rebellion. There are tens of thousands of officials in this empire who are dissatisfied with me. Does each of them have to be because of the official position? The rise and fall are against me. After a pause, Xiaoming said sternly, as the king of a country, what I care about is the long-term stability of the empire. But you only have Luo Hong's own rights and desires in your heart. Ask yourself and give you a military area. Can you feel at ease? Can the Manchu civil and martial arts feel at ease? Can the people of the empire feel at ease? His face turned from red to white, and Luo Hong's arrogant aura at the beginning gradually lowered. Thinking back to this period of time, all he had in his mind was dissatisfaction with the official position, and he had never had a sense of responsibility for the empire. Thinking of this, he was silent. Why don't you speak anymore? You don't have the face to say it. Xiaoming snorted coldly. Yu Luo Hong has indeed won a lot of battles, but now Yu Luo Hong is still standing on top of this temple, and those who paved the way for you. How about the soldiers who died on the battlefield? They fought battles for you, Luo Hong, usurped power today. Wrong. They are for the prosperity of the empire. Now you are stepping on their bones and doing things to trouble the empire. Don't you feel a little ashamed? Chapter 1107 Verdict. But the morning sun shone on Luo Hong, but the warmth couldn't make him feel any heat. He once stubbornly thought that what he did was right, and in countless nights he was defending what he had done. But now he digs out the lies he has told him countless times. Yes, he is not reconciled. He secretly colludes with Jiren. All of this is just for rights. What is the difference between him and the rebellious officials and thieves who have tried to rebel and usurp power in the past dynasties? The emperor. Luo Hong's throat rolled, and he said only 2 words with difficulty. The emperor, please be kind to the emperor. Liu Oxin felt a threatening aura from Xiaoming, and he pleaded again. Xiaoming did not respond to Luo Hong, but turned and returned to his dragon chair. He said to the officials, Jiren and others have usurped power and conspired. The evidence is conclusive. According to the imperial law, the execution is immediately executed. Luo Hong colluded with Jiren and bewitched. The officer rebelled, and the crime was increased by 1, and the same crime was punished. Come, take the 2 men down and execute them on the execution ground tomorrow. When the voice fell, Jiren collapsed to the ground, feces and urine flowed. Luo Hong was like a frustrated bull, his whole body softened. Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately stepped forward and took Jiren, Luo Hong and others. Luo Xin glanced at Xiaoming's stern gaze, and finally chose to shut up. In fact, he already knew that this must be the result. If usurpation of power and rebellion can be done outside the law, who'll respect the emperor in the future? Now he has done what he should do, and there is no regret in his heart. If he says more, I am afraid it will be more troublesome. After all, if he were in the country of Dayu, he would definitely be arrested with Luo Hong, and the blood would flow into the river under the 9 clans. But even if the imperial laws are more lenient than before, he still feels anxious and uneasy, so he said, The emperor, my brother's rebellion has affected the Luo family. In order to avoid gossip, He finally thought he was no longer suitable for the position of commander of the Southwest Army. The emperor hopes to remove the post of the final general as a punishment. Pang Yukun heard the words and said, "The emperor, Liu Oxin's words are reasonable. If he continues to be in power, I am afraid that there will be gossip in the army, which will damage his prestige." Liu Hong is Liu Hong, and Liu Oxin is Liu Oxin. Liu Oxin personally escorted Liu Hong to King Zhu enough to demonstrate Liu Oxin's character. In the end, he will think that Liu Oxin not only has no fault, but has merit. Lu said coarsely. Qi Guanyi echoed. The emperor, although Liu Oxin has a temperament with the younger brother, but his loyalty to the emperor is obvious to all. The general thought that he should not be involved in this matter. After all, there are many people involved in the rebellion. I am afraid that no one in China can be unrelated at all, and the civil chaos has not yet subsided. If it continues to expand, it will be detrimental to the development of the empire. The emperor, the two commanders' words are reasonable, and the ministers also think that they are guilty. Yes, there is no need to involve innocent people, Fiji said after hesitating for a long time. Xiaoming nodded. Since the ban of the country of Dayu, the empire has entered a new era. It's really unnecessary to stage things that involve the Nine Clan at every turn. You just need to punish the guilty as guilty, and you don't need to make much fuss. And he was worried that the civil society would continue to make noise. It would be better to calm the matter down, and to stop it, so as not to disturb people's minds. It would be bad then. However, it is somewhat inappropriate to do everything, which is also what Pang Yukun is worried about. But he has already had his own way to deal with this problem. So he said, "It's all about dismissal. I said that the commander of the military region will take turns, and counting today is also here. Logically speaking, the commanders of your 6 military regions will have to switch each other. But now Zhusansi is in Alaska, and Thunder's war in Nanyang is not over yet, so you and Yikinyan will exchange the position of commander with each other. As for Qi Guanyi, he is good at cavalry fighting. Now Ottoman and Tsarist Russia are ready to move, and he needs him in the Northwest Military District." Yi Kinyan was happy. He had spent enough in the ice and snow these years, and now he finally waited for the rotation. Liu Oxin was silent for a long while, his eyes moistened, and finally he said loudly, "Thank you, the emperor." He knew that this was Xiaoming's expedient measure. Changing the military region meant that he went to a completely unfamiliar place, and neither he nor the generals in this place were familiar with it, and no one would listen to him if he wanted to rebel. In this way, other people who were originally uneasy will feel relieved, which is tantamount to indirectly protecting him. Nodding lightly, Xiaoming signaled Qian Defu to retreat. During this time, he was exhausted physically and mentally. It was too difficult to manage an empire, and there was too much trouble. The crowd dispersed and Xiaoming returned to the imperial study room. Before his was hot, and came to report Liu Oquin and Nu Ben for seeing him. After thinking about it, he still let these two old officials come in. He had refused to see the two of them before the result of the treatment was announced, and they were also very shrewd and did not disturb him. The reason for this is that he does not want to be influenced by the two. Emperor. When he arrived in the imperial study room, Liu Oquin suddenly knelt on the ground, while Nu Ben looked helpless. "Why is this old general?" Xiaoming helped Liu Oquin up. At this time, Liu Oquin could not cry. He had already learned of the punishment of Liu Hong at the gate of the palace, and he couldn't help feeling sad. "The emperor, it's our Liu family who can't stand the emperor." Liu Hong, this rebellious son, seeks to usurp the throne. He deserves his crime, and death is not a pity. Even so, the emperor still reuses Liu Oxin. Such kindness is hard to report. After a deep sigh, Xiaoming said, "Old general, it doesn't have to be the case. I said in the court, Liu Oxin is Liu Oxin, Liu Hong is Liu Hong. Today's empire is no longer in the past. Anyone who commits a crime will be dealt with by law, and the innocent will not be implicated. Moreover, the Liu family has fought battles for the empire from generation to generation." Liu Oquin's heart was bitter, and now he just hated Liu Hong for being so stupid. After all, before, the Liu family had been extremely favored in the empire. The emperor is open-minded, and the veteran admires himself. Today, the veteran is not here to intercede, hoping that the emperor will allow the veteran to end my rebellious son himself. This Xiaoming was a little surprised. Luo Quan said loudly, the Luo family has been loyal for generations, but today there is such a rebellious son. According to the family motto of the Luo family, such rebellious descendants should be cleared away, and we hope that the emperor will complete it. Nu Ben nodded, meaning that Luo family did have this rule. Xiaoming sighed slightly. He said, in this case, Luo Hong will give it to the old general. The Luo family has done a lot for the empire over the years. I'm not a heartless person. From shooting to collecting the body, the old general himself call the shots. It would be a decent way for him. Luo Quan cried out when he heard this, which also left Luo Hong his last face. Chapter 1108 Ending Su the execution ground. After the announcement of the execution and rebellion was posted, the place was already overcrowded, with blackheads everywhere. The emperor. Do you really want to execute Luo Hong? To Chung Nu Ben, who is on the side of the execution ground, has regrets in his eyes. This is a room specially set up to observe the execution process on the execution ground. Outside the room, Luo Quan carried the two men on his back like execution soldiers with hand-style rifles. He couldn't see the look on his face at this time. Xiaoming sighed and said, General Nu, if the soldiers in your army made the same mistake as Luo Hong, what would you do? Of course it is to make a decision. Nu Ben said, the army is afraid of corrupt discipline. If it is handled unfairly, it will be very harmful to the army. What if this person is the person you trust most? There is only military law in the army. There is no difference between closeness and estrangement. Nu Ben said loudly. That's it. The military has military laws, state-owned and national laws. In the military, those who violate the law are not dealt with seriously. What corrupts is the military law, and if those who violate the national law cannot be handled impartially, the corrupt is the law of the country. Today, Luo Hong can go outside the law. Reaching for grace, other people can also grant favors outside the law in the future. So what use is the law of this country? Nu Ben sighed slightly. He said, what the emperor taught is that the old officials are confused. If Luo Hong's crimes of treason are unlawful, the laws of the empire will lose the trust of the people, and the people will no longer have the law. If you trust, you will no longer trust the court. Since then, the country and the people will no longer have one heart and one mind. That's right. This is the reason why I want to kill Luo Hong. If the person on the execution ground is replaced by my son, I will kill him as well. The law of the country is like the great road of nature. The great road collapses. The land collapses. The stars fall. Everything is annihilated. The law collapses. People's minds are chaotic. Mountains and rivers are broken. The country will not be the country. I would rather throw it away. All the conquered land does not want to see imperial laws being trampled. Nu Ben looked at Xiaoming's cold expression and nodded slowly. He understood that the empire in front of him was no joke. The era in which the nobles of the Great Yu country could trample on the law seems to be over. From then on, from the emperor to the Li people, they must live under the law. A tumult suddenly sounded when the two were talking. Nu Ben looked out the window, and the soldiers escorted Cao Kun, father and son, and the remnants of the merchant council onto the execution ground. Traitor! Traitor! An angry roar erupted from the crowd. Kai banged Sai, and the stone were thrown at Cao Kun and his son like it was raining. There were two gallows on the execution ground. Cao Kun and Cao Zhengtong were taken below, while the others were taken to a long white wall. The execution soldiers stood in long platoons, waiting for the execution order. Dog thief! Nu Ben looked at the two and gritted his teeth. After this period of interrogation, they obtained little information. With their help, both Britain and France have made great progress in basic sciences such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy, and geography. Although the students they brought did not master advanced and sophisticated technology, they had a solid and comprehensive grasp of the knowledge they had learned on weekdays. The West is now in a stage of exploration in science, and what they have brought is enough to perfect the Western scientific system. Even without these traitors, with the popularization of imperial education, this knowledge will sooner or later spread out with trade, but their active betrayal of the country is still treason. After all, the West, who has mastered basic science, only needs to digest this knowledge. It was enough to cause him no small trouble. The Emperor, the prisoners are all here. Are you going to execute the sentence? The execution officer asked Xiaoming for instructions. Execution. Xiaoming decisively gave the order, and the bronze statues of Cao Kun and Cao Zhengtong's confession have been cast. After the execution of the two bronze statues will be transported to the gate of Qingzhou City. The world spurned. Under the gallows, Cao Kun and Cao Zhengtong swayed like dysentery, and in front of them was a looped twine. As long as their heads are inserted, the planks under their feet will be opened. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, Cao Zhengtong muttered like a babble, but waiting for him to be an execution soldier put a rope around his neck. Cao Kun was already speechless, and let the angry people smash things on him. I don't want to die. Ah! Cao Zhengtong's babble quickly turned into a struggling sound of being strangled in his throat. At this time, their feet were hanging in the air and struggling for a while, and the two of them quickly stopped moving. At the same time, a neat burst of gunfire sounded, and the remnants of the merchant council were rushed to the end. There was a burst of applause from the execution ground. After these rebellious deaths, the people were excited. The bodies of Cao Kun and his son were dragged down, and then another group of people were brought up. This was the rebellion led by Jiren and Liu Hong. Seeing Liu Hong, Liu Quain's body moved, carrying a rifle and other soldiers who executed the execution to the execution position. Nu Ben sighed again. He couldn't bear to look. He turned his eyes away, and Liu Xin's eyes were slightly red. He had accepted this fact. But even so, the one who was about to die was still his brother. Liu Hong, you are really confused. Even if you die in battle, it is better than dying here. On the execution ground, Liu Quain stood behind Liu Hong, looking like he hated iron but not steel. Father, needless to say, it was I who made the Liu family embarrassed. I am sorry to the Liu family and the Emperor. I am also sorry to the brothers who followed me from birth to death. I brought them into the Ghost Gate. Liu Hong looked straight ahead. White wall. Thinking about it all night, he figured out many things. The ups and downs of officialdom are normal, and he is too obsessed with his status. It is a mistake for the father to make a mistake. You should have been sent to Qingzhou. Then the commander of the Southwest Army will be you. Liu Xin has a gentle personality and will not be as impulsive as you. Liu Quain's gun hand trembled a little. Liu Hong was his son. It was a difficult and compelling decision for him to shoot his son personally. Father, it's not your fault. I'm just not reconciled to admit that Liu Xin is inferior to Liu Xin. Watching him step by step, my eldest brother is inferior everywhere, and his heart is indeed out of balance. Now that I think about it, I was really wrong. It's right for me to be the commander of the military region. Let's do it. I will return to my father in the next life. His voice fell, and suddenly gunfire sounded. Jiren and the nobles who were plotting to rebel fell in a pool of blood. Liu Quain picked up the gun. Trembling, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot sounded. Liu Hong's body slowly fell. Xiaoming closed his eyes as soon as he shot the shot, and now he finally understands Zhu Liang's feelings when he cut the horse with tears. Walking slowly out of the room, Xiaoming said to Liu Xin, Liu Hong has outstanding military exploits and is the pillar of the empire. I am determined to pursue him as the commander of the empire. Thank you, Emperor Longjun. Liu Hong bowed in gratitude. Looking at the sun poking out of the dark clouds in the eastern sky, Xiaoming stepped out of the execution ground under the protection of the guard. This rebellion that affected the entire empire is over. He believes that this shock will surely make many people in the country see the fact that it is impossible to subvert the empire during his reign. In this way, the interior of the empire will be cleared, and he will have more time to lay out the foundation of the empire. Chapter 1109 European Earthquake. Europe. The news from India arrived here after a lapse of 6 months, and for a while, the political arena in Europe seemed to be earthquake. Tulip Palace. Vidomir was pale as paper when she heard the news. Surrendered? Our invincible red shirts actually surrendered to the Eastern Empire. Murphy stood quietly beside Vidomir, and with him there were many aristocrats and parliamentarians in London, continuously firing firearms, huge steel battleships, powerful artillery, bombs that can be easily thrown by soldiers. The Chinese Empire's weapons of war have exceeded us too much. If it were not for desperation, our soldiers would not choose to surrender, Your Majesty. What we have to consider now is whether to redeem these soldiers. The officer who spoke was wearing a red uniform and a sailing cap. He was the most famous General Wellington in Britain. In the previous Tsarist-Russian Southern War, the general led the British Red Shirts to defeat the Russian army, and eventually forced the Russians to withdraw their grip on Eastern Europe. Murphy reminded, after the surrender of the coalition forces, the Empire of China released a merchant ship back to report the letter. He conveyed this meaning: Your Majesty, we have more than 10,000 soldiers in the hands of the Empire of China. If they cannot return to England, they can only be in the East. Worked to death in the cold mine. Vidomir pinched her eyebrows in pain. As a world-class hegemon, has Britain ever been blackmailed by other countries? But since the rise of this Eastern Empire, everything has changed. What price do they give us? Vidomir couldn't be indifferent to the lives of these soldiers. More than 10,000 soldiers are 1/10 of the British Army. If something happens to this group of soldiers, she will attract criticism from all walks of life, and her dignity as a queen will inevitably be affected. An ordinary soldier needs £200. The officer will calculate it separately, Murphy said cautiously. Vidomir's chest undulated violently, and she stood up abruptly. This is simply blackmail. We in Europe only need to pay £20 to redeem a soldier. Wellington shook his head. Your Majesty, now is not the time to feel sorry for money. With the wealth we have accumulated over the years, this money is nothing. But soldiers are precious. These soldiers are young adults. As long as they come back, we will, with more than 10,000 soldiers who have fought against the Chinese Empire, and equip them with new equipment, they can become a sharp sword to control the Chinese Empire. Other nobles and councillors nodded, and Murphy took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, we can hold a dinner at the Tulip Palace to call on the nobles and the merchants who come to participate to donate money to save these poor soldiers, and tell them if they don't want to, the Empire will do its best, and their overseas interests will be swallowed up by the Chinese Empire. Vidomir showed a look of admiration. This was what she had just thought of. In order to catch up with the technological level of the Chinese Empire, the government invested a lot of money in various laboratories. She doesn't want to waste a little money on other things now, and these nobles and giants have accumulated a lot of wealth in trade. It can be said that the real wealth of Britain is these people. Sometimes she really wants to be as powerful as the Emperor of the Eastern Empire. In this way he can squeeze these merchants dry. This is a good idea. Vidomir nodded gently. Gentleman Murphy nodded, and then he showed a serious expression. The following matter is particularly important. How should we deal with the relationship with the Chinese Empire? Do we want to continue the war? Do you think our navy can conquer the Imperial Navy? Vidomir asked rhetorically. Of course not. In that case, what else can we use to fight the Empire? Let's send envoys for peace talks again. Now we must do everything we can to fight for peace. The time we need now. Vidomir's eyes were firm. Wellington said loudly, Of course, we have to make the worst plan. If the Eastern Empire does not give us a chance for peace, then we will prepare for war. From now on we must call on all British citizens to prepare to resist formidable enemies, until we reach the last person left in the war. They will only give in when they show a strong will to water the Chinese Empire. Wellington is Vidomir's life-saving straw, she said. Please rest assured to do it. I believe that no one will oppose you, General. Now. After a pause, she continued, I will also promote the Union of Europe as soon as possible. This is the most powerful enemy we have encountered in 200 years. He has harmed the interests of all Europeans. Wellington took off his hat and thanked Vidomir. Murphy smiled reassuringly, and he said, We have also received news that the Eastern Empire and Persia have been in close contact during this period, and it seems that they want to get anything from Persia. No matter what they are looking for, I suggest provoking Ottoman and Persian relationship, Let their war continue, so that they can contain the strength of some empires. For Vladimir, as long as it can delay the arrival of the Eastern Empire in Europe, any method can be used. Therefore, she hesitated and nodded. In the past, Osman was the object of their vigilance, but now they must become friends. At the same time, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, and France also received news from India, which shocked them as much as Britain. For a time, the whole of Europe was in the shadow of defeat. In order to deal with this defeat, their exchanges with each other suddenly increased. Once conflicted, Europe, like a gunpowder keg, seemed to be quieter than ever. After preparing for a month, a large joint mission set out to the east. This time they will sit down again and negotiate with the Chinese Empire. King Zhu Xiaoming is driving an internal combustion engine car delivered by the Imperial Automobile Factory in the square of the Zhengde Guangming Temple. After reaching an agreement with Persia, the Minerals Department successfully found oil in Persia, and it is a shallow oil mine. Immediately after the Imperial drilling team rushed to Persia, the first batch of oil arrived at Dengzhou port in the next 6 months, which meant that the imperial cars would no longer be idle due to lack of gasoline. After being transported to the petrochemical plant, the imported petroleum is quickly converted into gasoline, wax, asphalt, and lubricant. After running 3 laps around the square, Xiaoming stopped the car and got out of the car. These improved cars are of good quality, Xiaoming said with a smile to Qian Defu. Since the empire's civil strife settled down, the empire's life has become more and more peaceful, but under this calm surface, the development of the empire has never been stagnant. On the contrary, it has become more and more rapid, and many technologies have exploded under the efforts of the research laboratory. Even cars have been improved versions in a short time, with better internal combustion engines. Chapter 1110 80 kilometers in an hour, this will have to catch up with the steam locomotive, which is really remarkable. Qian Defu just rushed over and said with a smile. During the empire's civil strife, Xiaoming's mood was depressed for a while, but now he has gradually recovered, which made him feel relieved. Xiaoming patted the black metal body of the car again, raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. Following the pocket watch, this kind of more suitable timepiece quickly became popular in the empire. Many people with status are proud to wear a watch. It's past 10 o'clock. Didn't Song Qingping say to give me the revolver? Xiaoming asked after looking at the time. After the execution of the rebellious rebellion of the Merchant Council and Jiren, the empire became unprecedentedly quiet. Both the old and new officials in Chang'an are much more honest. Because they saw the emperor who might use iron and blood at any time, no one was sure whether the next bullet would come in from behind their heads. And the criticism of the newspapers for more than half a year also reduced the tolerance of the rebellion within the empire to zero. At the same time, under the sharp eyes of the people, it is difficult for malicious people to escape trial. Song Qingping has always been punctual, and he can't be on time, but the old slave has to report to the emperor if he has something to do. Just now, the old slave received a telegram at the side hall. The mission from Europe has already arrived in Guangzhou. You can reach King Zhu. Oh, coming? Xiaoming smiled, and it has been a year since the Battle of India. The speed in Europe is too slow, and what he waited is a bit boring. And now these European envoys finally arrived slowly. In that case, you should now inform the Foreign Affairs Department to prepare for the reception. I am afraid that there will be a lot to talk about this time, Xiaoming said. Qian Defu answered that after occupying the British colony in India, the imperial military operations ceased. After all, the land occupied by the empire is too large now, which takes time to digest. At the same time, the soldiers have been war-weary in the army for years. In order to let the army relax, it is necessary to suspend military operations. The most important thing is that the major military regions are changing equipment and doing adaptive training. In the past, only a part of the soldiers were equipped with hand-style rifles. Most of the soldiers still held eagle-style rifles, and the machine guns and mortars were unreasonably equipped. In order to enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the empire as a whole, it is also necessary to use this period of time to upgrade equipment. However, the army is resting, but the navy is not idle. Now the Imperial Navy has controlled the route from Nanyang to the Cape of Good Hope. Any warship that breaks into this route without permission will be driven or even sunk, and maritime hegemony is gradually shifting to the east. Just after Qian Fu turned and left, Song Qingping arrived on time. Xiaoming said that he was helpless. For Song Qingping and others, time is very important, and they don't want to waste even a second. The Emperor: "This is a revolver." Song Qingping held a silver revolver in his hand. This is a melee firearm developed according to the plan after the metal bullet is developed. This firearm will allow soldiers and officers to have effective lethality at short distances. Picking up the revolver, Xiaoming looked at it. This revolver was equipped with a rotating drum magazine with 6 magazines. "Emperor, this is a bullet." Song Qingping delivered the bullet at the right time. After the appearance of the metal bullets, Xiaoming had always longed for a self-defense revolver. After all, the previous short-barreled muskets were really unsightly. With this revolver, if he faces the assassin, he will have the power to protect himself. The only regret is that the current industrial level of the empire can only manufacture revolvers. However, the revolver was developed in the 19th century and has been used until World War II, even in contemporary countries. Because the revolver has advantages in handling blind-fire bullets. Putting the bullet in the bullet nest, Xiaoming turned the wheel and aimed the bullet at the barrel. Raising the revolver, Xiaoming ordered the guard to move a wooden board to a distance of 20 meters, and then pulled the trigger. With the sound of a gun, an additional bullet hole appeared in the wooden board, and Xiaoming immediately shifted the hammer back, at which time another bullet hole was aimed at the barrel. Pulling the trigger, another bullet hole appeared in the board. Song Qingping said, "If you can skillfully dial back the hammer, this revolver can almost achieve the same effect as continuous shooting." Xiaoming nodded slightly. The effect of this revolver made him very satisfied. He said to Song Qingping, "Yes, but the research and development of automatic weapons should be done as soon as possible. The war in India is enough to see the advantages of advanced weapons from the effects of the war." "Yes, the Emperor." Speaking of automatic weapons, Song Qingping was a little excited, and his expression became a bit richer. "Let Song Qingping go back." Xiaoming took the revolver back to the imperial study room alone. Then he moved the chair to the front of the world map and sat on the chair silently watching the empire map above. 3 months ago, he received news that Zusansi had already established a foothold in Alaska, and the Syracuse he named had been built under the slaves of soldiers. This means that the empire has its own stronghold in Alaska. In the next step, Zusansi will expand to North America with Syracuse as the center, occupying lands other than the 13 North American states. In Siberia, Liuxin and Yikinyan were also actively preparing to capture the area east of the Ural Mountains. As for Yikinyan, after taking office in the Southwest Military Region, he took over Liuxin's previous mission, preparing to go south to capture East Indochina in France after the equipment reform. His eyes swept over the marked positions, and Xiaoming felt relieved. Although this was another time and space, under his rule, his empire had achieved an achievement that no one had achieved before. Today the empire's territory spans from the extreme north to the extreme south, and it is not without vastness. Just while excited, he also felt a wave of anxiety, because the powerful empires in the history of mankind have all collapsed in a long river of history. From ancient Rome to the immortal Britain, from the vast man to the Soviet Union that spanned Asia, the powers that were finally vanished, leaving only mottled fragments. How long can the vast territory he has laid down after he is gone? Thinking of this, Xiaoming's mood became chaotic. He didn't want to fight for himself, but ended up making a wedding dress for others. With this kind of worry, he asked Huang Tingzi to secretly set up a mysterious laboratory and invest a lot of money to research genetic technology, hoping to break through the cell repair and regeneration technology in the technology spa in his lifetime, so that he can continue his life. Sometimes he would laugh at himself and hold this extravagant desire like the emperors who have sought longevity in the past, but after thinking about it, he is also a human and has his own desires, so why bother? What's more, he is unwilling to give the technology spar to others, because once these technologies fall into the hands of people with wrong intentions, they are no less powerful than a global nuclear explosion, and it is more appropriate for him to control them. Chapter 1111 Mission Rod. I didn't expect we would meet again. At the gate of Kingsu City, officials from the Foreign Affairs Office led by Tang Wenji are waiting for a mission from Europe. According to a telegram sent from Guangzhou, the scale of the European mission this time is unprecedented. 5 countries including Britain, France, the Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal sent envoys at the same time. Although I have lived in Kingsu for a long time, it is quite uncomfortable to come to Luoyang again. Once their relationship with this Eastern Empire was as close as a lover, and the trade between the two countries was enough to allow the Dutch to live a prosperous life. But now all the Dutch colonies in Asia have fallen into the hands of the Eastern Empire, trade has been completely interrupted, and relations have reached a freezing point. Minister Tang, don't make fun of me. I hope that after this war, our relationship can be restored to what it used to be, Rod said bitterly. After returning to the Netherlands, he received an unprecedented neglect in the Netherlands, but he was reactivated after the defeat of the Allied forces. After all, he was very familiar with the Eastern Empire and was the most suitable candidate. Standing by Rod's side, Brooke and Henry. The two of them looked complicated. Recalling the failure of their first visit, they are still a little bit brooding. Thinking of the shrewd emperor of the Chinese Empire, the two added another layer of frustration. In addition to 3 familiar faces, Tang Wenji greeted the envoys from Spain and Portugal. Portugal and Spain obviously played supporting roles in this mission, and they had the fewest people. Please, the emperor is already waiting for you in the royal garden, Tang Wenji said with a smile, with a proud smile on his face. This is the self-confidence brought by a strong country. Luo looked into Kingsu City with a look of expectation. When he was living in Kingsu, there were changes almost every day. After such a long time, he was a little itchy. Leading the people into Kingsu City, Luo didn't accidentally see the surprise. At this time, the cement road in Kingsu was being repaired. The former cement road was pried open, and the construction workers were laying a black material. This material is like black rubber mixed with sand, and you can feel the hot temperature and pungent smell even if you stand far away. To pave this kind of roads are 2 huge machines, which emit black smoke. After a machine flattens the material in front, the following machine will compact the material firmly. They can imagine the weight of this machine just by seeing the huge metal cast roller in front of this machine. The mission's schedule stopped here, and everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the strange scene in front of them. Especially the roaring huge machinery made them frightened. Director Tang, what is this? Rod swallowed. Tang Wenji casually said, this is the asphalt road that is being paved. The cement road is too ugly, and it is also easy to break, so the Empire is ready to replace the main road of the Empire with an asphalt road. Asphalt? What is this? Everyone talked. Tang Wenji said bluntly, this bitumen is a chemical material extracted from petroleum. Now that the scientific foundation of the Empire has been firmly established, there is no need to hide some superficial things. Speaking appropriately can shock the enemy. After all, even if all the technology is sent to Europe, they would have to spend a lot of time to catch up with the Empire today. Luo shook his head slightly. I don't feel like I'm out of date. When I return to Kingsu one day. Excited for a while, everyone continued to walk inside, bypassing the road that was under construction in front, and the road that had been built a few days later. It was shocking for everyone to walk on the flat asphalt road, which is very comfortable to walk on compared to the cement road. Rod noticed the white and yellow straight lines on the road. These straight lines divided the road into 2 halves. He couldn't help asking, what is this again? Road wire. Tang Wenji once again threw out the vocabulary that made Rod unfamiliar. In his explanation, everyone gradually understood the function of this thing. It's amazing. Although they stood in a hostile perspective, Brooke and Henry still praised them. The two of them looked at the bicycles on the road and said, "Last time we came here, there were not many bicycles. I didn't expect that ordinary people in Kingsu can afford bicycles. This road is specially prepared for bicycles. Just why do they only ride outside the white lines on both sides of the road?" Tang Wenji laughed and said, "You are wrong. This road is not built for bicycles, please see." After all, he asked the people of the mission to stand on both sides of the road because a row of cars was approaching them. These cars are all black, with a small golden dragon flag hung in front of the cars, which are specially used to pick up and drop off missions. The envoys could no longer be surprised at this time. They looked at the fast approaching car like a god. The main means of transportation in Europe is still a horse-drawn carriage. One can imagine how surprised they were when they saw this kind of car that does not require horses but runs as fast as a steam locomotive. The car quickly stopped in front of everyone, and Tang Wenji said, "Everyone, there are still 20 miles to the palace, so please take a car." Rod really didn't want to ask, because it would only show his ignorance. Brooke and Henry had the same expressions. They used to think that the people of this Eastern Empire were soil buns, but now they found themselves to be soil buns. Tang Wenji is very satisfied with the response of these envoys. It is necessary to destroy the opponent's psychological defense line before the negotiation, so that they will easily get the bottom hand after the negotiation. Riding in the same car with Rod, Brooke, and Henry, Tang Wenji opened the chatterbox. Kingsu City is developing too fast now, and sometimes I can't keep up. The Kingsu City wall you see now is the only city wall left in Kingsu. Yes, the other 3 walls have been demolished. Now Kingsu's population exceeds 3 million, and the city needs to be expanded. Brooke and Henry almost wanted to kill them head-on when they heard that. Only one Kingsu has a population of more than 3 million, which is almost equal to the total population of the Netherlands. And the cities where they stopped along the way from Guangzhou to Dengzhou were all densely populated, but this was enough to see the terrible strength of the Chinese Empire. When Tang Wenji spit, the car turned around and headed towards the imperial city. With the speeding of the car, the scenery of Kingsu City passed by everyone. For them, the current Kingsu has completely got rid of the old appearance of the former folk houses. The urbanization here has not only caught up with London, but also has the potential to surpass. You only need to look at the neat residential areas on both sides and the bustling business in the center of the city. District is enough to understand. 8. Chapter 1112 Prince, what a great country! Rod exclaimed sincerely. Brooke and Henry looked complicated, and they had a foreboding what would happen next. The car continued to speed, and 15 minutes later, the convoy stopped at the gate of the imperial city. At this time, the envoys still got off the bus with some intentions. The comfort and speed of the car left a deep impression on them. If possible, they are willing to continue to take a car in Kingsu. "Everyone, please." Tang Wenji made a please gesture, and everyone followed him into the palace and walked along the winding road for 10 minutes, and they arrived at a beautiful garden. Here, hundreds of flowers bloom, and bees and butterflies stomped, like a paradise. Long tables have been set up in the square inches the garden. The court ladies and eunuchs are setting up tableware. The cabinet minister and Xiaoming are already waiting here. There is no doubt that this negotiation is also very important to the empire, because it means how much oil and water the empire can squeeze out of Europe. His Majesty, under Tang Wenji's guidance, he went to Xiaoming, and Luo saluted him to show his respect, and the other envoys followed Luo to make the same actions. Ha ha ha. "Everyone, please sit down." Xiaoming laughed heartily and motioned everyone to go to the table. Although he was a winner, he still had to do it with his polite appearance. "As for you and me at the negotiating table, it's a different matter." Everyone was seated, and the dishes were served one by one. Pang Yukun and other cabinet ministers immediately used the empire's wine table culture to routinely pour wine on Rod and others. Noon is just a mere luncheon, not a time for negotiation. After all, when you want to talk, you need to talk at home. But it would be great if these messengers were drunk and swallowed the truth. The enthusiasm of the cabinet ministers of the Eastern Empire made Brooke and Henry a little flattered. After all, the losers in the war will always be aggrieved. It's just that they don't understand that they are being caught. After drinking for 3 rounds, Rod and the others were all drunk under the ravages of high-concentration liquor, and their tongues bent when they spoke. Seeing everyone swaying around, Xiaoming winked at Pang Yukun. The ministers knew it and immediately took the envoys to leave. Of course, they did not forget to take the trump card of the negotiation. Everyone left, leaving the table full of chaos. At this time, a 16-year-old boy stood up from his seat. "It is Xiao Yi, Emperor Father. Why bother with these defeated warriors and just show the conditions of the empire?" Xiaoming glanced at Xiao Yi, and before he knew it, Xiao Yi had slowly grown up. Now, the 16-year-old Xiao Yi is already studying at King's University. In 2 years, he will be able to graduate and formally handle some prince-related affairs. I remember telling you that affairs between countries must not be chaotic on the basis of their temperament. A Japanese country can cause many moths, not to mention having half-footed into civilized Europe. It is simple to make these envoys ugly, but the consequence may be that the empire will have to sacrifice thousands of soldiers to achieve it, and this only needs to be discussed to achieve different results. Xiaoming's words were a little serious. Xiao Yi is now the prince. The reason why he established the prince was because of the instability within the empire, and he was worried about his safety, because at that time, if you have any accident, the empire will be in chaos, and having a prince can stabilize people's hearts. But now the meaning of the prince's representative is different. After all, with the development of empire education, the knowledge of the people of the empire has become wider and wider, and the thinking among the people has become more and more active. The renaissance is no longer verbal, but is booming, and the result of this is that the culture of the empire has also got rid of the feudal ignorance that it once was, and is moving towards modernization. The deified imperial power gradually faded from its mystery and became the supreme power accepted by the empire. In this way, it is one thing for the empire to accept his rule, and whether it can accept Xiao Yi's rule is another matter. After all, he created the empire, and his prestige is beyond the reach, and no one can replace him, and Xiao Yi has no merit. It is difficult to convince the crowd. Therefore, if his genetic technology has not broken through when his deadline is approaching, even if he passes Xiao Yi, it is still unknown whether these empire veterans who followed him can support him. But no matter what it is, he hopes Xiao Yi is good enough. After all, Xiao Yi is his eldest son, and he has always had high hopes for Xiao Yi. What he really expects is whether Xiao Yi can inherit Datong by his own ability, rather than relying on his father's influence. Xiao Yi narrowed his neck when he heard the words, and dared not say any more. Xiaoming frowned when he saw this. He said, "Also, in front of me, you have to tell your true thoughts and don't pretend to be very tough." When Xiao Yi spoke, he realized that this was not Xiao Yi's original intention, but Xiao Yi said it to follow his temper, because he often criticized Xiao Yi for being kind to women. "Yes, Father." Xiao Yi immediately recovered his gentle and elegant appearance. He said, "The sons and ministers thought that the empire should not go to Europe to fight for years after years of war. Siberia is already very difficult, not to mention that it takes more than 30,000 kilometers from the empire to Europe. Even if the empire's ships are used to provide supplies, it is quite difficult. In the eyes of the sons, it will be enough if they can obtain sufficient benefits in this negotiation. Now, it's not too late to think about it when you have the strength for expeditions in the future." Xiaoming nodded, and he said, "This is what it looks like." "You are right. It seems that you have learned well in government affairs these years." Xiao Yi was happy. In his eyes, Fua and his father and emperor were truly strict fathers and mothers. Because of this, he was a little afraid of his father. Urchin has never dared to relax. Xiao Yi said honestly. "Well, but you still need to learn too much. The father will get old one day, and one day you will fight alone in the whirlpool of political struggle." Xiaoming said, "You go back. I will let you attend the negotiations tomorrow. When you graduate from college, I will arrange a position for you to start from an early age. It is not easy to manage a country." "Yes, "Father, father," Xiao Yi responded and turned to leave. Watching Xiao Yi's figure disappear, Xiao Ming looked at the rookery on one side and shouted, "Not out yet." His voice fell, and two teenagers of the same age came out. "Father." Two teenagers who looked similar to him said with some fear, "It's really bold. Who told you to eavesdrop here?" It was not others in front of him, but the second Prince Xiao Tong and the fourth Prince Xiao Xian. "The second brother brought me here, and he said that he also wants to learn from his father's way of governing the country." Xiao Xian was scared to cry. When Xiao Tong heard this, Xiao Xian rolled his eyes. "Coward, I won't take you to play again next time." Chapter 1113. Loose and tight. Shut up. There are no rules at all. What kind of occasion is this and where you are going to be willful? From now on, you will be banned for half a month. If it is violated, see how I can deal with you." Xiao Ming said sharply to Xiao Tong. This Xiao Tong was created by him and Kui Xiu'er. Unlike Xiao Yi's polite and gentle, Xiao Tong has a bold personality. And Xiao Xian was born by Luluo, and his mother's personality was very similar. He was always timid and had no idea, and became Xiao Tong's follower. "Half a month is too long, and I hope my father will show favor," Xiao Tong said with a bitter face. 1 month. Xiao Ming's face was cold. He was a high school student at this age, so he couldn't get used to the character of Xiao Tong's second-generation ancestor, so he was more strict with Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong immediately said, "The son is wrong, the father is still half a month. Next time the son will never dare." "That's not honest." I went back to study behind closed doors and thought about it. Xiao Ming stared at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong heard the words and ran away with Xiao Xian. Looking at the back of the two, Xiao Ming shook his head. Time flies. In the East and West wars, unknowingly it has been 18 or 9 years since he came to this world. Only from his eyes is enough to see the speed of time passing. However, although time is gone, his life has been fulfilled over the years. In nearly 20 years, a poor and weak country has become the world's leading empire in his hands. He has been very satisfied. Now his remaining wish is to let the Chinese empire continue to flourish, move the people of the empire to colonies, and make the people of the empire the most widely distributed people in the world. Of course, if he can really find longevity, the technology spark can help him make the world go further on the road of science and technology, and even make human beings get rid of unnecessary battles on the earth and go to space. But all this is unknown. What the way forward? He can only obey the arrangements of fate. After thinking about it quietly for a while, Xiao Ming went back to the imperial study room to rest, because Fu and others were not there. As the knowledge he instilled in Fu increased, Fu, who was already intelligent, was no longer willing to deal with trivial things in the harem all day. In addition to participating in the construction of the Imperial Women's College, Fu and Kui Xiu'er are now also organizing a publicity to improve the status of imperial women, so that more people will let go of the previous idea that women's ignorance is virtue, so that more women can go to school. As a man, Xiao Ming naturally likes women who are virtuous and housekeeping, but as an emperor, he knows that the status of women in the empire must be improved. It's not that his Virgin Mary is flooding, but the empire now needs everyone to participate in the construction of the empire. The experience of contemporary society has proved that letting women invest in scientific research and work is beneficial to the development of the country. It is an extremely wasteful act to let all the women stay at home and teach their sons and husbands. Just look at the female workers in the Kingsu textile factory to see what value they are creating. As for the aster and the green radish, the two can't be free as before. They are concerned about the cultural system of the empire. It shines in drama, poetry, lyrics and music. He didn't bother to care about the four people's lifestyle. After all, they had become old couples and old wives. Emotionally, they are husband and wife and relatives, and he is happy to help him more. Thinking of this, he smiled, and then drafted treaties with various countries. These treaties were the goal he was going to achieve this time. In the afternoon, Pang Yu-kun, who smelled of wine, went to the imperial study room. The noon banquet was not ineffective. He still got some useful news from the envoy. The emperor, Now Europe is very scared by us, and there is a strong tendency to unite. If Europe ceases to be civil strife but unites, it will be a lot of trouble for us. The population of Europe will not be less than ours, Pang Yukun said. This is the news revealed by his envoys. Xiaoming asked, any other news? The British Queen Victoria is ready to choose the youngest son of the King of Prussia as her husband-in-law, and she is also ready to help Prussia unify the German Confederation, and the Emperor. I am afraid that the relationship between Prussia and us will be weak. Xiaoming stopped writing and laughed. This Queen Vidomir has the courage to actually trade her marriage for Britain. Pang Yukun sneered and said, from the perspective of an old official, she is better off marrying the Prussian prince than marrying the emperor to be a concubine. Good idea. Xiaoming and Pang Yukun let out the old man's tacit smiles. It's just that the two of them quickly recovered their sorrows, which of course was a joke. Even if that Vidomir was willing, he was not willing. Such a powerful woman would be the British version of Wu Zetian when he came to him. He didn't want to lose his life. Moreover, Britain would not agree, because the Queen of England never married. Such news is not good news for the Empire. We are about to retreat. I think we will draw a truce this time and find a way to keep Europe in chaos. Xiaoming said, although it has become its own armored fleet, the Empire currently has the ability to control the sea routes, but it is still unrealistic to reach Europe. Just after Ananyang invested more than 40,000 troops, he mobilized thousands of ships in addition to warships to transport soldiers, ammunition, weapons, and food. If at least 300,000 troops are needed to attack Europe, the logistics required for this force is terrible. Once caught in the quagmire of war with Europe, the Empire's economy is likely to go bankrupt. And even if it occupied Europe, the Empire would not be able to rule Europe in the same way that it ruled the feudal countries of Southeast Asia. After all, Europeans already have a national concept. They will not succumb to the rule of the Empire, and resistance will continue to appear. The most important point is that the difference in skin color cannot make the European Empire generate cultural identity, and this means that Europe cannot integrate into the Empire's management system. Once the Empire has problems, it will immediately get rid of its control. Therefore, instead of working hard to get an enclave far away, it is better to squeeze the wealth of Europe through this negotiation. The ultimate goal of the war is to serve the economy, and the economy is fundamental to maintaining national stability and long-term stability. Everyone who has enough food and clothing will live a stable life. The economy will collapse, the people will be impoverished, and civil strife will occur. At that time, the government will fall and the civil war will start. Because of this, Xiaoming's purpose of this negotiation is very clear, that is, to continue to accumulate wealth for the Empire and improve the living standards of the people of the Empire. At the same time, he can't just let Europe unite like this, so he can't beat him to death for whatever purpose. Selling arms while watching other people's battles is his most desired model. Chapter 1114. Different dreams. In the same bed one night, Brooke stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass windows in the reception area and looked at the lights of thousands of houses in Kingsu City. Behind him Henry was sitting in a chair eating steak, and the smell filled the room. Rod sat opposite Henry and was eating the same food. After returning to Europe, he missed the Kingsu dish because it seemed more authentic than European steaks. The Spanish and Portuguese envoys were also there, and they had just woke up from drunkenness and gathered together to discuss tomorrow's negotiations, because they need to agree on some things. What a beautiful night scene. It's a pity that this is not London. Brooke finally let out a sigh, and they lived on the 6th floor of the reception. From here you can see far away, wide roads, street lights on both sides, as well as the bustling commercial street and the shuttle bicycles above it. This is why we were defeated. This is already a world we can't understand. We must let go of our arrogance and admit that this Eastern Empire is stronger than any country in Europe, and at the same time establish good relations to get help from here, Henry said lightly. Roth naturally agreed with Henry's words. He strongly opposed this war from the beginning, but he was too small and had no right to speak. In the Netherlands, I have lived here for a long time. Believe me, There is definitely more hidden things in this empire than you can see. Brooke frowned. So tomorrow we should show our united will and let them give up the idea of continuing westward. For this reason, we can give up some interests. If you succumb in private negotiations, this will come to us. It's a disaster. Can you guarantee that you will not betray us? Henry's eyes flashed with a strange light. Unlike being forcibly dispatched here several times, this time Henry actively asked to go here. France's defeat in Europe shocked the country a lot, and the voices against André in this country became stronger and stronger. Since André took the position of consul, France has hardly achieved major war victories. The failure of India also means that they have also lost the Asian colony of East Indochina. Now more and more voices are calling for a stronger leader to lead France to rebuild its glory, especially when Prussia is getting stronger. Brooke seemed calm on the surface, and Henry saw in his heart that the negotiations were very important. They were all fighting for their own country's interests, and they could not be completely unanimous. All he wants to say is to maintain the apparent unity so that they can have a bigger bargaining chip. Henry, you know what I mean. Now is not the time to tear down each other. This is equally important to your France. Rod's eyes traveled back and forth between Brooke and Henry. There is no doubt that even after the defeat, Britain and France are still the most powerful forces in Europe, but once Prussia has unified Germany and Europe, the problem will be complicated. After yawning, Rod escaped the Cold War between the two on the pretext of being sleepy. The Dutch Prime Minister stepped down because the Netherlands was beaten up this time. The newly appointed Prime Minister tried to restore good relations with the Chinese Empire. This is good news for him. The Spanish messengers and the Portuguese messengers also had their own ghosts. Now it turns out that if they continued to fight against the Eastern Empire, it will be no good. They were taken care of because of their arrogance, and now they dare not neglect the empire. Like Rod, they left one after another. Brooke and Henry quarreled for a while and felt boring, and continued to observe the night view of King Zhu. At the same time, he took out a small book to record all his experiences along the way. He was a messenger and a well-known poet in Britain. Although they came to stop the war, he was still curious about this mysterious Eastern Empire. The next day, the envoys got up very early. Today is the date for negotiations. It is at this time where the breakthrough results can be achieved. On the top floor of the YG restaurant in Kingsu City, the Foreign Affairs Office has prepared a large room, and this negotiation is held here. Emperor. When the time arrived at 9 o'clock, Xiaoming stopped in front of the YG restaurant in a special car. Unlike before, the current YG restaurant is no longer the wooden structure it used to be. In the past few years, the YG restaurant has been demolished and rebuilt, and it is now a 36-story building. Tang Wenji and a group of diplomats were already waiting for the door, and when Xiaoming arrived, everyone greeted him. Xiao Yi was sitting in the second car. At this time, he came to Xiaoming and tried his best to create the image of a prince. He looked a little serious. This time he wanted to participate in the negotiation and see the world. Are the foreign envoys here? Xiaoming asked. No, the car has gone to pick them up. It's estimated to be there in a while. Tang Wenji bowed to Xiao Yi, turned and replied. Xiaoming nodded and walked in first. This time he took Pang Yukun, but also Li Kai Yuan and other official merchants. Soon after Xiaoming entered, another convoy arrived, Brooke and the European envoys. The moment they got off the car, reporters waiting at the entrance of the hotel swarmed up and took pictures of them with their cameras. Brooke and the others were so scared that they almost hid because the things these people were holding would emit a bright light, and they thought it was some kind of weapon. Tang Wenji couldn't help himself. He stepped forward and explained to Brooke and the others. Brooke entered the hotel with the envoys who are still in shock. The reporters are discussing that the photos in the newspaper tomorrow must be funny. Under the guidance of Tang Wenji, everyone came to the meeting room of the hotel. This conference room is very large, with a long table in the middle. But the negotiation is not here, but a place for everyone to wait. There is a door on the west side of the conference room. This is the empire of negotiation. Envoys from various countries will enter here in order. Arranging the envoys, Tang Wenji said to Brooke at this time, Which one of you will go in first? Brooke stood up immediately, as if there was no doubt about it. Tang Wenji smiled helplessly. This is probably the innate arrogance of the British. I don't know if Brooke can be so calm after the negotiation. Leading Brooke into the meeting room, Tang Wenji sat beside Pang Yukun, while Brooke sat opposite with 3 British envoys. After clearing his throat, Xiaoming said, "Today I really want to talk to the 5 of your countries. If that's the case, then it's straightforward. Don't go around the corners. How many pounds are you going to redeem the captured prisoners this time?" Chapter 1115. Asking price. Her Majesty has agreed to her request and is ready to redeem them at the price of £200 a soldier. After entering the conference room, Brooke completely put away his arrogance, and his expression became humble. As a defeated, he knew what he should do now. After all, the lives of tens of thousands of British soldiers are still in their hands. Xiaoming was taken aback. He didn't expect that the British would agree so readily this time, while Pang Yukun showed a loss, hating himself for asking for too low a price. "Happy, this is the attitude of negotiation," Xiaoming said. Brooke smiled, and he went on to say, "However, the premise is that your Majesty agrees to no longer block air routes so that the British can trade freely anywhere in the world. Of course, what we look forward to most is to establish trade with your country. Your Queen Vidamia is a shrewd person, but it would be too much to want the right to free navigation with this pound. But it is not impossible, as long as your merchant ships pay equivalent to 30% of the profit to the Empire. The cost is enough. Otherwise I cannot guarantee that they will not be attacked by pirates." Xiaoming's expression is relaxed. Now the initiative is in his hands, and it is not easy for the British to take advantage of him. Brooke seemed to have a plan. He said, "Does your Majesty mean global routes? Do you think it's possible? The route from the Cape of Good Hope to the Empire?" Xiaoming sneered. Until now, these British people still want to set him off. There is no way. In fact, it is very difficult to ensure maritime safety in this era. After all, the ocean is too much. The Empire's battleship thrown into the ocean is no different from a handful of sand in the Yangtze River. Seeing that Xiaoming's wording became harsher, Brooke stopped in good time. This time he came here to the British House to give him full rights, and there were many advance preparations. This article is also in the period. After all, the British Navy has bullied the merchant ships of other countries in this way, so he said, "We also agree to this article." Xiaoming smiled. Compared with the soldiers' ransom, the income from the trade routes is a continuous and significant source of financial resources. However, this must be based on the close trade relations between the Empire and Europe. So the next step, he will open up the British market, he said. "Now we will talk about war compensation." "Not talking about war compensation. I ask you to open London as the Empire's trading port and allow the imperial merchants to trade in the UK." When it came to this question, Brooke's face suddenly became hot. Once upon a time, this was their method of dealing with indigenous countries, but now the Chinese Empire applies this to them. But even so, the House unanimously passed this article. One of the purposes of his coming here this time is to establish trade exchanges. The advantages and disadvantages of using London as a free trade port between the two countries exist for them. The advantage is that they can buy various industrial products from the Eastern Empire to imitate them. But the disadvantage is that the local industries in the UK may suffer heavy losses. Just by measurement, they still emphasize the benefits. Because they are behind now, as long as they can achieve technological progress, it is worth sacrificing their own country's market. When their industrial capacity catches up in the future, then they can use the policy to drive out the industrial products of the Eastern Empire and then support domestic industrial products. This article makes us very difficult, but it is not impossible to agree. But the House hopes that your country will open some patent rights to the UK, and we are willing to purchase your country's technology patents at high prices, such as steel-making technology, bearing technology, steel ball production technology and so on. Your appetite is really not small. Pang Yukun couldn't help but interrupt. In the Luzhu area, Patent rights were established more than 10 years ago. The archives of the Patent Office now hold thousands of imperial patented technical materials, and these materials are protected by imperial laws. Without the application of the patent owner, no individual or organization can use the technology in the patent for profit. Now that Brooke wants to use patents, it means that the empire has to disclose technical information to them in exchange for patent fees. In contemporary times, Western countries are using patent royalties to squeeze a lot of domestic wealth. Brooke said, "Your Majesty, this is just a transaction. We use your country's technology and then pay expensive usage fees. This is equivalent to adding a lot of income to your country. Why not do it? Then you will be able to imitate our technology and enhance your British industrial capabilities." Xiaoming is from the present, and is very clear about this. Brooke did not deny it. He said, "Is your Majesty afraid that our Britain will catch up with you? There is no doubt that you have been completely left behind by us. But it is not enough to let the empire sell you important technology for a small amount of money. You should not wish to think about this." Brooke calmly said, "Your Majesty, we still hope you think about it. The technology I just mentioned is currently focusing on talents in our country. With the knowledge reserve, I believe they will be attacked one after another. By then, this patent is worthless." The atmosphere of the venue suddenly cooled down. Everyone understood what Brooke meant. Obviously, the British have now mastered a lot of basic knowledge and are now applying the knowledge. After thinking for a while, Xiaoming said, "I will consider this, but before I will send personnel to investigate. If what is said is true, I might as well sell these patents to you in advance." Second point, the Emperor of China requested the extradition of the two traitors. "If you don't agree, this article will not be discussed." Yes, Brooke readily agreed, and now those two people have no use for Britain. The things they master are now all mastered by British scientists, and it is very cost-effective to exchange these two people for some patents. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Brooke said that the patent was only the technology of 6 states 10 years ago. And now the empire already has more advanced technology. It is still very cost-effective to exchange these technologies for wealth to promote the technological development of the empire. Because according to the information he has obtained, Brooke's words are still somewhat credible. If the person dispatched this time confirms the technical level of the UK, there is no need for him to hide it. It is a good idea to make an early move. However, of the conditions he mentioned, the second is the most poisonous. Once these two people are extradited back, this will be a serious warning to those who are going to be traitors in Europe, because no matter where they are, they cannot escape the imperial punishment in the end. Chapter 1116. Surprised. A scent of fragrance wafted from the teacup on the conference table, making people feel at ease. Reaching an agreement on the issue of patent fees and extradition, Xiaoming raised another important topic of this meeting, which is the issue of war compensation. This time, a lot of ammunition was wasted in the Nanyang War Empire. These ammunition were all real money and it was impossible for him to pay for it. Brooke got a face. On many topics, this is undoubtedly humiliating, but he understands that this topic cannot be avoided. In order to reach an armistice agreement and prevent their colonial interests in South America and Africa from continuing to suffer, they can only accept it. So how much war compensation does your Majesty want? Brooke's voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. Xiaoming's expression remained calm. This war compensation includes land and money. In terms of money, you have to pay a total of £30 million in compensation. As for how the 5 countries will distribute the £30 million in compensation, the money is your own business. When Brooke heard this, he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat behind his back. The £30 million in compensation is not a small amount. This is a heavy burden on the British finances, but fortunately, the compensation is shared by the 5 countries. In this way, it is not so difficult, and the price is relatively fair. 30 million, we accept. Brooke repeatedly promised. He knew the emperor very well. If he continued to bargain, the price might be raised higher. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows. In his opinion, the negotiation was surprisingly smooth, which is enough to show that these Western powers were scared by him. A gesture to Qian Defu, At this time Kiandafu took out a map of the world and spread it on the negotiating table. Brooke frowned when he saw this map. He immediately thought of something, and he immediately refused. Your Majesty, Britain will never cede any land. If your Majesty insists on doing this, then your Majesty is ready to step on the British corpses and occupy Britain. Xiao Ming glanced at Brooke. As he expected, the British were very sensitive to the homeland. He smiled. I haven't finished speaking yet. What are you in a hurry? Your country is small in Britain and there are not many resources. I don't like it. What I want is part of your overseas colonies, which you also grabbed. Give us a little bit. Isn't it too much? Brooke calmed down. He looked at the map of the world and found that the colonies of America and Africa were circled with many small dots on the map. Not only Britain, France, the Netherlands, Spain, and Portuguese colonies have such small spots. The red dot you see is the land we need. This is nothing to your huge colonies in Africa and America. Xiao Ming said cunningly. He does not want much land, but it is equivalent to sesame seeds on a piece of cake. But the sesame seeds he wants are not simple, because these are all areas where minerals are concentrated in the Americas and Africa. Controlling these strongholds means they control most of the resources. As for other savage territories, there is not much value if you want them. After all, the empire has a limited population and there is too much arable land. Moreover, the current empire is ready to take the path of an industrial country, and they want to use industrial products to get cheap agricultural products. This means that as long as they sell industrial products, farmers all over the world are working for the empire. Brooke breathed a sigh of relief. They also considered this situation when they came here, and he was also authorized. Compared to his own assumptions, the imperial asking price this time is not high. He fully agreed. If it's just a small range, there is no problem. Xiao Ming burst into laughter suddenly, and he said, if so, the negotiation between us will be ended perfectly. Brooke stood up happily. I also hope that your Majesty can sign a treaty with him and stop attacking Britain and British colonies. Pang Yukun handed a treaty in Chinese and English to Brooke at this time, because Britain basically agreed to the conditions of the empire, and his treaty did not need to be changed. The Treaty of India. Brooke took it and looked at it carefully. The content of this treaty is similar to the negotiations just now. It requires Britain to officially recognize the occupation of Australia and India by the Chinese Empire. Of course, the most important thing is the Armistice Clause. Australia and India are now in the hands of the Chinese Empire, accepting that it is true whether they admit it or not. He carefully read the agreement and signed the treaty. Xiao Ming accepted the treaty and also signed it. At the end of the British negotiations, Brooke didn't want to stay in the conference room for a minute. He took the envoy and walked out. Xiao Yi asked at this time, Father, this Britain is so rebellious, why not set the amount of British compensation in the compensation to punish them? This is the deeper reason you need to understand. If the empire specifies it, then the 5 countries will have deeper resentment towards the empire. But if they are assigned to them, they will definitely fight for themselves over the issue of how much their country will compensate. Xiao Yi suddenly realized, in this way, they want another obstacle to the alliance. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and at this time Rod came in and the negotiations with the Netherlands officially began. Similar to Brooke's requirements, Xiao Ming also listed similar conditions. The only difference is that Rhodes hopes to continue the rubber trade with the empire. He agreed to this condition. Although the empire now has its own rubber plantations and rubber grass planting bases, the empire's industry is developing rapidly and the scale of rubber needed is so large that the country is gradually unable to meet it. However, compared with the previous expensive rubber prices, Xiao Ming used the power of this war to severely suppress the price of Dutch rubber and even made the price of Dutch rubber lower than the price of domestic rubber. In the end, Rod left with a sigh. Natural rubber is a profitable business. Even if the price is low, they still cannot refuse the rubber trade, because the entire Europe needs less rubber than the empire needs. Rhodes was sent away, followed by Spain and Portugal. Like Britain and the Netherlands, Negotiations with the two were equally smooth. But when it was France's turn, the negotiations were in trouble for the first time. Your Majesty, our Archon André, refuses to pay war reparations unless the Empire guarantees not to attack East Indochina, Henry said hard. However, his words changed. André is a fool. His arrogance will bring disaster to the two countries. I hope that His Majesty can support me to oust André. Then I will agree to all the conditions today. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan looked at each other, and they showed interesting eyes. Chapter 1117 Henry's request. This seems to be your French internal affairs, and the Empire is not interested in your problems. Xiaoming didn't immediately show strong interest, but looked indifferent. Henry said bluntly, "Maybe your Majesty doesn't understand the current situation in Europe. Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom will soon have a Prussian husband. If I take the liberty, your Majesty's choice of Prussia seems to be on two boats." Xiaoming took a sip of his tea, and Prussia even flirted with Britain when he received a large amount of aid from the Empire. This really made him unhappy. However, international relations have always been grinning MMP in their hearts, and the relationship between friends and enemies between countries is constantly changing. What's more, Prussia has always been an extremely ambitious country. If this country becomes stronger, it will not be much stronger than Britain and France. In the past, he supported Prussia to contain Britain and France. Now Prussia's role as a bargaining chip has decreased, and it may become bigger in Europe after the unification of Germany, which makes him intolerable. How this Henry is similar to Napoleon's careerist. He doesn't mind making France stronger and tossing Prussia and Tsarist Russia. Since Prussia can step on two boats, he can also share half of the apples for Prussia to France. Then how can I be sure that you can defeat André and become a consul? Xiaoming asked. No, I want to become the Emperor of France like your Majesty. Henry's brown eyes were dilated and excited. After a pause, he continued, many young officers in the army are dissatisfied with André. I have gained their support, but André's power is still very large. We may not succeed because of whether it is and we are at a disadvantage in terms of capital and equipment. Emperor of France? Xiaoming smiled lightly. When Henry came last time, he saw in Henry's eyes his dissatisfaction with the envoy empire. Thinking about it this way, this Henry has been dissatisfied with André for a long time, but has been suppressed in his heart. The Emperor, this is an opportunity and it is also in the interests of the Empire. Pang Yukan said, if we confirm that you have this ability, we will consider it, but I can't promise you yet. Xiaoming couldn't give money just because of Henry's family. Your Majesty's caution is necessary. If your Majesty believes me, you can send someone to follow me back to France, and I will prove it to your Majesty. In this negotiation, the agreement between the two sides also included a treaty on sending ambassadors to each other. After pondering, he said, the envoys sent by the Empire to France will examine you. If it is true, you will be helped. Thank you, your Majesty. Henry's eyes sparkled, and he thanked again before leaving. Xiaoming glanced at his watch at this time and found that it was noon, that he had taken everyone out of the conference room to entertain the envoys for lunch in the Yjia restaurant. Now that the negotiations have come into effect, the two sides are on a surface at peace, and formal etiquette is still needed. However, Xiaoming did not eat here. Instead, he left Pang Yukan and took Xiao Yi out of the restaurant. He didn't participate in this kind of food and drink. Returning to the Imperial Study Room, he formally gave Lu Ming an order to release the prisoners of war who are still in India once the ransom was received. Then he gave an order to the Minerals Department to prepare them to go to South America and Africa to search for minerals, which is the content of the treaty. Taking advantage of this era, he wants to dig out the scarce resources of the world and transport them to the Empire to reclaim land. He did this to plan ahead. If the Empire is in trouble in the future, these resources will be a life-saving straw. At the same time, the envoys of various countries in the Yjia restaurant simply had a meal and asked Pang Yukan to take them to visit Qingzhou City. The last time they were drunk, they were a lot smarter this time, and wanted to take advantage of these few days to truly understand this Eastern Empire. Pang Yukan asked Xiaoming for instructions, and after getting a positive answer, he and the envoys walked onto the streets of King Zhu. Briefly explain what the envoys do not understand. In his opinion, the reason why the emperor no longer hides it is because of his confidence in the strength of the empire, even if these things show them that the impact on the empire is minimal. Moreover, what they want to establish is a global governance system. The best way for regions that are difficult to occupy and rule in Europe and the Middle East is to let them fear the empire from the bottom of their hearts, which facilitates the empire to stand on top of the world. In one afternoon, the envoys first went to the commercial street, and after seeing the dazzling array of commodities, they went to the suburban industrial area. The electric machinery in the factory made them exclaimed and truly realized the gap between them and the empire. While we are still complacent about improving the steam engine, this Eastern Empire has used electricity to push industry to another peak. As night fell, everyone returned to the guest house. Brooke wrote this sentence in his diary. In addition, he also described in his diary what he had seen and heard in King Zhu. He believed that if these diaries were published in the newspapers, they would definitely cause a sensation. The only pity for him now is that they have to return immediately after the negotiation and cannot continue to stay in King Zhu. However, after this agreement took effect, the relationship between Britain and the Eastern Empire would normalize, and maybe he would be able to come here again at that time. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the lobbying when he passed by Ottoman, although they were forced to make concessions in order to compromise. But they will not give up any opportunity to cause trouble to the Chinese Empire. They can no longer play in person, but it is still possible to encourage other countries to contain the empire. They have already conveyed the news of the cooperation between the empire and Persia to the Ottoman Sultan. This makes the Ottoman Sultan very angry. The Ottoman has always been extremely wary of the Persian feud. Now the empire is helping Persia to establish a production line of firearms, which will inevitably make Ottoman jump, and this is true. After learning this news, the Ottoman Emperor vowed to prevent the cooperation between Persia and the Eastern Empire. He believed that a battlefield would soon come. In addition to the Ottomans, they are still supporting Tsarist Russia, and these two countries are like two hands that restrain the Eastern Empire from advancing westward. As long as it is used well, it will still cause some trouble for the Eastern Empire. But this time he came here to realize the deepest thing, that he still needs to vigorously develop science and technology. If this point continues to be left behind, no matter how many conspiracies will be in front of the mighty Eastern Empire. Thinking of this, Brooke sighed. After staying in King Zhu for another 3 days, the envoys were notified that they could leave, and the ambassadors sent by the empire went back with them. They will represent the interests of the empire in European countries. Chapter 1118. The Power of Diaries. When Brooke set foot on the British mainland, his heart was mixed. In contrast to the prosperity of King Zhu, he sees London as the countryside of the Eastern Empire, a world that has not really entered into a civilized world. This was the first time that he had doubts about the British system. Why could an empire in their eyes surpass them in just a few years? After thinking about it for a moment, Brooke took his mind. Beside him was Huquan, the ambassador sent to Britain by the Eastern Empire. He also needed to arrange the ambassador to meet with the Queen. Ambassador Hu, I will stay in a London hotel for one night. Tomorrow I will take you to meet with Her Majesty the Queen to discuss the establishment of the embassy. Huquan was looking at London, and when he appeared, many British people in the port gave him strange eyes. These eyes contained emotions such as disdain, confusion, curiosity, panic, etc. After all, for the current Western world, it would be uncomfortable for so many Eastern faces to appear in their land. Okay. We are looking forward to the meeting with Queen Vidamia. Huquan also smiled politely. At this time, Brooke asked his deputy to stop a carriage and take Huquan to London's most luxurious Marty Hotel, while he and other envoys walked in the other direction. After getting on the carriage, Huquan continued to observe the streets of London. The deputy ambassador opposite him, Kang Ming, said, "This ghost place is really backward. I'm afraid I will miss King Zhu every day." Who said no? But this is our job, we don't do it. The emperor will always do it. Huquan said. Kang Ming sighed, I hope we won't be in danger here. Everyone here looks like robbers. Don't worry, we will be safe here, because we are a victorious country unless they still want to be beaten." Ukwan was very confident. After all, the two chatted for a while. At the same time, Brooke had arrived at his office on the Thames in London. Taking out the notes he had recorded in King's Zoo from his bag, he went straight to Murphy's office room. "Hi, Brooke, you are welcome back." Murphy walked up to give Brooke a hug in surprise. Since Brooke started, they had waited for a year. This time was too long and made them always nervous about the negotiation. With a hearty smile, Brooke patted Murphy's back again. He said, "Thank you, this negotiation went smoothly. We paid some price, but in exchange for peace, this is an agreement signed." After accepting the agreement, Murphy looked at it seriously, turned over all the terms, and finally sighed. The terms were full of humiliating conditions for Britain. But he also understood that they had to accept it because they needed time to improve the level of technology in the UK. They are not afraid of war, but what they fear is that the Eastern Empire will completely cut off their maritime trade routes. This would be a disaster for Britain, which has a small country and scarce resources. "You have done very well. I will go to see Her Majesty the Queen now, and go with me." Murphy carefully rolled up the treaty. After a pause, he said, "There is also the embassy issue. We need to negotiate in advance." Brooke seemed to be not very interested in the Queen in front of him. He said dejectedly, "I saw two May miracles when I went to King's Zoo this time, and they were all recorded in the diary. You should read the above content now." "That's it. I believe you will do what you should when you meet the Queen next time." Murphy was stunned. Apart from iron-armored ships and advanced firearms, what else do they have? Prime Minister Murphy, armored ships and firearms are just the appearance of the Eastern Empire. What's really terrifying for them is their industrial capacity. Do you know their annual steel mill output? It's just that the steel output of King's Zoo has been used for 1 year 10 times the total amount of steel. This does not include large factories in other regions. The most important thing is that their steel quality is much better than ours. Murphy was stunned by Brooke's words. As Prime Minister, he naturally understood the significance of steel production. As we enter the age of firearms, this means the war potential of a country. After stopping, Murphy took Brooke's diary and looked at it. The novel term suddenly made him dumbfounded. Telegram, what the other phones? They can really transmit sound for thousands of miles? Murphy was shocked. Brooke just nodded slightly. These things have quickly become popular in this empire in a few years. But this is not the point. The steam engine is already an industrial product that has been eliminated in the Eastern Empire. They are already using electric motors. What makes us even more unattainable is that they have created something called an internal combustion engine. The car made with this kind of thing as the core can run 80 kilometers per hour. Now they are still developing largest transportation vehicles. Once successful, traffic in this empire is more convenient. Murphy's gaze swept over an item that was unfamiliar, yet mysterious, and now he finally understood the gap between Britain and the Eastern Empire. "I understand what you mean. We can no longer look at this Eastern Empire with our previous eyes. We must let the British understand their strength so that we can catch up," Murphy said sincerely. Brooke nodded. "These contents should be in the newspapers." Your lying arrogance is the most dangerous to a country. It will make us short-sighted and arrogant. "I will do it," Murphy said seriously. He was really frightened by the scene described in the diary. Then he took Brooke to the Tulip Palace and also let Vidomir read the diary. "Tomorrow, we will hold a banquet of the highest standard for the envoys from the Eastern Empire to welcome them. In addition, we will choose the best building in the city center as the embassy. If we can't follow in the footsteps of the Eastern giant, the United Kingdom will continue to decline. This is something we cannot tolerate." Vidomir's pale face added a layer of sorrow, although she didn't want to admit it in her heart. The era that belonged to Britain has passed, and the world stage will belong to the Eastern Empire. After a pause, he said, "Immediately set up a trade group to go to the Chinese Empire to discuss patent matters. No matter how much we pay, we must obtain their technology and strictly implement the content of the agreement." Murphy and Brooke looked at each other, and it was obvious that the contents of the diary also made the Queen feel scared from the heart. The technological gap between them is like the original European colonists and the local natives, and they are also very thankful that the emperor who ruled this country is not a lunatic, otherwise they might really have to fight the Eastern Army in their homeland. Chapter 1119 Expanded Influence. What is this? In the morning, Hanks bought a copy of the Times as usual. When he opened the newspaper, the first thing he saw was the Brooke diary, which took up the entire page. The diary described Brooke's journey to the Eastern Empire in detail. Knowledge in the process. It's incredible, isn't it? When Hanks read the newspaper attentively, someone patted him on the shoulder. Jace, did you read the newspaper too? Hanks asked. He and Jace are both businessmen who have been trading in Asia for many years, but they have been warned not to go to India since the war began. Of course, this is really a magical country, isn't it? If we can bring back a ship of goods from the Eastern Empire, we will definitely get rich, Jace said with great excitement. Look at the last page of the newspaper. Now reconciliation has been reached with the Eastern Empire. The war is over. The Eastern Empire allows us to go to Asia to do business. This is a great opportunity. Don't miss it. Remember, the first person eats meat and the second drinks soup. The third person can only eat soil. Hank's heart was about to move, and the merchant's keen sense of smell made him feel that this was a business opportunity, and any industrial products of the Eastern Empire would cause a sensation if they were sold here. It seems we need to organize a large fleet. Hanks winked at Jace and smiled at each other. In a tavern beside the two, many people were also reading newspapers, and one of them, wearing a black tuxedo and top hat, seemed to be thinking about something. There was a young man beside him, and he said to the young man, Mr. Redlin, you are really a genius. If you hand over your patent to the government, you will definitely get rich, won't you? Tell those idiots that we have developed a car. Compared with the excitement of the teenager, Edrin had a look of depression. He said, you are too happy too soon. Although the car described in this newspaper is similar to our four-wheeled vehicle with a steam engine, there is a difference between the two. The gap is too big, and the power of the steam engine is too poor. Such a thing is not as good as a carriage. Are you ready to give up on such a long study? The young man was a little unwilling. He was the young man's servant. The young man known as Edrin said, the technology of automobiles is in the East. Maybe we should go to this ancient empire to learn with an open mind. The young man showed incredible eyes. After all, this country was once despised by them. But now Edrin, who is so great in his eyes, is going to study in this country. But Mr. Edrin, you have gone bankrupt in order to study the steam wheel. We have no money to go to the Eastern Empire. The boy's eyes were full of pessimism. So I'm going to use your method to take advantage of this opportunity to sell steam wheels to the British government. Maybe the officials who are scared by the Eastern Empire will be dizzy. After speaking, he and the boy laughed unkindly. Matil Hotel. Kang Ming is reading the Times for Huquan, and they are going to see the Queen soon. The efficiency of the British newspaper is pretty good, and it can compare with our King's Zoo, Huquan said, while tidying up his clothes. Kang Ming finished reading the content and said with great concern, Brooke's diary exposed a lot of things in the Empire, which made me feel very uneasy. Perhaps the Emperor shouldn't let these envoys get the news. Your worry is a bit redundant. The Emperor allowed them to visit out of confidence in the imperial industry. Even if we hand over all the technology to them, it will take more than 10 years for Britain to digest it. The technological gap is not so easy to make up. Huquan is very confident. His younger brother works in a research institute, so he still has some common sense on how to apply knowledge. Even if the research institute obtains the ready-made technical information, they will have to purchase different parts from different factories and try repeatedly to make the products qualified. It often takes several months for a complex mechanical product to come out. It's not bad anyway. Kang Ming still muttered, and then he changed his tone. After this publication, I am afraid that the British will go to the Empire one after another. It seems that the work of the embassy will be very severe in the future. For Huquan, this was indeed a problem. One of their duties when they came to Britain was to issue visas to the British who were going to the Empire. Britons without visas will not be allowed to set foot on the land of the Empire. This policy will completely end the era of free immigration. In addition to the United Kingdom, the ambassadors who came to Europe this time also have this responsibility. The two were talking, and Brooke knocked at the door and said modestly, "Two messengers, our carriage is already waiting outside, and Her Majesty the Queen really wants to see you." "Thank you." Who came to the village to follow the customs, and he and Kang Ming followed Brooke on the carriage to the Tulip Palace. Upon arriving at the destination, the two of them were a little surprised to find that the green lawn of the Tulip Palace was already full of well-dressed and elegant British nobles. When they got out of the carriage, the nobles who were talking and laughing stopped. Their eyes focused on the two of them. But after a short gaze, these nobles all saluted them with their hats off. In the center of these nobles was a woman with blonde hair, blue eyes and gorgeous clothes. The characteristics of her made Huquan believe that this was Queen Vidamia of Britain at a glance, because in their Emperor Xiaoming, he had also seen a similar king style. "This is our treasure of Britain, the beautiful Queen Victoria." Brooke introduced the two. Huquan and Kang Ming looked at each other in the eyes of the two. The appearance of Westerners is a bit weird after all, so they cannot appreciate the so-called beauty of the British. But as diplomats, they received relevant training, and the two stepped forward to give Vidamia a courtesy symbol of courtesy. "Welcome to the United Kingdom, two messengers. I believe our nobles and parliamentarians will be happy to learn from you the magical story about the Eastern Empire, and we also need to interpret the content of the agreement for us in detail," Domia said. After a night of thinking, Vidamia decided to deal with the messengers from the Eastern Empire in a low profile. Now Britain needs to continue to regain everything they have lost. Of course. Huquan showed a standard smile. The two and Vidamia came to the side of the banquet and explained the specific terms of the agreement with Vidamia. The parliamentarians and nobles who were present at the same time became more impatient. Although the defeat made them feel humiliated, they now value trade and technology more. This is at least the basis for the UK to maintain its lead in Europe. Chapter 1120. Intimidate. Is it possible for us to buy a steel battleship? The Emperor has agreed to open some patents, but the steel battleship represents the highest technological level of the current empire, which I am afraid not. After elaborating on the terms of the agreement, Huquan was caught off guard by the question that Vidamia suddenly raised. "This is really regrettable. We must know that if we can get the steel battleship, we will pay any price in Britain." Vidamia deliberately showed a sad look, but this did not change Huquan's expression. With a sigh, she continued, "We have admitted our failure on the ocean, but at least we want to have an advantage on the ocean in Europe." Huquan recalled that this Vidamia indirectly asked whether his empire might sell steel warships to other countries to restrain Britain. He knew that even if Britain failed in India, the British fleet had not yet reached the point where it was broken, because most of the British warships were concentrated near Europe, South America, and Africa. With a sneer, Huquan's expression remained unchanged. He said, "We are just the clerk of the Empire in Britain. We don't care about European affairs, and the Emperor often makes important decisions." Vidamia was really disappointed this time. If so, she would not dare to be so on the issue of implementing the agreement. Should the Eastern Empire sell its steel warships to other European countries, Britain's position would be unstable. But she couldn't express her thoughts. With an official smile, Vidamia said, "It's time for the banquet to begin. Two messengers, please." As soon as her voice fell, melodious music suddenly sounded on the lawn, and the councillors and nobles on the lawn began to dance with their female companions. Vidamia personally appointed two beautiful dance partners for Huquan and Kang Ming, which made them quite embarrassed. "The sugar-coated shells are coming. Hold on." Huquan smiled bitterly and said to Kang Ming that the Emperor had told them about this when he came. Representing the interests of the Empire in a foreign country, they will be easily attacked by sugar-coated shells, and it is time to test their will. The emperor really knows everything. Kang Ming was also a little helpless. But they couldn't deny the Queen of England face on the spot, so they could only reluctantly join the dancing army. After the two fell on the dance floor, Murphy came to Vidomia's side. Not only did Britain's failures in Asia in recent years not weaken her rights, but more lawmakers chose to support her to rule Britain. The rise of the Eastern Empire allowed them to see the advantages of imperial power. Only a stable and powerful Britain could wrestle with the Eastern Empire, instead of noisy voting in the House. We don't have a bargaining chip to talk to the Eastern Empire. This is too passive for us. If this continues, we will not be able to obtain the core technology of the Eastern Empire through trade, Vidomia said. It is true, but we will have a bargaining chip soon. The friction between the Ottoman Empire and Persia is getting bigger and bigger. We can use our mediators to discuss this matter with the Eastern Empire. After a pause, Murphy continued, there is also Tsarist Russia. Now Tsarist Russia is competing with the Eastern Empire for Siberia. The war continues. The most important thing is that we have just received news that there are imperial troops in Alaska. This land is also very interesting. Vidomir nodded slightly. A country has just been born on this land, and the relationship between this country and Britain is basically freezing. If the news is true, this is good news. Perhaps we can cooperate with the Eastern Empire, so that we can not only exchange some benefits through the provision of supplies, but also give us a lesson in the United States. Vidomir showed dangerous eyes. It is a pity for her to lose India, but losing the traditional colony of North America is the real pain in Britain, because the recognition of the United States is a shameless betrayal in the eyes of the British, because living in this land are all descendants of the British, who are also Anglo-Saxons. So after the United States won the War of Independence, they still controlled the United States everywhere. That's what I mean. The Eastern Empire is too far away from North America. Replenishment is a problem. Cooperating with us can save a lot of effort, Murphy said. Well, this is indeed a bargaining chip. Vidomia's eyes flickered, whether it was a secret trick or a superficial cooperation. Now her only hope is to use these to get the necessary technology. The banquet ended after 2 hours. Huquan and Kang Ming were sent back to the hotel. When they returned to their respective rooms, both of them were surprised, because at this time there is an extra box in their room. Kang Ming carefully opened this strange box, and the golden light pierced his eyes. There were gold bricks in this box, but there was a dagger on the gold bricks. There is also a note on the gold bricks, which says in English, "Do you like it?" We have more. Of course we have daggers besides gold bars. Picking up the note and looking at it, Kang Ming crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can. At this time, Huquan walked in from next door and said, "These British people really spare no effort to buy us. And it's still bribery and intimidation." Cumming took out the dagger and put it on the table. "It seems that it is necessary for our warship to come to England for a round, so that they can understand where to put themselves." Huquan was also quite angry. Obviously, the British had not yet understood the meaning of the ambassador. If they had two shortcomings in Britain, it would be equivalent to declaring war with the Empire. "Now I will let people send back news," Huquan said coldly. King Zhu Xiaoming is discussing colonial policy with Pang Yukun. Since the conclusion of the negotiations, he has reinvested in government affairs. In these government affairs, how to make the colony become the empire's small treasury is the most important thing. Since the Nanyang War, the Minerals Department has explored more than 300 mines in the Nanyang area. It is just that the colony's traffic is backward, and the mining efficiency is very low. It may be difficult to provide cheap ore. Pang Yukun analyzed to Xiaoming. Although many empire merchants are now pouring into the colonies, they are used to the efficient living environment of the empire and it is difficult for them to adapt to the slow pace of the colony. So the voice of building a railway in the colony continued. "In that case, let Australia be included in the plan first, and other regions will wait for the time being. After all, Australia has the richest mineral resources," Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun nodded, and then said, "Also, according to the news brought by the exploration team, Persia seems to be at war with the Ottomans. Our royal fields are probably in danger. Chapter 1121 names Osman and Persia have had a grievance for thousands of years, and they can be described as endless enemies, and both countries have the ambition to dominate Central Asia. It is true, but their conflicts in the past were only small-scale. But this time the problem seems to be a bit serious. It is said that Ottoman has received many advanced firearms from Europe and is training a huge army, and the scale of the conflict is also expanding. Pang Yukan explained. Then what do you think? Let the empire send troops to support it? Xiaoming wanted to test Pang Yukan on purpose. Now that the empire mechanism is very mature, he needs everyone to use his talents instead of planning everything himself. After pondering for a while, Pang Yukan said, "This Ottoman conflict with Persia clearly has the shadow of the West. Although they have lost the war in Asia, they have also chosen to sign an armistice agreement. But they will not give up any opportunity to hinder the growth of the empire." Xiaoming nodded slightly, and Pang Yukan's analysis was in place. International relations often cooperate with each other while confronting each other. It will not be a pure friend-friend relationship. The eternal bond is nothing but interest. For example, in this armistice agreement, he only agreed because the cost of continuing the war was much higher than signing the agreement. And what he wants has been obtained through agreement, so why bother to obtain it through war? But sending troops to help the Persian veterans thought it was inappropriate. Pang Yukan continued, as the saying goes, the snipe and the clam are competing for the profit of the fisherman. The Ottoman threat to Persia is the fundamental reason why we can easily obtain oil from Persia. Persia will become the overlord of Central Asia, and by then, I am afraid that they will no longer provide us with free oil exploration. Xiaoming laughed. In the past, Pang Yukan was not good at internal affairs, but these words are enough to show that he has spent a lot of time in international politics. Pang Shufu deserves to be Pang Shufu, and I can think of some problems together. European countries think that using Ottoman can weaken Persia and affect our royal exploration, but they never thought that this would only make Persia more dependent on us. Xiaoming said lightly. So the Ottoman country still needs to exist. But for Persia, we must also provide technical and financial support to maintain the regional balance in Central Asia. Pang Yukan stroked his beard. That's it. After you go back, you will organize material support for Persia. Our oil field has just produced oil. I don't want any accident in any oil field. Xiaoming exhorted. Pang Yukan responded and turned and left. When Pang Yukan left, Xiaoming came to the world map and carefully looked at the territory of the empire. With the passage of time, his sense of crisis has become more and more serious. Now Xiao Yi is 16 years old, and he is entering the middle-aged stage of his life. How much time will he have left to guard the empire he has built? His eyes swept across North America, Tsarist Russia, Europe, Africa, South America and other regions, and he sighed slightly. In the past, he was very confident that he could dominate the world in his lifetime, but now he increasingly finds that he might not be able to achieve this goal. This world is too complicated, with all kinds of cultures, religions, and races. Some contradictions between them cannot be reconciled. Even in the contemporary world, the origins of conflicts are these three. So after thinking about it for a long time, he decided to accumulate wealth for the empire as much as the contemporary West and plundering the world during his reign, and leave a life-saving weapon for the empire. In this way, even if the empire declines, no country dared to invade flagrantly. At the same time, he would try his best to weaken them even if he could not eliminate the Western powers. He agreed to Henry's condition for this purpose. A chaotic Europe would give the empire the opportunity to extract European wealth. Looking at Tsarist Russia and North America from Western Europe, Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Compared to countries such as Britain and France, he is actually the most taboo against Tsarist Russia and the United States. Coming from the contemporary era, he naturally knew that once these two countries were given a chance, they would grow into terrifying monsters. At the same time, he believes that Europe will definitely find a way on these two issues, and he has already seen the British conspiracy to disrupt Central Asia. but playing a conspiracy with him, this British Queen Victoria is still a little tender. Not to mention that he is from modern times and is used to all kinds of international struggles, but the information in the technology spy is enough to find many similar cases. His eyes slowly became firm, and Xiaoming walked out of the imperial study room with his hands on his back. He had a period of confusion after the victory in the Nanyang War, but now he knew what he was going to do next. Strategically, he will continue to squeeze the living space of European countries, and financially, he will formally internationalize the Imperial Golden Dragon and become a hard currency circulating in the world like contemporary dollars. In industry, he must gradually establish a sound industrial system, obtain cheap resources from all over the world, and produce industrial products. Commercially, he wants to achieve economic colonization of Europe, completely control the European market, and let Europe taste the taste of trading millions of clothes for a car. But it takes a long way to realize these ideas, because squeezing the living space of Europe means that it may continue to conflict with European countries. For Golden Dragon to become a world currency, it must have a huge gold reserve or control the currency used for oil settlement like the contemporary United States. As for industry and commerce, Europe will not just let it slaughter its own market so easily. In the future, I am afraid that some technology will be exchanged for the market. He was thinking. At this time the phone in the Imperial study room rang. Turning back to connect to the phone, Lin Wentao's voice came. The Emperor, the first tank of the tank factory is officially off the assembly line, and the officer is hereby ordered to report to the Emperor. Well, I will be there now. Xiaoming showed a faint smile. Generally speaking, if a country can produce cars, there is basically no problem in producing tanks, so when the first car with internal combustion engine is produced, he asked to build a military factory to produce tanks. Facts proved that he was right. After more than a year of preparation, the first tank was successfully rolled off the assembly line. He greeted Qian Defu, and Xiaoming informed his special car to come and take him to the tank factory. Since having a car, his travel safety has improved a lot, and the fast speed of the car also allows him to easily go anywhere. Therefore, his travel frequency has increased a lot during this period, which is good for him. But for some officials, it seems like a testimony. Because sometimes he would deal with a large number of officials when he came suddenly on government affairs inspections, which made the officials frighten one by one. The officials around King Zhu didn't dare to be careless, for fear of being attacked by the Emperor. Chapter 1122 Tank Emperor. This is the first tank in the Empire. Xiaoming saw the tank in Lin Wentao's mouth on the school field in the Chuoshan Ravine outside Kingzhou City. This tank has a silver-gray finish, and looks a bit similar to contemporary tanks that appeared between World War I and World War II, but basically there is not much difference in appearance of World War II tanks. After all, they have mature information and do not need Lin Wentao to make detours on the road to develop the tank. How about the tank's data? Xiaoming asked. Lin Wentao did not dare to conceal this issue, because he knew Xiaoming was more knowledgeable than him, so he said, this tank is 5.68 meters long, 2.43 meters wide, 2.29 meters high, and weighs 13 tons. It can carry 5 people and has a top speed. It can reach 53 kilometers per hour and can directly cross a 1.8 meter wide trench. The weapon on the tank has a 45 mm tank gun, 100 rounds of ammunition, 2 machine guns, and 2,500 rounds of ammunition. As for the tank armor, 22 mm frontal armor, 13 mm side and rear. Xiaoming nodded lightly. This data is already against the sky in this era. European muskets cannot penetrate the armor of such tanks. If such tanks were put on the battlefield, the Europeans would no longer be able to use the trenches to block the Imperial attack. After patted this iron guy, Xiaoming asked, does it have a name? In the eyes of the lower officials, the tank is bound to be more powerful than the Black Bear in the forest in the future war, so the lower official named him the King Bear Tank. Bear King Tank? Xiaoming said with a smile. Even tigers in the forest are afraid of bear blindness. The name is good. It's called Bear King Tank. Lin Wentao was overjoyed when he heard this. Now the naming of the equipment has been delegated to the hands of the researchers, who can name their equipment. Kui Shannon also followed. After all, he is the chief of the general staff, and he has to deal with the issue of equipment. When Xiaoming and Lin Wentao were talking and laughing, Kui Shannon had long been dumbfounded. In his opinion, this weapon was simply an enemy's nightmare on the battlefield. As long as the tank is thrown into the war, the soldiers of the Empire will be invincible. Lin Wentao, what is the output of this tank? Kui Shannon asked. Currently we only have 2 production lines. 20 vehicles a month are still no problem. 20 vehicles. Kui Shannon's eyes are bright, and he said to Xiaoming, who is the Emperor going to equip with such equipment first? Qi Guanyi. Xiaoming said almost without thinking. Kui Shannon was taken aback. He said, the Emperor is joking. Doesn't Qi Guanyi have cavalry? They still need tanks. Don't you see that the tank is the cavalry that advances, but the horse that the cavalry sits on is replaced by this iron guy? Xiaoming said. For him, it is indeed Qi Guanyi who needs tanks at the moment. Qi Guanyi's northwest military district directly fought against the Russian Cossack cavalry. Secondly, the jurisdiction of the northwest military region is Mapingchuan, which is very suitable for large-scale tank operations. Now he could imagine the Cossack cavalry wielding a machete to chop the tank. Therefore, once the Northwest Army is equipped with this weapon, it will completely end Russia's coveting of Central Asia, and at the same time, the Empire will be able to exert greater influence in Central Asia. Think about it this way, what the Emperor said is, isn't this tank a cavalry? Kui Shannon laughed, his eyes full of envy. Now he has some thoughts of leading soldiers in the army to fight. Don't be surprised. The Empire will have even more incredible equipment in the future, Xiaoming said lightly. Next, the two watched the tank drill together. Under the control of the driver, the tracked tank shuttled freely in various terrains. The powerful firepower of the 45mm artillery and machine gun makes the tank a mobile fortress of firepower. Congratulations to the Emperor. With this weapon, the Emperor's ambition and hegemony are one step closer. Qian Defu's eyes narrowed with a smile. He knew that Xiaoming still had too many ideals he wanted to achieve, and some of these ideals could not be obtained by peaceful means. Xiaoming Qin laughed. Qian Defu said that he was in his heart, and just now he set out for himself the strategies to be realized. With the tank as a weapon of war, his process of achieving his goals will be easier. Seeing Xiaoming so happy, everyone also laughed. Kui Shannon happily said, "The Emperor, now the Empire's military industry is going further, and the equipment that the Empire has eliminated can be sold as much as you want. The money earned is to continue to invest in the military industry to make more powerful weapons." Kui Shannon was completely impressed by the monster-like tank. "There is already a buyer waiting for our weapons. Go back and you will collect the weapons eliminated from the military warehouse and transport them to Dengzhou. Once the Persian envoy arrives, these weapons can be sold," Xiaoming said confidently. Kui Shannon understood, showing a clear look. Persia, Tai West Seal. Gambais threw a copy of the battle report he had just sent on the ground. Lose again, a bunch of rubbish. If we lose again, Osman will hit Tessie," Gambais said angrily to Al-Thashi. 6 months ago, the balance or power between Persia and the Ottoman Empire was still maintained, but the balance or power was broken 3 months ago. Successive failures made Gambais no longer able to remain calm. Al-Thashi picked up the battle report from the ground and said, "Your Majesty, according to intelligence, British cast iron cannons and sophisticated muskets appeared in the Ottoman Empire, and their army seems to have received professional training. This is ours. The reason for losing the war, but it's not too bad now. We just lost some border areas in the northeast. It's time to ask the Eastern Empire for help. The West chose to support the Ottomans. I believe the Eastern Empire will support us." Gambais frowned. In fact, he was reluctant to speak to the Eastern Empire easily, because now he regrets allowing the Eastern Empire to extract their oil for free. Because in his opinion, if he sells these oil to the Eastern Empire, he will definitely earn a lot of wealth. With the money and the production line of the musket, He can defeat the Ottomans and further control the oil. But now his calculations are bankrupt. If he continues to insist on not asking for help from the empire, Persia will soon be defeated by Ottomans. When will our production line be able to manufacture muskets on a large scale? Cambyse asked unwillingly. Alphys said helplessly, Your Majesty, even if the production line can produce, the steel, gunpowder, bullets and other accessories needed for the gun must be purchased from the empire. We cannot produce the same high-quality gunpowder as the empire. Cambyse covered his face in despair. He thought it would be enough to let the empire help him build a weapon production line. He didn't expect it to be too simple. Without the perfect industrial system like the empire, Persia would not be able to play it. It seems that we only have to urgently purchase a batch of weapons from the empire, Cambyse said sadly. Chapter 1123 Central Asia Game Istanbul. Sultan Suleiman is reviewing his own huge army. Since reaching an agreement with Britain and France, Ottoman has not only regained the Greek area, but also received a large number of advanced firearms from Europe. The UK even directly secretly sent officers to help the Ottoman train army. Sell it. We have the strongest army in Central Asia, Suleiman said proudly. Soldiers passing in front of him carried muskets and horses pulled field guns from Europe. The armory is now full of ammunition. It is true, the great Sultan. But our enemy Persia is accepting the support of the Eastern Empire. Before he becomes strong, we must completely defeat them and seize the supremacy of Central Asia. Saylet is very enthusiastic. The Ottomans, who declined a few years ago, were losing ground, whether in Africa, Europe or Central Asia, which made them feel very humiliated. But the situation turned around, because the emergence of the Eastern Empire made the current status of the Ottoman Empire in the eyes of Europeans irreplaceable. It is precisely because of this that they have obtained a large amount of supplies from Europe in the past few years, and at the same time, Europe has chosen to compromise on many issues. This has made the declining Ottoman Empire suddenly a fish in water and rejuvenated. But Suleiman understands his current value, and Europe treats itself this way for the purpose of fighting the Eastern Empire. So now he must make a few moves to prove his worth, and this matter is to attack Persia supported by the Eastern Empire and destroy the oil fields of the Eastern Empire. Then what are we waiting for, soldiers? March to Persia, we want to capture Cambyse alive, Suleiman shouted. When the soldiers heard Suleiman's words, they immediately shouted Long live Sudan. Saylet saluted Suleiman in excitement, and then he walked off the reviewing stand, and he would lead the army armed to the teeth on Persian on behalf of Suleiman. King Zut. The deterioration of the situation in Central Asia arrived here with Persian envoys. In order to ask for help from the empire, this time Cambyse sent Al-Thashi to seek Xiaoming in person. His Majesty the Emperor, Persia is now in danger. Western lackeys. The Ottoman Empire is using armies equipped with Western firearms to attack us. If we don't get assistance from the empire, the Persian Empire will be in danger, said worriedly. Before he left for the Eastern Empire, the war between Persia and the Ottoman Empire worsened and worsened. For more than a month, he was worried about the safety of Persia every day. Xiaoming stared at the number 2 figure in the Persian Empire. Before choosing Persia, Xiaoming had specially looked at the resource distribution map. It can be said that Persia now includes contemporary Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and other regions, which can be said to cover most of the oil storage areas. Because of this, he gave Tang Wenji the priority to negotiate with Persia. The Ottoman Empire was just a spare tire. After reaching an agreement with the Persian Empire, the status of the Persian Empire became even more important, because controlling Persia is equivalent to controlling oil output, which also laid a solid foundation for him to internationalize the empire's golden dragon. So even for the benefit of protecting his own oil fields, he could not sit back and watch Osman beat Persia in a mess. But as Pang Yukun said, his help to Persia will only remain evenly matched with Ottoman. Persia is an important friend to the empire. The empire will naturally not allow friends to let the enemy bully. Don't worry, I will provide you with powerful weapons to defeat the Ottoman invasion, Xiaoming said. Alphys is now anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Naturally, He can't push back and forth on this issue. After all, after the establishment of the petrochemical industry, the empire now needs Persia's free oil. Thank your majesty the emperor for your kindness. If your majesty can help Persia defeat the Ottoman Empire, my king promised to continue to let the empire extract oil for free. Arthasi said cautiously. Xiaoming showed a weird smile at this time. In fact, the empire had already obtained some information in advance by bribing the Persian nobles. After learning that oil is so precious to the empire, Gambais already had an idea in his mind, and Xiaoming expressed his understanding of this issue. Anyone who becomes invaluable after knowing that the garbage in the house has been dug up by others will feel unhappy. It's just that since Gambais had promised them to mine for free at the beginning, he couldn't go back. He didn't want to be taken advantage of and cultivate a white-eyed wolf. So he said, in this case, in order to avoid future misunderstandings between the two countries, I think it is necessary to sign a separate oil extraction agreement. Having said that, Xiaoming motioned for Qian Defu, and Qian Defu then sent an agreement to Althis. Scanning the Persian part of the agreement, Alsace was slightly pleased. The agreement clearly required Persia to allow the empire to exploit oil free of charge in Persia for 60 years. 60 years later, the empire purchased oil from Persia at half the market price, and no matter to whom Persia sold oil, it must be settled in the empire's currency. Your Majesty, this. Althai originally thought that Xiaoming would claim the empire's permanent oil exploitation rights. You are not mistaken, this is what I meant. Xiaoming smiled cunningly, because he knew very well that the permanent agreement was a very unreliable agreement. Over time, the world will also undergo drastic changes. 100 years, 200 years, who knows whether the empire will still exist at that time. And now the Persian king Gambais died. The Persian Empire also changed. At that time, no one knew what the relationship between the empire and Persia was. So instead of signing such a useless agreement, it is better to let Persia serve the empire wholeheartedly now. After all, the policy only pays attention to the current timeliness. Your Majesty, you are such a good person. It is an honor for Persia to have friends like the empire. Al-Thashi said. Don't say thank you. I just hope you can abide by the agreement. Xiaoming smiled. Of course, we will abide by the agreement. Althai said, they are naturally not happy for permanent free, and now they at least have a hope. After signing the agreement, Xiaoming called Kui Shannon to the imperial study room. Weapons and ammunition to support Persia have been prepared, all of which are muskets eliminated by the empire. Compared with the muskets given to Ottomans by Europe, the muskets are a whole advanced generation. In addition to conquering rifles, the empire also supported 500 field guns in Persia. These field guns were all first-generation field guns, but they were much stronger than those given to Ottomans by the West. Chapter 1124 Split the Emperor. Persia's acquisition of these weapons will undoubtedly restore the defeat. I am afraid that the calculations of Britain, France and other countries will be lost. Kui Shannon said after Al-Thashi left. This is natural. I want to play a proxy war with me. They are still too tender. We will let them pay a lot of fortune and lose out. Xiaoming smiled lightly. Kui Shannon agreed and laughed. He said, but it's strange to see them fighting with our weapons for more than 10 years. After all, the monarch and his subjects smiled at each other. The appearance of tanks greatly increased the military strength of the empire, and everyone in the empire became more confident than ever. While the two were discussing, Althis hurried to Deng Zhu. In the Yush Hufang, he and Kui Shannon have checked the number of weapons and ammunition supported by the empire. When he and these weapons and ammunition return to China, there will be special officers on the warship docked in the port of Abbas to help them train soldiers. It only takes 3 months for them to have a powerful army like the Ottoman Empire. Riding the train to Deng Zhu, Alsace used the time on the steam locomotive to focus on this huge empire. If it wasn't for the urgent domestic war, he would really like to live here for a while to appreciate this mysterious and powerful country. But even so, he saw too many magical things during his hasty journey. He was very fortunate that the empire chose them instead of Ottoman. Arrived in Deng Zhu, Al-Sasi boarded a large armed merchant ship accompanied by a special person. This armed merchant ship uses the same steam power as the iron armored ship, and the exterior is covered with a layer of iron, but the cargo ship and the steel battleship are far behind in terms of weapons. But it seems that in order to prevent looting by pirates, this armed merchant ship is equipped with many mercenaries, all of which are equipped with weapons. And this time with him back there are 12 such large merchant ships. After checking the firearms and ammunition, Althus was unwilling to delay, and after a simple preparation, he asked the fleet to set off. After obtaining approval from the general staff by phone, the fleet slowly sailed towards Persia, and the straight black smoke plume of the steamship floated towards the blue sky. 42 days later, Arthurs returned to Persia. Cambyse, who learned the news, was ecstatic, because the Ottoman army had drove down for a long time in the past 3 months, conquering the 3 provinces of Persia in a row. Thanks to the great Eastern Emperor, Cambyse trembled with excitement after seeing boxes of weapons and ammunition. During this period of time, Persia had suffered enough from the firearms of the Ottoman Empire, and now they finally ushered in the opportunity to fight back. Al-Thashi said, "Not only that, the Eastern Emperor also signed this agreement with us." After reading the agreement that Althus handed over, Cambyse felt regretful. He said, "The Eastern Emperor is a noble man, but he looks mean and dirty compared to me." While speaking, Cambyse turned to the imperial officer who was in charge of training the Persian army and said, "Believe me, Persia will be the most solid ally of the empire." These officers were led by Jihang, and he said, "I will definitely convey to your majesty, but before that we have to think about how to fight back against the Ottoman Empire. If the situation continues to deteriorate, everything will be too late." Cambyse understood the meaning of the house. Now every place the Ottoman Empire goes to cause serious damage. If this continues, even if the Ottoman Empire is driven away, Persia will be greatly injured. Now the army of the Osman Empire is in the province of Byksa. My army will stay there for 3 months. I hope that Persia will have a strong army after 3 months. Cambyse handed over the hope of the country. "The house is constant." "As you wish," House Heng said confidently. London. The wedding of Queen Vidomia was held in this way, and as many predictions, now their queen has a Prussian husband. For a time, the newspapers on the streets of London were full of news about the harmonious relationship between Britain and Prussia, while the news of the Queen's wedding was covered up by the Ottoman Empire's war with Persia. Huqun and Kang Ming were also invited by the Queen to attend her wedding. They were mixed in the crowd full of blondes and blue eyes, and their figures were particularly conspicuous. Drinking wine and eating fruit on the table, Huqun was worried. This Vidomia is really amazing. But they became a family with Prussia after a marriage. Kang Ming said, "She is clearly slapping us, telling us that Europe is the sphere of influence of Britain, and the empire has no power here." Legend Who said, "Stupid British. Do they think they can do whatever they want after signing a truce?" Kang Ming said angrily. Huqun also sneered twice, and then he said, "We still don't care about this issue. How are your contacts with people in Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Ireland?" "I have conveyed the basic meaning. I told them that if they want independence, the empire will firmly support them, and even dispatch warships to guarantee their rights." Kang Ming glanced around, for fear of being heard by others. Huqun nodded. "This is enough. If they have an idea, they will come to us, especially Scotland. According to our understanding, this place has always been dissatisfied with being ruled by the British." Kang Ming's eyes were deep. Just as the purpose of Britain's signing of the armistice agreement was not simple, and their purpose of coming to Britain was not merely a friendly messenger. According to the Empire's European strategy, they must work hard to split the United Kingdom. It is best to split the United Kingdom into 4 countries, so that they can taste the taste of the chrysanthemum in the bucket when the two talk. Murphy's eyes diagonally across from them occasionally swept over them. Compared to when the two first came to London, he is now very guarded against the two of them. He understands everything they do in the UK, including contacting people they don't like. But in order to avoid angering the Empire, now they can only swallow their anger and continue to observe. If the two are too much, they have to take action. They are really a trouble. aren't they?" Butlin took a sip of wine and returned to England with the other prisoners. Not only did he not get punished, but instead he was rewarded and invited to the Queen's wedding banquet. Murphy glanced at Butlin. "It is indeed a trouble, but now we can only endure this trouble unless we have the ability to defeat them." "Yeah, I hope we can make progress with machine guns, breech guns, and metal bullets," Butryn said painfully. Murphy winked his eyes at this moment. "Machine guns and metal bullets are still very difficult for the time being, but we have made progress with the breech gun." Chapter 1125 Sparks of France. "Really?" Butlin's body stiffened, his lips trembling because of surprise. "You heard it right, but some regrets are that this breech is similar to the Empire's Eagle rifle, and it is a little different from their hand rifle. The bullet is also a paper shell bullet," Murphy said. After the Battle of India, the weapons of the Empire were no longer a secret. But even so they could not prevent the weapons of the Indian War, and could only imitate the Eagle rifle long ago. After trying, they found that they could not produce a qualified firing pin, not to mention metal eggshells and machine guns. The precision parts and steel required for these two firearms were even more difficult for them. Because of the recognition of the gap, they now dare not easily offend the Empire, hoping to enhance Britain's industrial strength through trade. "Great. It doesn't matter if there is no metal bullet. As long as we have a breach, we can cause more casualties to the Empire." In this way, they will also carefully consider the option of war, Butlin said. The memory of the humiliation of the Battle of India never left him, so what he cares most about now is the development of British weapons, and he is waiting for revenge. While the two were talking, Brooke came over and said, "It seems that I am going to the Eastern Empire again." While speaking, he took out today's Times, which recorded the news of Osman's defeat of Persia. Seeing this news, Murphy smiled confidently. He said, "I think the Emperor of the Eastern Empire will definitely be awake all night in anxiety. He definitely didn't expect that we would bankrupt their strategy in Central Asia." "Suleiman is an ambitious, but I have to say that this thing is very beautiful." Butlin laughed. "I hope this time I will go to the Empire as a winner," Brooke said. "Of course." A voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw Vidomir and his husband, and the Prince of Prussia was standing behind him hand in hand with a wine glass in his hand. He and Murphy immediately saluted Vidomir. "Your Majesty." Vidomir's eyes did not see sorrows and joys. It seemed that this marriage was just a routine. After the three salutes, she said, "Brooke, now is the time." "Tsarist Cossack cavalry has gone east. When you arrive in the Empire I am afraid that war has broken out between them, and Osman is also our bargaining chip. I hope that you can bring back some valuable technology by using these conditions." Brooke suddenly felt a little sympathy for Vidomir in front of him. For the sake of the Empire, she could marry someone who didn't like it at all. What could he complain about? "Yes, my honorable Majesty, I will do my best," Brooke said firmly. Murphy and Butlin also sighed in their hearts. This time the Queen's wedding was hyped in the newspapers in order to arouse the blood of the British people and let them get out of the decadent atmosphere of defeat. Obviously, this method has regained confidence in many people. Nodding lightly, Vidomir walked to other nobles. For her, her marriage was destined to be a political transaction. She just hopes that this transaction can be worthwhile, mainly to curb the rise of the Eastern Empire, and everything he has done is worthwhile. Paris. Henry looked around and found that no one was following him. He entered a private house. At this time, more than 30 young military officers had gathered in the civilian houses. These officers came from different French armies. They have the same characteristics. They are all depressed in the army, and are extremely dissatisfied with André's policies. For them, it was André's weakness that caused France to decline day by day, no longer the glory of the past. "Henry, what's the matter with you?" "It would be dangerous to get so many of us together. Once we are discovered, André will definitely not let us go." An officer said, "That idiot will attack you sooner or later, and my purpose in calling you together is to prevent this idiot from taking us to hell." Henry said, "Nowadays, the conflict between André and the reformist young officers in the army is constantly intensifying, and he is one of them, but he is not as clear-cut as the other officers, but is hidden by André." "So you got the support of that Eastern Empire?" someone asked. "Yes, but not quite. The emperors of the Eastern Empire still don't trust us very much. Now we need to get their approval. Henry said, you will know that the Eastern Empire has set up an embassy in Paris, and they are investigating us. People. Then what can we do to make them believe our will? One person asked. I have already thought of a way, so I called you together, and the best way to prove our will is to assassinate Cooper. He is Andre's most trusted assistant. Someone said worriedly, Henry, this is no joke. If Cooper dies, Andre will definitely investigate. He will not let the murderer go. Risk is profitable. Henry's eyes flashed with dangerous light. As long as the Eastern Empire agrees with us, we will get a large number of advanced guns, artillery and ammunition, and oust Andre this fool and unify the European continent. Not a dream. The other officers were silent. They came together because of the same ideal. Henry, I hope you didn't lie to us, said an officer. This is a desperate act. If it fails, we will all be hanged. Henry's eyes were firm. Trust me, this is our only chance. The Emperor of the Eastern Empire is a trustworthy person. The officers nodded one after another. You reading www.uukanzu.com. In fact, they are also gradually desperate. Andre is already targeting them. Their situation is desperate. After deciding the matter, Henry cautiously left the house and went directly to the embassy. The ambassador in charge of French foreign affairs is Mizu. He and Jia Heng are classmates, also from King's University. In the foreign affairs office, he is not as good as the house, but he is also an outstanding talent, so he is qualified to be sent to France. Seeing Henry's arrival, Mizu smiled. He said, is there any eyebrows now? Of course, soon, Andre's running dog Cooper will be shot. This is our will. We will not be able to retreat after doing this, Henry said. Mizu nodded slightly. He and Huquan's missions are the same, both of which are to disrupt Europe. He said, the weapons and ammunition you need are ready. As long as the inspection passes, these weapons and ammunition can be shipped to Europe. Henry felt relieved, and he worked hard for the dream of the Emperor of France. Chapter 1126 Chaos starts. King Zhu Xiaoming and Qi Guanyi were watching the steam locomotive carrying the Bear King tanks towards Rosu at Kingzhou Station. After the first tank was formally accepted, Xiaoming requested that the tank factory be put into production immediately and at the same time increased the production line to equip the Imperial Army with at least 500 King Bear tanks. Except for the 200 equipped with the Central Army, the other 500 tanks were delivered to the Northwest Army. Although Tsarist Russia suffered heavy setbacks in Siberia and continued to retreat to the Ural Mountains, the loss to Tsarist Russia during this period was not great. After all, Siberia was only equivalent to the fringe region of Tsarist Russia. Central Asia is the strategic place that can truly threaten the hinterland of Tsarist Russia. Therefore, the Northwest Army has been fighting with the Cossack cavalry in Central Asia during this period. It's just that although the Northwest Army has an absolute advantage in weapons and equipment, the Northwest Army sometimes suffers some dark losses in the face of a large number of Cossack cavalry. A month ago, a 10-man patrol team of the Northwest Army was ambushed by more than 300 Tsarist Cossacks during its inspection. After the battle, only one escaped back to the Northwest Army camp. The life and death of the other 9 people was unknown, and their weapons and horses disappeared without a trace. It is precisely because of this incident that Xiaoming decided to launch a raid on Tsarist Russia and completely abolish the Russian Cossack cavalry. Otherwise the anxiety state of the Northwest Army in Central Asia will continue. The protagonist of this war is the tank just equipped by the Empire. Through this battle, Tsarist Russia will not dare to set foot in Central Asia anymore and stay honestly in Eastern Europe. The Emperor, with this weapon, will finally vow to wash away the humiliation of the Northwest Army. Qi Guanyi said, this incident made him feel dull. Xiaoming said calmly, you don't have to blame yourself for this matter. The Empire's army is brave and good at fighting. But it is also human, not a god. As long as humans make mistakes, there is no time to lose equipment during war. Too much care. Qi Guanyi was moved in his heart, and Xiaoming's understanding made him feel at ease. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, What's more, even if these guns are taken away, they cannot imitate them without an industrial foundation. That's true. Qi Guanyi was relieved, but even so, for the benefit of the empire, we must teach Tsarist Russia severely. At present, the only threat left in the north for the empire is it. Xiaoming nodded. This time he personally came to send the tanks to instruct Qi Guanyi on this matter. Last time he established the goal he wanted to accomplish, then from now on he will achieve it step by step. Tsarist Russia is also part of his goal. In order to eliminate the potential of Tsarist Russia to become a regional power, he will next prepare to dismember this country, just as he is preparing to dismember a European power. The transformation of a large country into a small country will make Europe less of a threat, and even if they reunify in the future, it will take a long process. For the benefit of the empire, Xiaoming said involuntarily. For the benefit of the empire, Qi Guanyi repeated, his eyes firm. At this time, the steam locomotive started slowly, and Qi Guanyi boarded the locomotive and saluted Xiaoming again. After a gift, Xiaoming watched the steam locomotive gradually disappear at the end of the railway. Only then did he leave the station and take the bus back to the palace. There is one United States left. When he arrived at the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming made a mark on the map of Tsarist Russia and looked towards North America. In this era, the United States was just established, and the only controlled areas were the 13 North American states, and more of the land in North America was occupied by Indians. If it develops in accordance with the historical process, the United States will then slaughter the Indians in North America and become the most powerful country in North America. Qian Defu served by Xiaoming's side. He said, now Zhusansi is in Alaska, and there is another area called Canada across the United States. This is quite troublesome. Xiaoming smiled. This is not troublesome at all. On the contrary, Canada will become the springboard for the empire to attack the United States. In history, Canada was originally the residence of Indians and Inuit. Since the 16th century, Canada was reduced to a French colony, and the French became New France. In contemporary history, Canada was lost to the British in the 7 Years' War between Britain and France. However, in this era, the British were beaten by Xiaoming, and the butterflies of history kept Canada in the hands of France. It's just that Canada belongs to France, but the empire has signed an armistice agreement. Qian Defu did not understand. Xiaoming's smile became stronger. The agreement signed by the empire is only suitable for the current Indre government. Once the Indre government falls, the empire does not need to recognize the above agreement. By then, East Indochina and Canada will be empires. The money is very rich, that's why the emperor supports Henry. If so, we will not only benefit from the agreement, but also get the 2 largest colonies in France. Yes, this means that I have received compensation from France and South America and Africa's colonial areas rich in mineral resources without abandoning a soldier. A sharp light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. It's just that if Henry overthrew André and then regretted it, as long as Henry's head is not broken, he would not dare to declare war on the empire, because he understands the empire's capabilities. Not to mention this is one of the conditions I promised to support him. Xiaoming said. Qian Defu knew it. And he said, if this is the case, the territory of the empire will expand again. Nodded gently. Xiaoming sat down in the chair. Now he waited for 4 things. The first thing is Persia defeating Osman. The second thing Qi Guanyi defeated Tsarist Russia. The third thing it was the voice of the domestic independence movement in the United Kingdom. And the fourth thing was that Henry officially broke his face with André. It is a pity that these areas are too far away from the empire, and it takes 1.5 years to hear from them each time. But now that the empire is developing in an orderly manner, his days have also become more leisurely, and his free time is always easy to pass. On July 30th of the 6th year of the empire calendar, he received the first good news. After 3 months of training, the Persian army began to enter the area occupied by the Ottoman Empire to launch a counterattack against the Ottoman Empire, and the war between the 2 countries began. Turn from one side to anxious. According to the news, the casualties between the 2 sides were high. but the Empire's equipment was slightly better than the Persian equipment. Ottoman was driven out of Persian territory step by step, and 3 months later, the British envoy Brooke came to King Zhou again, and at the same time Henry officially broke with André. However, when the news arrived in his hands, the Imperial fleet had already sailed towards France and handed over the equipment and supplies promised to Henry's youth army. Chapter 1127 Four large fleets. Yash Hufang. Pang Yukan put a document in front of Xiaoming, the emperor. This is Brooke's purpose for coming to King Zhou this time. Steel-making technology, high-precision machine tools, and metal bullet casting technology. Xiaoming read the documents and found Brooke's asking price very ridiculous. Pang Yukan was also dumbfounded. He said, "The British people's brains are really flooded. Do they think they are qualified to ask the Empire?" The arrogance in the bones of these Westerners can't be changed for a while, but they will soon. You will understand where you should put yourself, Xiaoming said coldly. Then how should the officer respond to Brooke? In addition to discussing these issues this time, Brooke also brought a British delegation to set up an embassy in King Zhou. Pang Yukan asked. Xiaoming is still looking at the document. This time Britain's confidence in asking prices comes from 3 points. The first is the war between Ottoman and Persia. The second is the strategy of the Empire in North America, and the third is the war between Russia and the Empire in Central Asia. According to Brooke, as long as the Empire agrees to export these 3 technologies to Britain, then Britain will mediate the war between Persia and Ottoman, provide help for the Empire's soldiers in North America and attack the United States together. At the same time, they will stand on the side of the Empire on the issue of Tsarist Russia. Go and tell Brooke that Persia will definitely defeat the Ottoman Empire in the next 3 months. There is no need for British mediation. In addition, there is no problem with the North American supplies of the Empire, and there is no need for Britain to intervene. For Tsarist Russia, the Empire will severely teach them a meal, Xiaoming said in a strong tone. Pang Yukan smiled. The next official will go back and tell Brooke. I guess his face will be ugly. When Pang Yukan was sent away, Xiaoming remembered the news from Hu about the British bribery and threats to them. He called Yun and asked him to send a team of 42 warships to make a friendly visit to Britain. Deng Zhu. After Yun took the call from Xiaoming, there was an expression of excitement on his face. Liu Chen on the side asked, "Is there another battle?" "No." Yun's smile remained undiminished. Liu Chen showed a disappointed look. "Then what else can make you happy?" "The Emperor asked us to send a fleet to Britain for a friendly visit," Yun said. Liu Chen didn't understand even more after hearing this. A friendly visit to Britain? What is worthy of friendship with those robbers? Yun got up and went to the world map hung by the office. He said, "This friendship is not really friendly, but to show Britain the power of the Imperial Navy." Liu Chen became interested. "Hey, this is interesting. Anyway, I am still idle now. It is better to go to the UK and then go around the coast of Europe. Let those Europeans see the power of the Imperial Navy." That's what the Emperor meant. After all, Yun walked out of the office and looked down at the steel battleship parked in the Dengzhou military port. 2 years have passed since the Battle of India. In the past 2 years, the Empire's warships have soared from 30 to 120 today. The Empire's steel battleships can be seen on important routes around the world, and some of these battleships are even equipped with the Empire's radio system. The radio battleships can communicate with each other, allowing the cooperation between the battleships to achieve a leap. With the increase in the number of warships, the establishment of the Imperial Navy has been redivided, and the former King Zhou fleet has been officially renamed the Pacific Fleet. In addition, the Empire also established the Atlantic Fleet, the Indian Ocean Fleet, and the Arctic Ocean Fleet. Each ocean fleet consists of 3 fleets. In total, the Empire will have a total of 12 fleets. These 12 fleets will rule the entire ocean. However, despite the number, the current number of Empire warships is not enough to be allocated to all fleets. So at present, the Empire has only the Pacific Fleet and the Indian Ocean Fleet with 40 and 80 warships respectively. The remaining 2 oceanic fleets still need to continue to wait for warships to be launched. 30 warships are drawn from the Pacific Fleet and 12 warships are drawn from the Indian Ocean Fleet. This time we will make Europe tremble in front of the Imperial warships. Yun was very energetic. King Zootbruk quickly got a disappointing answer from Pan Yukon. The Queen's confident trading chip was a bad card in front of the Empire, and it did not even cause a stir. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the Imperial Emperor and cabinet ministers did not come out to meet him in person, only conveyed their meaning through Tang Wenji. Just from this point is enough to see that they overestimated the importance of the Empire to them, and the first power in Europe is nothing but dispensable in the eyes of the Empire. Ambassador Brooke. The cabinet has already determined the location of the British Embassy. From now on, you can start preparations. Tang Wenji forced a smile. After Brooke exchanged these opinions with him, he told the Brooke Empire that it was impossible to do business with Britain. Now facts have proved his judgment, because for the Empire, it is fully capable of coping with the current situation, while the technology required by the UK is strictly blocked by the Empire. Brooke's mood sank to the bottom. This half-year trek didn't get anything. No one would be in a good mood. I hope you can seriously consider that Persia has been occupied by Ottomans 1/3 of the territory, and they have no chance of turning defeat into victory. Brooke said with a warning tone. Tang Wenji didn't change his face. They knew that the Ottomans attacked Persia for a long time and it was Europe who was in it. It can be said that behind the war between Ottoman and Persia is actually the game between Europe and the Empire in Central Asia. If the Empire agrees to the British conditions, it means that the Empire has failed in the game. In his opinion, this is of course intolerable by the Empire. Moreover, it is ridiculous that the West just gave Ottoman some eliminated weapons and wanted to obtain the technology of the Empire through this. Pang Shufu has clearly told me that there is no room for maneuver in this matter, and the Empire will not accept any compromise. Tang Wenji said every word. Brooke opened his mouth with a very ugly expression. He was destined to return empty-handed this time. As a final effort, he threatened, "Doesn't the Empire want the British market? This is clearly stipulated in the armistice agreement. You guys, what does it mean?" Tang Wenji said with caution. "Sometimes an agreement is just a piece of waste paper." Brooke is aggressive. Sometimes a child who is disobedient will be spanked. Tang Wenji did not give in, a metaphor that the Empire would use force to force Britain to fulfill the agreement. Chapter 1128. Calculate each other. You. Brooke pointed at Tang Wenji angrily, and Tang Wenji had a calm and unreliable expression, and it meant that you were trying to figure it out. After a few quick breaths, Brooke suppressed his anger forcibly, and at this moment he felt a burst of personal sorrow. The anger without strength is meaningless, and he can only add to his laughter now. Slowly getting up, his expression returned to normal. "Although this is a bit regrettable, I hope it will not affect the trade between the two countries." "Of course." Tang Wenji gave Brooke an official smile. With a soft snort, Brooke walked out of the Foreign Affairs office with a gloomy face. Watching Brooke's figure disappear, Tang Wenji's face gradually became cold. This time the British did not achieve their goals through diplomatic means. He believed that they would definitely adopt other ill-informed strategies. In order to avoid losses to the Empire, he felt it necessary to advise the Emperor to strengthen the activities of the Europeans in the Empire. At this time, Brooke, who had left the Foreign Affairs office, went all the way back to the reception. When the British envoy at the reception immediately asked about the negotiation, everyone was silent when their conditions were completely rejected. "The Chinese Empire is too self-confident. The big deal is that we will fight them again in Europe." "We may not lose in Europe," said one person. "Yes, can't all Europe unite to deal with them?" Envoys, you and me? The messy, manic atmosphere in the room makes everyone very excited. Brooke looked at the envoys quietly, but he was not driven to his head by impulse. In his view, the confidence of the Empire comes from its strong military strength, but the other is that the Empire does not seem to worry about the current union of Europe. Although the compensation payment this time has caused the 5 countries to quarrel for a long time and the relationship has been affected to some extent, he generally feels that this will not have any critical impact on Europe. So what makes the Empire ignore them so much? At this time, he remembered a rumor about France, and suddenly looked a little ugly. He just hoped that all that would not happen. Castelnuovo-Race. This is a seaport on the southwest coast of Paris, France. Now this place has been occupied by the French Youth Army. 6 months ago, André's confidant, Cooper, was assassinated on his way home. The angry André targeted the officer he was dissatisfied with. Contradictions broke out. The young officer who was already dissatisfied with André launched a rebellion and vowed to send André to the gallows to repay the crimes he committed against France over the years. The war broke out first in Paris, but because André was strong in Paris, the youth army was quickly encircled and suppressed, and was forced to move southwest to areas where André had weak influence. Here, the youth army received full support. Henry, this is our promise. In the harbor, Mizu pointed to the boxes of supplies removed from the battleship and said to Henry. After the youth army launched rebellion, Mizu also followed Henry to the south, because he knew André would not let him go. According to the plan of the Empire, they wanted to train Henry to be the dictator of the European continent. Many French officers gathered around Henry, all of whom were following Henry. The current war situation made them a little desperate. Although they are supported here, because of the lack of weapons and ammunition, they are always at a disadvantage when fighting against André's army. If the situation continues to be bad, they will fail. Thank the Empire. Henry hugged Mizu tightly. This batch of supplies came too timely. He now has enough manpower, but lacks weapons and ammunition. Mizu smiled. He took Henry to a box of supplies and asked the soldiers to open it for Henry to receive. The soldier pried open the wooden box, which contained neatly arranged eagle-style rifles, and then some boxes were opened with paper shell bullets inside. Reloading a rifle? Henry opened his mouth in surprise, and the other officers also looked incredible. An officer said, "We suffered from this type of post-installation rifle in Paris. André, the bastard, has long been dissatisfied with us. He equipped his guards with all the post-installation rifles he produced." Other officers rushed forward, taking up eagle rifles and looking at them one by one. Henry happily closed his mouth from ear to ear. He looked at the artillery hanging from the battleship even more happy. With these equipment, defeating André was just a simple question. Henry, this time the Empire has provided you with 60,000 eagle rifles and bullets, and 300 artillery pieces. I hope you can defeat André as soon as possible and give back to the Empire. Mizu said. During his time in Europe, he learned that Europe is already imitating their reloading guns, and there is no point in providing muskets. Henry remembered the promise he made to the Imperial Emperor. After he defeated André, he wanted to admit the imperial occupation of East Indochina and Canada. In exchange, the Empire will support him to become the master of France. Please tell your Majesty, I will keep my promise, Henry said. Mizu nodded. A strange color flashed in his eyes. When Henry made this request in King Zhu, the Empire decided that Henry was a careerist. And this is exactly what the Empire needs. They decided that Henry would establish a dictatorship after defeating André. Then Henry's ambition is likely to launch a war to unify Europe, because this has always been the dream of the French, let alone Henry. But the purpose of the Empire is not to make Henry the European hegemon. A unified Europe is not what the Empire wants to see. According to the plan of the Empire, they would let the expansion of France be ended by Tsarist Russia, and in the process the Empire would make a lot of profits by selling arms. I will convey to your Majesty, I hope that your Excellency will become the master of France when I come back again. Mizu said. Henry's eyes were filled with excitement. Perhaps this has been achieved before you came back. Even André didn't have so many rear-mounted rifles. This is best. Mizu looked at the battleship behind him. This time he will return to the Empire along with the warship to report on his duties. Waiting for all the supplies to be unloaded, Henry sent Mizu to the battleship. Watching the black smoky steel battleship slowly leave, Henry's face became cold, and his hypocritical smile was put away. He would not keep any promises. He used the Empire, and the Empire did not use him. When he unified Europe, The Eastern Empire was his greatest enemy. Chapter 1129 Syracuse Zusansi looked at the imperial steam merchant ship with an awe-inspiring sound. This steam merchant ship was 108 meters long and 20 meters wide, and its hull was covered with iron armor like a steel battleship. A year ago, merchant ships with this kind of steel hull were very rare to see, but now most of the merchant ships heading to Syracuse are such cargo ships. Moreover, the volume of merchant ships is getting bigger and bigger, and the cargo they bring is very impressive each time. Brother, how is it? My boat is okay. Zhou Liu pointed to the Big Mac in the sea, his tone slightly proud. Zusansi didn't look away from the merchant ship, and asked, how much did you spend Golden Dragon to buy this ship? Not much. 200,000 golden dragons. Zhou Liu said casually. 200,000 golden dragons are not too much. Zusansi wanted to beat Zhu 50 and 6. According to the current exchange rate of the empire, one golden dragon is equivalent to 2 tals of silver, and these 200,000 golden dragons are equivalent to 400,000. 2 silvers. That was the price of a sailing warship back then. Zhou Liu didn't care, and looked like he was wealthy. Brother, now these 200,000 golden dragons are nothing to our old Zhou family. We still have 6 merchant ships like this. Now the empire has signed an armistice agreement with Europe. In the future, ocean-going trade will inevitably prevail in the world. At this time, when should we not seize the opportunity to establish a shipping company? Zusansi looked at Zhou Liu's eyes with some warmth. He had to admit that he was unworthy of carrying shoes to his brother in business. Moreover, according to Zhou Liu, he also obtained a business school graduate from King's University certificate, but thinking of the Ko family father and son who had been executed, he couldn't help but reminded, 5 or 6, you must not forget your brother's warning, no matter how big your business is, no matter how much money you make, don't mix with the government. Don't have close friendships with any officials either. This lesson is right before you. Zhou Liu personally experienced the horror at that time in King's Zoo. He still remembered that he was a little bit cold behind his back. He said, brother, you just gave me 100 courage and I dare not go the old road of the Ko family and father and son. Prosperity, earning some money and living a rich life is not worth living without thinking about it. You're not confused yet. Zusansi felt relieved, and he then asked, by the way, why did you come to Syracuse in person this time? One came to see my elder brother, and the other was for the Alaskan fur trade and king crab business. Now the people of the empire are rich. This food business is booming. Especially the Alaskan king crab is very popular. A great deal. Zusansi knew what he said. After the establishment of Syracuse, the Russian caravans in Alaska were all driven out by them, and now Alaska is under the control of the empire. At the time, Tsarist Russia found neither gold nor minerals in Alaska. The reason for leaving here is fur. Not only the Tsarist Russia, but the French and British were also very active in Alaska at that time. They cooperated with the local indigenous people to trade fur, because in the ancient forests of Alaska, there are rich and diverse fur and beast resources, such as beavers, muskrats, raccoons, wolves, foxes, and lynxes. Among them, there has the largest number and the best fur quality, because the skin is very light, soft and dense, comfortable and warm, and it dries out of water. It is an ideal wool for decorating hats or coats. As a result, fur has become the favorite of European ladies and celebrities. In that case, my elder brother gives you a suggestion that fur is the most popular in Europe. Zusansi said. Zhou Liu understood. He squeezed his eyes. Brother, can't it be convenient to let the foolish brother monopolize the fur of Alaska? Zusansi frowned. How many times have I told you that private use of public equipment is a taboo in the military? If you talk nonsense again, be careful that I will catch you hungry for a few days. Joke, touched Zhou Liu, who had a grey nose, and laughed. With a soft snort, Zusansi said, from now on, we will only talk about the private affairs between the brothers. We will not mention the official affairs. Let's go. Since we are in Syracuse, I have to treat you to a good meal for my brother. Zhou Liu lightly breathed a sigh of relief. He dared not mention business matters anymore. and followed Zhusansi to the front. In front, a white city bathed in golden sunlight was shining brightly, and merchants were sitting on a sleigh pulled by dogs on a snowy road flattened by business travelers. Soldiers in thick white uniforms on the city walls watched the flow of people vigilantly with their hand-style rifles on their backs. The 6 long flat machine guns in the center of the city gate looked down on the outside of the city, ready to shred any attacking enemy. Commander Zhu. As soon as the two arrived at the gate of the city, Zhusansi's guards delivered an encrypted secret letter to Zhusansi. After tearing out the letter, Zhusansi asked Zhu Liu to stand farther. Looking carefully, a smile gradually appeared on his face. He didn't care about Zhu Liu, so he just dropped a sentence. Wu Liu, brother can't accompany you if he has important matters. You can be free in the city. After all, he took his guards to the military area station, leaving only Zhu Liu with a sad expression on his face. Arriving at the station, Zhusansi immediately summoned his generals. This time, the secret letter sent from the Empire required him to launch an offensive against the colony of France, the colony of North America, which was what he had been looking forward to. After his long-term investigation of North America, this North America is truly a treasure. This continent that has not been completely conquered by civilization is full of virgin forests, rich in wild animal resources, and the climate is also very suitable for living. In his opinion, at present, apart from Australia, no colony in the Empire can rival the entire North American region. It is a pity that these places are ruled by Europeans. Soldiers, the Emperor's order has arrived. From now on we must prepare for the attack on New France. Finally it's about to fight. Gao Yingfeng jumped 3 feet high in excitement, smiling so hard that he could not see the teeth. Standing in front of the map of North America, Zhusansi glared high into the wind, and then pointed to the North American continent currently known as New France. Asia, the Great Lakes region, part of the area west of the Appalachian Mountains. Gao Yingfeng said in a puzzled manner, no, it seems that the French colonies are more than these, and Louisiana. The French have sold this area to the Americans, and they are said to have sold 60 million francs. Zhusansi said, this was revealed by the Emperor in the letter. He asked us to solve Canada first. A group of generals nodded when they heard this, but they didn't care about this, because in their opinion, the entire North America would sooner or later be an empire. Chapter 1130. Plan ahead. The United States is really rich, and it took out 60 million francs in one go. Gao Yingfeng is speechless. It is definitely worthwhile for the United States to buy the Louisiana area for 60 million francs. This is equivalent to doubling the area of the United States, said a general. Zhusansi said, Southern North America has always been relatively rich, but it is only rich. The United States is still very weak and has not established a strong enough army. The task of the Eastern Military Region is to seize this opportunity to seize more land. Wait for an opportunity to destroy it. Gao Yingfeng said loudly, Commander. The soldiers are waiting, gearing up, as long as an order is given. Canada is the empire. Zhusansi nodded. Starting from now on preparing for war, we will attack Canada in 15 days. Yes, Commander. Yi Qinyan hung up the phone and a smile appeared on his face. It was Emperor Xiaoming who called him. After he was transferred to the commander of the Southwest Army, he finally received his first task, to send his troops south to occupy the East Indochina region of France. At present, only East Indochina in Southeast Asia belongs to European colonies, and all other regions have been taken over by the Empire and become the Empire's overseas colonies. Thinking of this, East Indochina looked very unpleasant in the territory of the Empire. Now, this area marked as a colony of France is about to change its name. After being excited, Yi Qinyan immediately summoned his generals to deploy the attack on East Indochina. In November of the 7th year of the imperial calendar, Yi Qinyan led 40,000 Southwest Army troops to the south, and almost at the same time Zhusansi launched an attack on the French colony of Canada. After the Battle of India, the French forces in East Indochina were already very weak. The Southwest Army successively conquered the Indochina Peninsula where Annan, Laos, and Cambodia were located, and became the force to replace France in this area. Zhu Sanxi's offensive was also unexpectedly smooth. After starting from Alaska, Zhu Sanxi's army encountered a very weak resistance, and most of the French troops were transferred back home because of the Civil War. This created very favorable conditions for Zhu Sanxi. The news of victory came, and the empire's newspapers boiled over. The entire page was all about Canada and Indochina, and some savvy merchants can immediately plan to let their products enter these areas. Yash Hufang Xiaoming marked the Indochina Peninsula and Canada on the map. For him, the Indochina Peninsula and Canada were his possessions after the Indian War. He was just waiting for an opportunity that would allow the empire to obtain these two huge colonies at a small price. The French Civil War was an opportunity for the empire, and Mizu's return confirmed the current bad situation in France. They simply could not take care of these two colonies. The emperor, this is another victory for the empire. It has occupied Canada, and the territory of the empire has been bigger, Qian Defu said with a smile. Xiaoming nodded lightly, but he was thinking more than Qian Defu. He said, the territory is big, but how to control these colonies is currently the most troublesome. At present, many colonies are too far away from the empire. I am afraid that these colonies will be in chaos after a few years. What does the emperor mean is that in the future these colonies will also be independent from the empire like the United States. Qian Defu knows Xiaoming's mind best. Yes, after all, a living example in America is right in front of us. Xiaoming's eyes are deep. Contemporary experience tells him that the colonization of the old empires is all independent. With the progress of human civilization, the national independence boom will inevitably rise in the world. This is an inevitable development trend of history. He has accepted this psychologically, but emotionally he does not want to accept it. Qian Defu sighed slightly. He said, the emperor's words are extremely true that the term colonial aristocracy has been circulated in the empire. The imperial people who immigrated to the colony became the first beneficiaries of the colony, and their descendants will benefiting from the colony. These immigrants will undoubtedly regard the interests of the colony as their highest interest in the long term. Once the colony and the empire are in conflict, they will inevitably choose to stand on the side of the colony. What are you worried about? Xiaoming laughed a few times. You know a lot. The emperor is absurd. The old slave is just talking nonsense. Qian Defu pretended to be confused again. You are right. From the beginning of my determination to emigrate, I knew that I would face this problem sooner or later. So these days, I have been thinking about how to avoid letting these colonies become independent from the United Kingdom like the United States in the future. So, the emperor already has a solution? Qian Defu asked. There is no way. Xiaoming was a little depressed, but I can leave a royal mark on these colonies, so that they can deal with the common enemy together in the future. After a while, he said, I am going to hand over these colonies to my sons. Qian Defu was surprised when he heard that. The emperor is going to restart the enfeoffment system? Xiaoming shook his head, said yes, said no, this colony always needs to send a governor to manage. Instead of this, it is better to let my sons be the first governor, and in the future can they be hereditary governors? It depends on their own ability. Qian Defu knows. Xiaoming means that since the birth of colonial nobles is unavoidable, it is better to let the princes become the largest nobles in the colony. In this way, even if the colony becomes independent in the future, the princes may become the people in charge of the country. No matter how bad they are, they will have a significant influence on the country. It is better than the independence of the colony into a country that is malicious to the empire. Moreover, the princes live in colonies, and the colony's memory of the empire will not disappear. After all, the cultural gene of recognizing ancestors has been rooted in their hearts. They and their descendants will always miss the once huge empire, and even work hard to restore the empire's territory. The emperor is really painstaking. The old slave really hopes that the emperor will live forever, so that the empire will be able to prosper forever. Qian Defu said with red eyes. Xiaoming patted Qian Defu on the shoulder, and he said, it all depends on God's will. Perhaps the empire will be torn apart in the future, but as long as I am still alive, We will work hard to plan for the long-term development of the empire. Qian Fu nodded. If this is the case, the old slave thinks it is feasible to let the princes go to important colonies. Chapter 1131 Accuracy. The breeze pulled his robes lightly, and the golden sunlight hit his face. Standing in front of the imperial study room, Xiaoming looked at the scenery outside and said with emotion, "In the final analysis, my purpose of doing this is to strengthen the colony's cultural identity with the empire. I am not worried that they will become independent in the future, but that they will forget one day his own history and culture, regard his brothers as enemies." Qian Fu hesitated for a while and said, "The emperor's worries are not unreasonable. If some people forget their ancestors and the blood flowing through their bodies in the future, this is really terrifying. If so, it is extremely important to leave the royal blood in the colony. At least the royal family will not forget their own history." Xiaoming nodded. This was his purpose at the risk of being opposed by the ministers. After all, in contemporary history, whether it is Korea, Japan or Annan, their ancestors all came from the land of China. But the evolution of time has made them the enemies of China. And this kind of deculture is a very terrible thing. The first generation may remember where they came from and their own history, but after several generations of culture, they will forget completely and become a group of complete strangers. Therefore, in order to reduce this possibility, he will strictly require that the colonial education strengthen the education of the empire history, but at the same time he will also make the royal a symbol of the colony, which is like the contemporary Queen of England to Britain. The main royal bloodline exists, and the people will never forget its history. Thinking of this, Xiaoming strengthened his own ideas. No matter where the imperial system will go in the future, the royal family must be carved on the wheels of history as a symbol of the imperial family. The two were talking when the phone rang. After answering the phone, the contemplative expression on Xiaoming's face turned into joy. He hung up the phone and said to Qian Fu, "The imperial industry seems to be going a step further. The Department of Equipment has successfully produced a series of precisions at the Humi level lathe." Suddenly, "Is it a tiny bit of rice?" Qian Fu said with some uncertainty. He didn't know much about industry. "Yes, it is equivalent to 0.01 millimeters. With this high-precision lathe, the industrial products that the empire can manufacture will be more complicated," Xiaoming said happily. In his view, one of the industrial capabilities of a country lies in energy, and the second lies in lathes, because who only has these two technologies to be transformed into industrial products. 0.01 millimeters, how small is this? Qian Fu couldn't help laughing. "Just go and see." Xiaoming walked out. Qian Fu followed closely. The former equipment department has now become the Imperial Lathe Research Center, and Zhang Liu is now in charge of the equipment department. After the two arrived at the equipment department, they saw various lathes in the equipment department's factory, including milling machines, drilling machines, grinders, gear processing machines, and so on. "The Emperor, this is a complete set of Humi-class lathes," Zhang Liu said. Now Zhang Liu's black hair has added a few silver whites, and the passage of time has left traces of years on his face. Xiaoming walked past these machine tools one by one, as if what he saw was the future of the empire. After the development of the semi-level lathe, Xiaoguan led the equipment department to develop the Humi-level lathe. "First of all, we use the semi-level lathe to produce the tools required for the Humi level. However, the semi-level lathe can only get silk. Meter-level knives require the craftsman's meticulous crafting to make the knives reach the Mi-level knives. Sometimes the carving of a knives takes several months," Zhang Liu said with emotion. Xiaoming nodded slightly. "It is a miracle that the development of the imperial industry for more than 20 years can reach the current level, because just from the manufacture of machine tools, it can be seen that building an industry from scratch takes one step at a time. After all, the empire cannot obtain ready-made industrial products from other countries, especially lathes. This machine tool is not easy. But you can't relax now. The precision requirements of the lathe are unlimited. Humi and Semi are just the beginning. but your contribution is also obvious. With this batch of Humi with a high-level master machine, it can produce submachines industrially. Xiaoming said. Zhang Liu smiled. The leap from semi to Humi, in fact, the first batch of lathe machines was the most difficult. But as long as this difficulty is overcome, the master lathe can easily produce the same type of Humi lathe, which is the slave machine. Industrial production is possible at any time. Zhang Liu was very confident. Xiaoming expressed his satisfaction. He immediately rewarded the personnel who participated in the machine tool development of the equipment department. Just as the atmosphere was thick, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside the equipment department. It turned out that it was Chen Qi, Song Chengping, Lin Wentao, Lu Tong and others who rushed over when they heard the news. Zhang Liu, you must gift the first batch of lathes to our machinery factory. Now that we have a thorough understanding of the steam turbine technology, we are short of this precision lathe to produce parts. Lin Wentao shouted before he even arrived. Chen Qi said, if you want to give it to us, we will also give it to the military. Now a lot of weapons are still on the drawings, waiting for precision machine tools to be produced. Is it important that this steam turbine can have a howitzer? My automatic weapon is also very urgent, don't fight with it. The four people walked along, arguing all the way. Everyone wanted to get the precision machine tool the first time. Zhang Liu smiled bitterly. He didn't want to offend anyone, but just cast his eyes on Xiaoming and motioned them to ask the emperor. Xiaoming had his own plan already in his mind. In his opinion, the empire's current first priority is to develop the navy and improve the performance of warships. Because the current empire can no longer stay on the land power and must also become a maritime power. After all, with the increase of colonies, the empire's overseas interests become more and more important. Without a powerful navy, effective control over the colonies cannot be implemented, nor can it be controlled over Europe. So he said, the first batch of lathes was handed over to Lin Wentao. The steam turbine is the most important thing at present. If the steam turbine is successfully developed, the Empire will be able to achieve a leap in power generation and battleship performance. Compared with the traditional steam engine, the steam turbine can be said to be an advanced stage of the steam engine, and the performance improvement is not a little bit. Even modern nuclear power plants and aircraft carriers still use steam turbines. Once the Empire produced a steam turbine and put it into use, the Empire's warships would be reborn, bringing the Empire into the era of the cannon giant during World War II ahead of schedule. Lin Wentao showed a triumphant look when he heard the words, and he knew he would win because the steam turbine was so important. Xiaoming looked at the other three people and said, but you don't have to worry about it. Now that you have a master computer, the production of submachines will be very fast. Even if it is late, you will not be late for a few days. Chapter 1132 For blooms. Since the Emperor has said so, we will take advantage of Lin Wentao, but Lin Wentao, you boy, have to invite us to dinner. Amidst the roar of machinery, the three of Lutong had no choice but to accept it. As far as Lin Wentao is concerned, as long as he can get the machine tools at the first time, he can invite him to eat 10 meals, and he promised. With a smile in Xiaoming's eyes, he would not participate in the dinner between the four. After all, wherever he appeared, the atmosphere would become tense, and the same was true for those dedicated to scientific research. However, during the quarrel, the three mentioned the field they were researching, so he asked, Song Chengping, what is the automatic weapon you are talking about? Back to the Emperor. During this time, the lower officials were studying the hand-style second rifle. It is a semi-automatic rifle that uses the air-guiding principle of a long flat machine gun. This rifle realizes automatic loading of bullets. At the same time, this rifle has its own independent magazine, which is compared with the first rear pull bolt action rifle. It's much more convenient to shoot and pull the bolt once. Song Chengping said one by one. Xiaoming looked satisfied. Song Chengping said that the second-hand style rifle was basically equivalent to the Garland rifle and M1 carbine during World War II, after the bullets are fired. These firearms use part of the gunpowder gas to retract the shells and automatically load the bullets, ready to shoot again at any time. Compared with non-automatic rifles, the advantages are naturally great. If the Empire is equipped with this rifle, the army's combat effectiveness will rise again. However, Song Chengping's successful development is one thing, and it is another matter to equip the army. This is why Song Chengping is looking for high-precision machine tools. Only when the military factory is equipped with high-precision machine tools can he make the military factory realize mass production and then equip the army. As a result, there is no imperial army for 3 to 5 years that cannot be completely changed. Yes, but in addition to rifles, you have to work sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, pistols and other types of firearms, striving to diversify the Imperial Army's weapons. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Qi and asked, "What is your howitzer like?" Chen Qi was well prepared, because every time Xiaoming met them, he would always ask about the latest research situation. He said, "Through this Indian war, the military reported to me that the main casualties of the war were still mortars. This is enough to explain the importance of artillery support in wars. As long as the firepower density is sufficient, the enemy will be unable to parry. Therefore, large-caliber howitzers with similar attack effects to mortars are extremely important." After a pause, he said, "The 122 mm towed howitzer was developed this time. This howitzer uses an ordinary single-barrel and a screw-type breech block. It requires high parts requirements, so high-precision machine tools are needed." Xiaoming nodded. Stalin once said that artillery is the of war. This is enough to see the importance of artillery to war. The large-caliber artillery that the Empire currently serves in the army is still a flat-fired artillery, which is not good at attacking enemies hiding in trenches. As the war progresses, this type of artillery will inevitably be eliminated, and now the howitzer developed by Chen Qi can replace the former flat-fire artillery. This rifle also needs to be refitted. This artillery piece also needs to be refitted. So many people in the Imperial Army have retreated a lot of weapons. The new weapons are delightful, but the elimination of old equipment also makes people feel painful. Because of the rapid development of the Empire's science and technology, the elimination of weapons is also very rapid. Now it is basically replaced every 6 years. For this reason, a large number of weapons are stored in the Empire's armory. Lu Tong heard the words and said, "Emperor, it's not easy. Just sell these arms." Now the Europeans have been severely taught by us, and want to spend a lot of money to buy our weapons? Nonsense. If you sell these weapons to Europeans, what should they do if they hit us in turn? Jiang Liu is a cautious person, and he thinks it is inappropriate. Song Chengping and Chen Qi very much agree with Lu Tong's words. They are a group, because as long as they sell their weapons, they will have sufficient funds to develop new weapons. Jiang Liu: "This is wrong. Europeans give their weapons to the Ottoman Empire for nothing. Are they not afraid that the Ottoman Empire will turn around and hit them?" Chen Qi said, "In my opinion, Europeans are very smart. Therefore, to let the eliminated weapons rust, it is better to exchange benefits for Osman. After all, they all have brand new weapons." Song Chengping echoed, "Exactly. Anyway, we already have more superior weapons, and Europe is far away from us. We must pass through the sea to come here, and the Imperial Navy is not a display." That said, "Your words have some truth," Jiang Liu recalled. Song Chengping continued, "At present, the industrial capacity in Europe is limited. Even if they sell Chinese rifles to them, they don't have the ability to make bullets. As a result, they need to continue to buy bullets from the Empire, which is a lot of income. That is, besides the Empire now has tanks. Even if they hold hand-style rifles, how can they stop the Empire's steel torrent? And when they master the bullet manufacturing technology, what weapons the Empire will have?" Chen Qi is confident. Tao Xiaoming's eyes were moving back and forth over the 5 people. In fact, Empire Z was already trading old equipment for benefits. For example, with the aid of Persia and France, the Empire achieved the goal of obtaining free oil and disrupting Europe through the weapons that were eliminated before. Therefore, this business is worth it. As for the hand-style rifle and the gun, 2 weapons that may be eliminated in the next 3 to 5 years, He also has his own ideas. As Chen Qi said, in fact, the Empire does not have to worry about the impact of selling weapons on the Empire because the Empire will always maintain its weapon advantage. Now that the Empire's steel battleship dominates the ocean, it may soon become a cannon giant, and there are already tanks on the land to dominate the continent. If the sky is occupied in the future, the Empire will have all the land, sea and air. What can we worry about? Historical experience told him that what he needs to worry about is not weapons and equipment, but to avoid the collapse of the Empire from within. I have my own decision on this matter. At present, the new equipment has not been installed. It is too early to say these. Xiaoming stood up and said, clearing his throat, he said to Zhang Liu, this machine tool still needs to be paid closer attention to. Not only weapons, but all industries in the Empire currently require high-precision lathes. Zhang Liu's expression became serious, and he said, yes, the Emperor. The lower officials must be watching closely. Xiaoming said to Lin Wentao, in addition to steam turbines, there are also large forging hydraulic presses. This is the spirit of processing metal, rubber, wood, and powder. With this, the capabilities of forging, stamping, and powder metallurgy of steel can be greatly improved. The strength of the workpiece is very important. Chapter 1133 Canal. Yes, the Emperor, we are studying. Lin Wentao bowed and said, in fact, the research of the Institute of Mechanical Engineering is not sequential, but parallel. As the number of researchers in the Empire increased, the Institute of Mechanical Engineering was divided into many groups, each of which was responsible for different mechanical research. This forging hydraulic press was one of them. Lu Tong heard the words and said, this is what I want, and some plastic products in the chemical industry now need to be forged. Plastic? What is this? Lin Wentao asked inexplicably. He is serious about some things in chemistry. There is no concept. Song Qingping and Chen Qi also listened. Xiaoming knows something about Lu Tong's successful production of plastic. Most of the news that has appeared in the newspapers over the years is about the imperial machinery industry. However, the development of the chemical industry has been progressing rapidly, silently providing assistance to the machinery industry. Unknowingly, the Empire has been able to produce chemical gases such as oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, and helium, and the fertilizer industry, paper industry, pharmaceuticals and other industries have also developed by leaps and bounds. This plastic is actually a resin. It can be said that natural resins such as asphalt, rosine, amber, and shellac can be used to make plastics. Xiaoming explained. In contemporary times, scientists at the end of the 19th century successfully nitrated natural cellulose and used camphor as a plasticizer to make the world's first plastic variety, and then the first synthetic phenolic plastic was born. Now Lu Tong is able to synthesize phenolic plastic, which has been adopted by the electrical and instrument manufacturing industries of the Empire. When everyone heard the words, it became clear to everyone. With the topic of plastics, they talked about new things in their respective industries, and an exchange meeting was born. Xiaoming didn't bother seeing the intense discussion. He took Yan Defu and left the Department of Equipment and went directly to the General Staff. With the efforts of Lin Wentao and others, the Empire's industrial capacity has become increasingly strong, which also gave the Empire the strength to expand abroad. Now he went to the General Staff to formulate a long-term strategy for the Empire. When he arrived at the General Staff, Kui Shannon greeted him immediately, still holding a pen in his hand, as if he was writing something. Entering the combat department of the General Staff, 20 young generals saluted him one after another. These are the staff members of the General Staff and are responsible for the formulation of battle plans on weekdays. After returning a military salute, Xiaoming looked at the huge model in the middle of the War Department, the three-dimensional version of the world map of this model. In this model, countries all over the world are clearly presented, and there are also models of important cities in some countries. Now all areas occupied by the Empire have been planted with the dragon flag of the Empire. Emperor, This is the port currently planned by the general. Kui Shannon pointed to the model and said, there are port models along the coastline on the model, which is what Kui Shannon is doing now. To control the world's trade, the empire must control the ports of the world. To deal more effectively with Europe and North America, the empire also needs to have its own ports in the world. So while transporting oil back from the Middle East, the empire is also gradually establishing its own port strategy. On the map, Kui Shannon's port planned to circle around Africa, which is currently no way, because the Suez Canal has not yet been excavated, and can only detour along Africa. Xiaoming couldn't help frowning at this injustice. In contemporary history, France under Napoleon's rule dug through the Suez Canal. Later, Britain and France jointly operated the Suez Canal, charging fees for merchant ships passing through the Suez Canal, so that their profits were full. Thinking of this, he said, the route to Africa is too long. The empire has to dig through this canal and shorten the route from the empire to Europe. Kui Shannon looked at the place where Xiaoming pointed. This place was within the territory of the Ottoman Empire, which was the junction of the Middle East and Africa. After a moment of stunned, Kui Shannon said, it's just the emperor. This seems to be the territory of the Ottoman Empire. Does the emperor want to wage war on the Ottoman Empire? Now that Persia is fighting for the empire, why should the empire take action? Xiaoming had his own ideas. In his plan, once Persia defeated the Ottoman Empire, he would claim land from the Ottoman Empire. At that time, the empire will ask Persia to take down this land, and the empire will obtain it from Persia. In this way, the empire will obtain the Suez Canal area without any blood. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said his thoughts. Kui Shannon nodded. This method is feasible, but the war between Persia and Ottoman has not yet been determined, and the European countries will not easily abandon a plan to disrupt the empire's westward movement. If you want to let the war break out as soon as possible in the outcome, the empire may have to directly intervene. Xiaoming frowned. He refused to compromise with Britain on the issue of the Persian-Ottoman War. After Brooke returned, the British would inevitably turn into anger, and they might even encourage mercenaries to enter the Ottoman battle. According to intelligence, Britain has now mastered the technology of rear-loading guns and paper shell bullets. If they intervene forcefully, the war between Persia and Ottoman will inevitably add variables, and this is not what he wants to see. Although the paper shell bullets have poor airtightness, many residues and are easy to get wet, this rifle changed the way the Europeans fight. Since then, line combat is gone forever, and there will never be a whole row of British lining up to target machine guns in the war. Send a batch of machine guns to Persia, train a batch of machine gunners for Persia, and send out snipers to help them shoot the Ottoman officers. Xiaoming said, although it is the two major powers in Central Asia, the Ottoman Empire is stronger than the Persian Empire in overall strength. This is why Persia has the weapons of the empire and the war is still in a state of anxiety. Kui Shannon understood that Xiaoming gradually lost patience. After all, the later, the more likely it is that Europe will send mercenaries. The final arrangement is here. Kui Shannon dialed the phone, ordered a batch of machine guns and ammunition from the arsenal, and dispatched machine gunners to Persia. After hanging up the phone, Kui Shannon said, is the emperor's batch of machine grabs just given to Persia? It was loaned to Persia to let them return to the empire after the war. Xiaoming said, after this war, Persia's strength will inevitably increase, and Ottoman will be crippled for a long time. If Persia is still in control of the machine gun, Ottoman is really over. Who will control this huge empire spanning Asia, Africa and Europe? By then, the imperial oil might not be so easy to obtain. Kui Shannon thought it so. After all, machine guns were commonplace in the empire, but in the Persian Empire, it was basically a direct transition from cold weapons to hot weapons, and the impact would not be a little bit. Chapter 1134 Free Navigation. Brooke stood on the battleship of the Chinese Empire looking at London with a complex mood. After the negotiation failed, he explained the construction of the embassy and rushed to Dengzhou. At this time, he was catching up with the visiting fleet that was going to Britain. After discussing with the Foreign Affairs Office of the Empire, He was allowed to return to the UK on a steel battleship. After all, it would take half a year to take an ordinary sail battleship, and it only takes 3 months for this kind of steel battleship to arrive in Europe. Under consideration, he still chose to rub the boat cheeky. Ambassador Brooke, your London city is just average. Jan stood beside Brooke with a trace of disdain on his face. He used to hear British prisoners of war talk about how prosperous London is. After seeing it, he realized how far it was from the imperial city. Brooke was as embarrassed as being exposed, and he retorted, "At least London is the most prosperous city in Europe." Liu Chen and Yun looked at each other. They liked Brooke's helpless expression. "Well, I hope we can have a good time in London these days and send Ambassador Brooke ashore," Yun said. This time they came to London in the name of a friendly visit, and Brooke needed to inform them. A small boat was quickly put down, and Brooke hurriedly took his entourage to the London port. The Imperial warships appeared in the British waters and were soon discovered. It seemed that they were worried about the Imperial attack. At this time, a huge fleet of sailing warships outside the port was already in position. "Hurry up!" Brooke was rowing in the small boat himself, and now the atmosphere of the confrontation between the two armies made him a little nervous. It was not that he had gained something along the way. At least he really understood the horror of these steel battleships. This fleet of 42 ships is enough to easily destroy all the European fleets. This gap cannot be made up by numbers. So he was afraid that his country would make the wrong decision. However, he was not the only one who was afraid at this time. Vladimir, Murphy and others were also nervously watching the steel battleship at sea. When they learned that a huge fleet was approaching London, the first reaction was that the Chinese Empire tore up the treaty and went directly to the United Kingdom. "That's Brooke." Murphy pointed to the boat. "Your Majesty, the situation may not be too bad. At least they let Brooke back." Vladimir's brows frowned. Never before had a fleet from another country dared to approach Britain so close, which clearly represented an insult to Britain. Huquan and Kang Ming's expressions were completely opposite to those of the British. If they were not concerned about diplomatic etiquette, they really wanted to cheer at the warships of the Empire. During this period of time, their days in London were not very comfortable. Being tracked, threatened, and lured, the British tried their best to destroy the two psychological defenses and let them act as double agents. "Your Majesty, don't worry. This is just the free navigation of the Imperial warship in Europe," Huquan said lightly. Vidomir's face was suddenly hard to look. "Free navigation? When will your warships sail freely in British waters?" "According to your statement, can British warships also sail into your country's ports?" "Of course, as long as your Majesty's warship has the ability to get in." Huquan increased his tone, obviously with a provocative tone. Vladimir clenched her white silky hands suddenly and took 3 deep breaths. She tried her best to squeeze out a smile. "Ambassador, who doesn't have to worry. It was just a joke." "I'm just joking." Huquan took advantage of the situation and gave Vidomir a step down. After all, he still had to do things in the UK and couldn't do too much. While everyone was waiting, Brooke quickly went ashore. He came all the way to Vladimir and explained the purpose of the Empire's fleet. Confirming that the Imperial fleet is only a visit, Vladimir's face looked better. Although she remained calm on the surface, she was very scared in her heart, because she knew that the British Navy would be defeated by just looking at these steel battleships. "We in Britain welcome the friendly visit of the Imperial fleet, Murphy, leaving a place in the port for the Imperial warships to dock," Vladimir said. Then she walked a few steps forward to avoid Huquan and Kang Ming, and continued, "Let Cordia take the group of scientists on board. This is a rare opportunity, so they must find a way to make a steel battleship." "Yes, Your Majesty." Murphy turned and left. Brooke said at this time, "The Imperial warships visit this time on the surface, but the real purpose is to deter Britain, hoping that Your Majesty will temporarily stop threatening the Imperial mission." Vidomir nodded. Even a fool could see the purpose of the Empire. She sighed deeply. Now that the civil strife in France is expanding, no one can be sure about André's future. Among them are France's dissatisfaction with André's administration, and there are also careerists like Henry. At the beginning of the war, she had no doubt that André could defeat Henry. But now the situation in France has taken a turn for the worse. Based on the information gathered, she finally understood that there was also the shadow of the empire, and Huquan contacted the English parliamentarians, and she gradually became clear about the empire's strategy in Europe. Although the armistice agreement was signed and the hot war ended, the secret battle has just begun. However, she did not sit still. During this time, he sent envoys to Prussia and Tsarist Russia sought to form an alliance. This was the best way to counter the imperial involvement in European affairs. She would not sit idly by for France. The empire supported Henry, so she chose André except for sending no soldiers. She provided almost all the help. I will do it. So will your negotiation have a result? Vidomir had already guessed something in her heart. After all, the negotiation was successful and the Empire would not humiliate them so much. Sorry, Your Majesty. The Empire refused to accept any of our conditions. They even said that if we dare to violate the agreement, we will use force. Brooke said. Vidomir was silent, and for a long time he patted Brooke on the shoulder. There is a saying in the Chinese Empire that gentlemen take revenge. It is not too late for 10 years. One day we will fight back. After a pause, she continued, in this case, you are ready to go to the United States, both Anglo-Saxons, hoping they can stand by our side at a critical moment. Yes, Your Majesty, Brooke said in a deep voice. Now Britain has to lower its head even to negotiate with the betrayal colonies, which shows how determined it is now to fight against the Chinese Empire. Vidomir. Thinking of this, Brooke said, Your Majesty, since the Empire does not accept our terms, we must find all means to obtain their technology, even if it costs a lot of money, even if the market and colonies are exchanged for technology. Chapter 1135 Thought. The mottled shadow of the tree reflected on Vidomir's slightly resentful face. Staring at the steel battleship on the ocean for a long time, she nodded slightly, then turned to the carriage and headed for her palace. Now she needs to calm her mood. Brooke sighed. Sometimes he felt that this was the retribution of the British slaughtered and enslaved Aborigines for 200 years. Now they are going to pay the Eastern Empire the wealth they have robbed the world for 200 years. But fortunately, they have accumulated over 200 years, which allowed Britain to have enough wealth to consume with the Eastern Empire in the struggle. Watching Vidomir's carriage disappeared, Brooke returned by boat again. He wanted to officially welcome Yun and his party on behalf of the Queen. I am the British Prime Minister Murphy, General Yun, welcome you to Britain, and please take my greetings to your Emperor on your behalf. Taking the boat, Brooke brought Murphy to the battleship where Yun was. Obviously, Vidomir was not willing to personally receive Yun and the Empire's soldiers here, because in her opinion this was a trampling on British dignity. At the same time, as the Queen, she is also the highest symbol of Britain. If the Emperor of the Eastern Empire arrives in person this time, she should personally greet her. This is the principle of reciprocity in diplomatic rules. Yun had been observing the port just now. She saw a woman in luxurious clothes leaving, and Brooke showed the humbleness of a courtier at that time. In his opinion, this is the Queen of England. Thank you. Please also greet the Queen on our behalf, but it seems that she doesn't like us very much. Yun said straightforwardly. This time he went to England with the gesture of a winner, because in India he personally defeated the European fleet. In the face of the defeated country, it should show strength so that the defeated country can correctly understand its position. Murphy and Brooke's eyes flashed with displeasure, and the Queen of England was as sacred to them as Xiaoming's in the Eastern Empire. Yun's words just now obviously contained dissatisfaction with the Queen. According to the result of the discussion just now, Her Majesty the Queen will host a banquet in the Tulip Palace tomorrow. Please don't worry. Brooke smiled unnaturally. Yun noticed the dissatisfaction on the faces of the two of them, so he clicked until, really? We look forward to it very much. Murphy gave an official smile. We have cleared our position in the port, and you can dock at any time now. Yun nodded. At this time, the British warship in the harbor had already given up a path. He turned around and said to Liu Chen, Enter the port." "Are you all in?" Liu Chen said with some worry. He was a little afraid that the British would put them together and their warships while they were parked. Yan understood what Liu Chen was worried about. He believed, "Your worry is superfluous. Unless Britain wants to start a full-scale war with the Empire, they dare not do so." Liu Chen hesitated, and finally made all the warships dock at the port of London in accordance with Yan's request. When they got to shore, Hu Quan and Kang Ming greeted them, and when they saw Yan, the two of them showed excitement. "General, you are finally here. It's not easy for us to live in the UK this time. The Emperor already knows about your affairs, and because of this, we will be sent here," Yan said with a smile. "Don't worry. This time we come to the UK to vent your anger." Hu Quan and Kang Ming felt relieved, and at this time they suddenly felt an unprecedented level of peace of mind. After coming to England, they have been anxious and worried that the British will be disadvantaged to them. Now that the Empire fleet is coming, he thinks the British must now understand what to do. "Thank the Emperor, thank the Emperor." Hu Quan turned to the east and bowed deeply. After the greeting, Yan and Hu Quan were preparing to return to the embassy, and at this time a figure stood in front of Yan. Seeing this person's face, Yan was a little surprised. This person was Butlin, who was captured in the Battle of India. "General Butryn, what a coincidence." Yan had a smile on his face, but he became vigilant in his heart, because he saw a trace of abuse in Butryn's eyes. "General Yan, farewell to India. I didn't expect we can meet again. I hope you can have a good time in the UK." Butryn's smile was grim. After saying this, he didn't wait for Yan to speak, and left straight away. "Rusty," Hu Quan said angrily at Butlin's figure. When Butlin walked away, he said to Yan, "Generally, I really shouldn't have allowed these prisoners to come back, but now is headed by Butlin." The generals of Vidomia became a staunch supporter of Vidomia, which consolidated her position in the United Kingdom. Most importantly, these people instigated hatred against the Empire everywhere. "Really?" Yan frowned. Despite the defeat in India, what Britain lost was only a colony in India. South America and Africa still retained many colonies, and the mainland was not attacked. In his view, perhaps it was this factor that prevented the native British people from experiencing the horror of the war, but instead aroused their anger because of the loss of the colony. But in the face of this situation, the Empire has nothing to do. This time from the Empire to the UK, he realized that the Empire really cannot attack Europe across tens of thousands of kilometers. On the way to Britain, they stopped at 6 British colonial ports to replenish coal and water, but the demand for these 42 warships caused the British colonies to drain all their inventory. After arriving in London, the fresh water, coal, and food on their battleships were gone. If the British did not provide them, their fleet would collapse in Britain. 42 warships are still the case. If the Empire launches a large-scale war, it is impossible to guarantee supplies without thousands of ships traveling between the Empire and Europe. Therefore, if you want to fight in Europe, the Empire must build military bases near Europe in advance and hoard a lot of resources in order to ensure the victory of the war. It can't be wrong. This is what the Scottish MP told us. Hu Quan was worried that Yan didn't believe it, and said the source of the news. Yan nodded lightly. While walking with Hu Quan to the embassy, he said, "This time, the Emperor came to the British Emperor with purpose. According to the Emperor's plan, it is best to let Europe chaos and delay the development of Europe. War is only the second choice." Huru Anyan said with a smile, "Since war is the second choice, it means that war is still under consideration." After a pause, Legend Hu said, "Please go back and tell your majesty, if you want to dismember Britain, the Empire will have to intervene by force. Otherwise, it will be impossible for Ireland to do so with weak Scotland." Chapter 1136. Dirty back to the Empire. "I will report to the Emperor." Hu Quan's look was serious, and Yan realized that disturbing Europe was not an easy thing. France's matter happened to meet Henry, the careerist. Even without the support of the Empire, the contradiction between Henry and André will break out sooner or later. The intervention of the Empire only allowed Henry to accelerate the speed of replacing André. Discussing many issues in the UK along the way, the two soon arrived at the embassy. Only when they arrived in front of the embassy, Yan and Liu Chen's expressions were a bit ugly. because at this time the embassy of the empire was full of British people. These British people with red-necked necks, shouting slogans, and holding banners that read "Get out of Britain, the humble yellow pig does not belong to this, leave now," and other English words. Bastard! Liu Chen's face was pale. He pressed the revolver on his waist, and the soldiers following him saw Yun's movements and took the hand-style rifles on their backs in their hands. When Kang Ming saw this, he immediately said, "General Liu, don't be impulsive. If you kill someone, you will fall into their tricks." "What's the solution?" Liu Chen said, almost gritted his teeth. Legend Who said, "You should all understand that the rights of the Queen of England are restricted by the House, and this is where Vidomir is now dissatisfied. Now she is trying to take over Britain through the hatred between Britain and the Empire, the ambition of various rights, because she believes that only a stable and strong Britain can fight the Empire, and stability and strength means that members of Parliament will not quarrel in the House." Liu Chen came to understand, this lady is quite shrewd. Since that's the case, we can't follow their wishes. After all, Liu Chen calmed down. Yan said, "It seems that we are not here at the right time." Ignoring the protests around the embassy, he and Huquan and his party entered the embassy. At this time, in a building directly opposite the embassy, Butlin was watching Yan and his party. Seeing them calmly entering the embassy, he hated to throw down the curtains. "Major Butrin, it seems this method is not enough to make them make mistakes," said a general in a red uniform. "What anxious? This is just a little temptation. The real ultimate move is still to come. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only the same enemy, Britain, can regain the lost glory in the future." Butrin said coldly. "Yes, Major," the general responded. The next day, Yan and Liu Chen, who had rested in the embassy for a night, formally received an invitation from the Queen. At 11 o'clock, they went to the Tulip Palace with Huquan. Like the last time Huquan and Kang Ming were hosted, the Tulip Palace today is also full of British nobles. The difference is that there are more soldiers guarding the palace today than in the past. Huquan noticed this situation, which made him a little uneasy, and at the same time he also told Yan about the situation. "General, if these British people really jump the wall in a hurry, it will be in trouble," Liu Chen said worriedly. Yan also murmured a little, if the British really broke the jar, they would be really miserable this time, but he still believed his own judgment, that is, the British dare not. Because once this is done, there will be no room for reconciliation between the Empire and Britain. At that time, one of the two must fall. "Why, don't let the British read our jokes. Maybe they deliberately led us to make mistakes." Yan comforted. After hearing this, everyone calmed down and followed Yan forward. After a while, Brooke and Murphy came to them. Murphy said, "General Yan, please come with me, Your Majesty is waiting for you." With that, he led Yan and Liu Chen through the crowd and came to Vidomir. At this time, Vidomir was talking to some British ladies. When she heard the movement, she turned around and said with a smile, "This must be General Yan. This is General Liu Chen, your famous generals." It's often mentioned. Yan just glanced at and confirmed that the woman in front of him was the woman who was in the port that day. "I am honored to meet Your Majesty. Thank you for your praise." "I'm not complimenting. It is indeed you who beat them to the ground in India." Vidomir smiled, seemingly disapproving. Then she said, "I wonder if we have the opportunity to visit your battleship today? I would like to know what battleship defeated our navy." "Of course, this is fine," Yan said. "Brooke has been on the battleship for 3 months, and he doesn't need to hide it." Vidomir was happy, and she said, "Great, let's go after the luncheon." Yan had to nod his head. After a simple greeting, Vidomir asked Brooke to lead Yan and his party to dinner. At this time, she asked Murphy, "How is Butlin's preparations?" "Everything is ready, just waiting for Your Majesty to go to the port," said with a smile. Vidomir nodded with satisfaction. "The Emperor of the Eastern Empire wants to intimidate us, so we will use this matter to unite the British and gather the strength of Britain." The luncheon is over. Vidomir got into her carriage, and Yan and Liu Chen were arranged to go to the port together in another carriage. After arriving at the dock, Yan and Liu Chen frowned at the same time, because as in the embassy, a large number of British citizens with banners gathered on the dock this time. "Damn it, It seems that they did it deliberately. This is clearly arranged. Liu Chen gritted her teeth and said to Yan, this Vidomia is indeed a ruthless character. I am afraid she is drunk during her visit to the battleship. When doesn't mean wine. Yan stared at Vidomia in front of her. After a pause, he said, let the soldiers be more vigilant. Since their queen is here to visit the warship, we cannot let her have an accident on our warship. Liu Chen answered yes, go ahead. And Yan accompanied Vidomian on board the King-class ironclad ship. There were many British nobles who accompanied Vidomian on the battleship, including Butrin. A miracle, it is a miracle. How did they build such a warship? Said a nobleman beside Butrin. Butlin's gaze wandered, and he said to Cordia, remember your own mission, and take this opportunity to understand how they built the ironclad ships. It depends on you whether the British Empire can wash away the shame of failure in the future. Cordia held up his glasses, but Butlin's words made him feel a little nervous. At this time, he focused on the various equipment on the battleship, keeping everything on the battleship in his heart. Chapter 1137 sees Vidomia walked on the King-class ironclad ships, and a quick glance yesterday made her full of awe for these steel battleships. Now that she has boarded the battleship in person, she can clearly understand the powerful combat effectiveness of these ironclad ships. It's no wonder that our fleet of the British Empire will suffer successive defeats in Asia. If we have such warships, we can also sweep the ocean. Vidomia sighed to Prime Minister Murphy. So Your Majesty, this is the terrible place of the Chinese Empire today. The ability to produce these steel battleships is enough to show their powerful industrial capabilities. Murphy shook his head and sighed. Vidomia said anxiously, if this is the case, we must work together to improve Britain's industrial capabilities. As they said, the two walked towards the giant gun on the armored ship, but when they tried to observe more closely, they were stopped by the soldiers. Yan explained, sorry, Your Majesty, some parts of the ironclad ship belong to the secrets of the Empire, and this cannot be exhibited to outsiders. Vidomia and Murphy looked at each other. Both of them were a little disappointed, and then they walked around the battleship and stopped because there were too few places for them to observe carefully. Murphy looked at Butlin in the crowd. Butlin understood. At this moment, he turned to the protesting crowd and made a cough without a trace. At this moment, the originally noisy protest crowd suddenly became agitated. While shouting slogans, they attacked the protective circle surrounded by the imperial soldiers. Yan and Liu Chen frowned when they saw this. They didn't know what medicine these British people were selling in the gourd. When everyone's attention was shifted to the protesters, suddenly the crowd squeezed frantically, and it became very difficult for the imperial soldiers to maintain order. However, at this moment, a clear gunfire sounded, and the entire port was instantly silent. Hearing this gunshot, Yan's expression changed greatly, because it was clearly the gunshot of a hand-style rifle. He hadn't recovered yet. The protest crowd suddenly became excited, and the protesters shouted, "Killed, kick off the invaders," and other slogans madly attack the imperial soldiers. Seeing the emergency, the soldiers of the Empire aimed their guns at the protesting British. "General Yan, you are so rude. How dare you kill people on our British land? You must pay for your stupid behavior," Vidomia said angrily. Yan knew that this was a British conspiracy, but now his soldiers did shoot. He said, "Your Majesty, the facts need to be investigated. If it is the responsibility of the imperial soldiers, we will definitely deal with it according to military discipline. But I don't know what happened." "Is it not clear what happened? You shot and killed British civilians, General Yan, and you will arouse the anger of the British." Murphy changed his docile appearance, as if he was toothless. "Beast." Liu Chen couldn't stand it for a long time. He cursed loudly, "General, what are we talking about with them? We are fooled. They're clearly trying to sway us together, make a road, and fight them." Wu Quanzi didn't translate Liu Chen's words, and Yan frowned. At present, it seems that the British clearly wanted to use this incident to make things worse. Only now they are facing a very practical problem. There is no supply of warships, and they cannot return to the Empire at all. Moreover, the activation of the steel battleship takes time. If they insist, there is no certainty that they will win, because he saw dense red shirts coming from all directions. On the road to the port, The British targeted the warships docked in the port. General Yun, you must cooperate with our investigation. As long as the investigation is clear, we will let you leave. Vladimir glanced at the assembled British soldiers and smiled triumphantly. This is her well-designed strategy. It doesn't matter whether the Imperial soldiers took the initiative to shoot or the protesters hit the gun. Now they have reason to temporarily detain the warships and soldiers of the Empire. During the investigation, they can study the warships and firearms of the Empire with integrity. At the same time, her detention of Imperial soldiers will give herself a strong image in Britain, and the death of the protesters will make the British more united. The most important thing is that her reasons are upright, and the Eastern Empire is in trouble. Your Majesty, you must be aware of the consequences of doing this. Our Emperor is not a good-tempered person. Even if your conspiracy is seamless, it may cause trouble. Yun warned. Of course I know, but if you are so rude, you will let the whole of Europe see your true colors. Vladimir said lightly. From now on they will stand firmly on the side of the British. Okay, let's walk. Look, Yun said coldly. Vladimir chuckled softly and said, I'm sorry, please ask all your soldiers to hand over their weapons, and follow our soldiers to the barracks to wait for a while. Yun Qiang held back his anger. He stopped Liu Chen, who was about to draw his gun, and ordered the soldiers to obey the British arrangements. Although he also wanted to kill all these British people, they could not beat the entire British soldiers. The end result was that they all died in battle, and the warships and weapons all became British trophies. Too much deception. Too much deception. Seeing that the soldiers of the Empire were wronged by this, Hu Quan's chest undulated violently. Kang Ming said, we request to participate in the investigation, and you must give us a result as soon as possible. Of course there is no problem. Murphy passed by the two, smiling. One by one, Empire soldiers stepped off the battleship under Yun's order. When all the soldiers on the 42 battleships were taken to the barracks, Vladimir said to Kodia, we will help you at most fight for half a month. You can study these steel battleships and their weapons at will during this half month. In order to achieve this goal, we took a huge risk and hope you don't let us down. Kodia said, Your Majesty, I have summoned the best scientists in Britain, and we will definitely go all out. I hope so. Vladimir touched the giant cannon on the Imperial battleship and sighed. It's really magnificent. But it's not ours. It's easy to want to turn them into ours, Butrin said grimly. Vladimir understood Butrin's meaning, and she said, it is not yet time to get rid of the Eastern Empire. Then how long will it be? They are already trying to divide the United Kingdom. This will happen sooner or later, Butrin said eagerly. As long as it can be delayed, Vladimir said. She had her own plan. Chapter 1138 Gunpowder Smell. This is over. We will definitely be skinned when we return to the Emperor. These British people will definitely take a closer look at our equipment with a magnifying glass. When he arrived at the London barracks, Liu Chen immediately wailed. Yun glanced at the place where he was staying temporarily. The decoration was rather elaborate, like an officer's residence, from which he judged that the British did not want to make troubles. This Vladimir is a powerful character. We did suffer a loss this time, but this will also allow the Emperor to increase his vigilance against the British and speed up the pace of dealing with Britain. Yun said. After a pause, he comforted, as for our weapons, they may be able to see some doorways, but they can't produce them by seeing the doorways. Nevertheless, they will figure out something after all, and once their industrial capacity is reached, they will immediately produce it. Liu Chen said. Yun laughed. By then, even without these, they can still produce. While the two were arguing about this matter, Hu Quan and Kang Ming got into trouble in their investigation. According to the Imperial soldier, during the crowding process, a protester suddenly rushed forward and held down his hand on the trigger, which caused him to shoot and hit a protester. But the results of the British investigation were completely opposite. They denied the Imperial soldier's claim. According to the protesters, the Imperial soldier pulled the trigger. As a result, the investigation fell into a stalemate. While investigating, a large number of scientists haunted the warships of the Empire, and they took a ruler to measure the size of the warships. Enter the cabin to observe the internal power system and record the structure of the rotating turret in the turret. Another group of firearms experts studied hand-style rifles and long flat machine guns, as well as metal bullets and artillery shells. At the same time, London newspapers covered all over the shooting incident in the port, and for a time there was a feeling of hatred towards the Empire permeating London. In stark contrast, Vidomia's toughness in this incident was highly praised by Londoners, and this praise continued to spread from London to other cities. In a short period of time, the British's recognition of Vidomia has increased rapidly. In the House, Vidomia also gained a lot, and her opponents gave up their positions and turned to support her. This incident successfully allowed Vidomia to achieve her ambitions. Half a month passed in a flash, and after achieving some of her goals, Vidomia personally came to the British Army barracks in London. General Yun, I'm very sorry. The investigation of the port shooting has been completed. We have just arrested an illegal organization in London. They organized the protest and gave perjury. Vidomia had a smile on his face. Since ascending to the position of Queen, Vidomia has never been so happy. Through this incident, she has successfully seized the British military and political power, and her approval rate has been unprecedentedly improved in the UK. The most important thing is that they have carefully studied the most advanced equipment of the Empire, although the current British industrial capabilities cannot be imitated. But they have mastered the principles and structures of some weapons, and the British can focus on this research. The most important thing is that these weapons provide a direction for the development of British weapons. Once Britain's industrial capacity is reached, they will produce these weapons. With a hint of cynicism on Yun's face, he said to Vidomia, could it be that a misunderstanding can make the soldiers of the Empire suffer these humiliations for nothing? Of course not. At present, Britain and the Empire have a good relationship. We have severely punished these fanatics who cause troubles. At the same time, in order to make up for your losses, we will provide you with various supplies for free this time, and we will compensate you £200,000. This half a month has been delayed. Vidomia put a very low posture. Yun sneered, Your Majesty the Queen is really a good method. I hope we will not meet on the battlefield next time. Vidomia's face changed slightly. Yun was already a naked threat. But she was mentally prepared. After all, this incident is a humiliation for any country. Moreover, the Eastern Empire behind Yun was the country that had just defeated them. This time they will be very embarrassed to go back. Of course, Vidomia said calmly. In this case, I hope that Her Majesty the Queen will provide us with supplies as soon as possible. We have been delayed in the UK for a long time and need to go back and return to Her Majesty, Yun said. After speaking, he took Liu Chen and other imperial soldiers out of the barracks and headed for the port. Although they were treated well in the barracks, they really didn't want to stay here for another second. Returning to the battleship, Yun immediately ordered the inspection of all the facilities on the warship, and at the same time asked Liu Chen to inspect the weapons and ammunition. Soon, Liu Chen got feedback. Weapons are not few, but a rifle and a machine gun have obvious signs of reassembly, with 10 and 3 ammunition missing. Liu Chen said, Sure enough, we expected. Yun frowned and said, after thinking for a while, he said to Hu Quanhua, who came after hearing the news, You don't have to worry about this matter anymore, and focus on the strategy of the Empire. Once there is trouble here, I will definitely lead the fleet to come back again. Let the British repay it 100 times. Don't worry, as long as we are still alive, we won't give up, Hu Quan said firmly. While the two were talking, the British fleet of supplies had arrived. They sent coal to the battleship, and at the same time provided a lot of fresh water and food. After a day's rest on the battleship, Yun was about to return to the Empire. The next day, when the battleship gradually left the British port, Liu Chen said, General, don't you leave some unforgettable memories for the British? What do you want? It's better to blow up the port of London, Liu Chen said. Yun shook his head gently. This is refreshing, but don't forget, Hu Quan, that they are still in London. We are at ease. and they will be miserable. Why don't you just attack the 300-meter position from a shelling? Liu Chen looked over and found that 300 meters away was basically the outer edge of the port of London. He nodded and immediately let the soldiers aim and shoot. Boom boom boom. 42 warships fired almost at the same time, and the roar of the giant artillery made the warships ripple in the sea. The shells fell into the sea and caused huge waves. Such a large movement immediately panicked the British in the port of London. Even the crew of the British ships in the port jumped off and fled for their lives. In the Tulip Palace, Vladimir also heard the rumble of cannons. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but a smile on her mouth. At sea, the fleet that completed the bombardment slowly left London. Looking at the blurring coastline, Yan said, "When the construction of the coastal ports of the Empire is completed, these British guys won't be able to laugh." Chapter 1139. Self-fouling. The waves slapped against the hull of the King-class ironclad ship. Seagulls hovered around the battleship and made a low noise, and the figure of Dengzhou port was looming in the early morning mist. After 3 months of sailing, the fleet to Britain returned smoothly. But at this time there was no sign of joy on the battleship, and everyone looked heavy. Yan stood on the deck, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. "General, I still don't understand why you didn't give an order to attack the port of London when you left, for the lives of those diplomats who were Huquan." "This is not your style," Liu Chen asked with difficulty. "Now we come back. It's such a shame and shame. How did the Manchu civil and military think of us? How did the people of the Empire think of us?" Looking at the sea, Yan said solemnly, "This matter is an order from my Yan, and I will bear all the consequences. You don't have to worry about your career." Liu Chen couldn't help but angrily said, "For my own official career?" "General, I have followed you in the North and South wars in the past few years. I have never asked you for a position or a half. But now you say this. What kind of person I am?" Liu Chen. Yan sighed deeply, and he said, "I have my own reason for doing this. After waiting for you to be an extremely human minister, you will naturally understand." After all, he stopped talking. At this moment, Liu Chen looked at the other generals behind him. These were all naval generals who followed Yan from birth to death, and they were also pulled out by Yan. In their hearts, Yan's status in the navy is unmatched, and they respect Yan from the bottom of their hearts. But the Port of London incident made them a little bit chilling, because Yan, who was once known for his iron in blood, had repeatedly issued such weak orders. Seeing Liu Chen's helpless look, the other generals understood that they had no gains this time. They returned to their positions in a depressed mood, because he wanted to conceal the London port incident, but it was impossible from Yan's attitude. Dengzhou was getting closer, and after half an hour of sailing, the fleet entered the Dengzhou military port. At this time, the admiral found that there were already Imperial guards waiting for them on the pier of the military port, which made the admiral's heart suddenly sink to the bottom. Obviously, Yan did not conceal this British humiliation. "Commander-in-Chief Yan, this is the Emperor's order. You have been dismissed from your post. Please follow us back to Qingzhou to meet the Emperor now." It was Li San who came to Dengzhou this time, and he was responsible for personally detaining Yan back to Qingzhou. When the warship was docked in Guangzhou, Yan reported the matter in the UK, which immediately caused a turmoil in Qingzhou, and the memorial display Yan flew to the imperial study room like snowflakes. Under pressure, Xiaoming and the cabinet discussed the removal of Yan from his post. "The Emperor now has the thought of killing me." Yan smiled bitterly. With an expression on Li San's face, he said, "The Emperor fell a teacup for the first time when he heard the news. The Emperor asked you to deter Britain, but you let the British put us together." Yan smiled softly. "It's not that I, Yan, is afraid of death, but I don't want the warships and soldiers of the Empire to sacrifice meaninglessly." "Forget it. No matter how much it is said, I will accept any punishment from the court." After that, he stretched out his hands, which meant that Li San put a shackle on him. Li San sighed and asked the secret guard to take Yan away. King Zhu Xiaoming received the call as soon as Yan was arrested. His gaze swept over Cabinet Jufu's body one by one, and asked, "Yan has been arrested, what are your opinions?" The negative impact of this incident on the empire is too great, and the court will not be able to quell it if it doesn't do anything. The people are angry, Fiji said. The emperor, Yun's inability to lead the army has caused the empire to suffer such a great shame. Not killing is not enough for the civilians to indignation. By this matter, we should kill chickens and warriors so that the whole army can understand the consequences of weakness. Zhang Xingcheng said. The emperor, Yun, is understandable to do this. No one would have thought that this group of Europeans would be so despicable and shameless, and would use such abusive methods. After all, we are an official visit. No matter what the reason is, treat visitors so brutally. The British are shameless, but they have suffered such humiliation. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, even if they die in battle, they cannot bear this humiliation, Fiji said. Pang Yukun pondered for a while. He said, the Emperor, it is clear that the West is still too far away from civilization. This incident just proves that these Westerners are not worthy of being included in a civilized country. Their killing of the natives and the plunder of the world, they all proved that they are just barbarians with advanced firearms, and the empire does not need to follow reciprocal diplomatic rules to treat such a country. The minister seconded. The minister seconded. The cabinet ministers said one by one, agreeing with Pang Yukun's statement. A faint color flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. He said, since the Battle of India, there have been many voices in the empire that have ceased wars and turned wars into jade silk. It is often said that the empire has been fighting for years. Isn't it? Xiaoming's words made the faces of the cabinet ministers a little hot, because they had also persuaded Xiaoming in this way. Noting the expressions of the ministers, he said, from the perspective of this incident, neither you nor I were wrong. If the jackals were not killed in time, they would kill us. Thinking of the law. It is Yun's responsibility. Although it is big, it also allows them to see the fact that the war machine of the empire must be restarted to launch a full-scale war against Britain. Neither Fiji nor Pang Yukun raised any objections this time, and they did not dare. After all, this incident was enough to mobilize the public opinion of the empire. They realized that the peace of more than 2 years was about to be broken again. After a pause, Xiaoming said, Vidomia thinks we are civilized people and will endure her little tricks. She is wrong. I will use the cannon giant ship to tell civilized people that we never give in to wolves. Yes, the emperor, everyone said in unison. After talking about this, Xiaoming let everyone go, but Pang Yukun was the only one left. Then he let Qian Defu go out, leaving only 2 people in the room. Xiaoming said at this time, Yun's character is understood by you and I. Why do you think he gave such orders? Pang Yukun said, the emperor, the veteran thought that Yun did this to protect the property of the empire, and secondly it was pure self-defilement. Self-contaminated? Xiaoming frowned. In the past, when Liu Bang established the Han Dynasty, Xiao He was an extremely human minister, but his disciples said to him, you are not far from annihilation of the clan. Xiao He has since taken the initiative to corrupt his reputation and deliberately left Liu Bang a handle. Since then, Liu Bang has been at ease with him. Now that the emperor splits the navy, it is like splitting the army. Liu Oquan and Nu Ben took the initiative to lay down their military power to exchange for the emperor, and Yun is also a shrewd person. If he continues to sit as the commander of the navy, sooner or later is also the fate of prisoners. So it is better to be self-defiled. Explain it. This chapter was originally intended to be published in the evening, but after seeing many people explode, let me explain. This incident was only prepared for the pretext of a full-scale war later. In addition, Yun was not betraying his country for self-defeating, but because he understood that the British were determined to temporarily impound the ship, so he was not allowed to resist. Order, protect the fleet while contaminating yourself. The chapter also mentions that the British assembled a heavy army in the port, which shows that they have two-handed preparation. As for why not to fight, this is Yun's personality problem. He is iron-blooded but wise. He has described Yun's analysis of the current situation many times before. For people of Yun's level, he will willingly endure a moment of sorrow, instead of choosing to let the soldiers and generals of the empire die because of this incident. Moreover, Writing like this also involves the protagonist's control over the Navy. The Navy is led by Yun. In this era, if the Navy leaves collectively, it can't be repaired in a few years. Chapter 1140 Total War. Self-contaminated? Maybe, but whatever the reason, he is the commander-in-chief of the Navy. Staring at the world map, Xiaoming looked at the position of Britain for a while. Although this incident has caused the empire to be humiliated, it will also make some people in the empire give up the illusion of peace. Facts have proved that there is a gap between the empire and Europe. In the unending situation, we have treated each other with courtesy for thousands of years, but in exchange for other people's humiliation, I am also responsible in this matter and overestimated the lower limit of the British. Yes, from this point of view, these Europeans are just barbarians wrapped in the cloak of civilization. This incident really made the empire see through, Pang Yukun said. Turning to look out the door, Xiaoming continued, after you go back, you will let the cabinet supervise domestic military production, and strive for the empire to enter the era of cannon giant ships as soon as possible. There will also be tanks. There will be no peace talks between the Empire and Europe this time. It must be a battle to determine the universe and establish a world order dominated by the Empire. Yes, the Emperor. Pang Yukun dare not raise any objections now, because he has come to the conclusion that the Empire is about to report this matter frantically in the newspapers, and to Otao public opinion will definitely support him in launching this war against Europe. Prior to this, there had been calls to stop the war in the Empire. Sending away Pang Yukun, Xiaoming called Kui Shannon, and Kui Shannon appeared in the Imperial Study Room soon after. The battle plan for capturing British colonial ports will be immediately issued to the major fleets. From now on, the Empire and Britain are officially at war, Xiaoming said. Kui Shannon had already anticipated the coming of war, and the act of seizing Imperial warships was no different from attacking the Imperial Embassy in the Imperial diplomatic rules. He thought that the British must have not read carefully the diplomatic rules of the Empire. Back to the Emperor, the battle plan has been prepared, Kui Shannon said. Does this order include 42 warships to Britain? Of course it includes how they must turn it back for me because they lose face. Zhang Liang said that the 12 supply ships built by the Empire will be launched next month. Give them all these supply ships. The British dare to detain us. We will destroy their navy and completely trap them to death, Xiaoming said bitterly. Kui Shannon nodded. He said, also, with the help of the Imperial machine gun, Persia successfully defeated the Ottoman invasion. The Ottoman Empire, which suffered heavy losses, withdrew from the Persian Empire. In accordance with the requirements of the Empire, Persia asked the Ottoman Empire for this peace. The area connecting the two oceans. Very well. In this way, the time for the Empire to launch a war has become more and more mature. I will ask the cabinet to go here to dig the canal, and you are responsible for establishing a military base here. Here we also have to ensure the existence of the Empire's military force. Yes, the Emperor. Kui Shannon bowed. Let Kui Shannon go back. Xiaoming sat down, and it was estimated that Yun would arrive in Kingzi in a few hours. Xiaoming felt complicated in his heart for this general who had changed from the beginning to build the Imperial Navy with him. Because the Imperial Navy could be said to be created by Yun, his influence in the Navy is too great, even exceeding Liu Ben's prestige in the army. It is impossible for such a naval commander to say that he is not worried at all, because the current empire is in an era of maritime hegemony. If the problem with the Navy is more serious than the problem with the army, it will seriously hinder the Empire's external expansion. It was based on this consideration that he decided to divide the Empire's fleet into 4. He believed that the decentralization behavior that this discerning person could see was impossible for Yun to fail to see. Perhaps it was for this reason that he would play a disgraceful role in this matter. After waiting for another 3 hours, news came that Yun was escorted to Kingzi. Xiaoming immediately asked Qian Defu to bring Yun to the Imperial Study Room, and after a while, Yun with the shackles appeared in the Imperial Study Room. The criminal minister Yun seized the Emperor, facing Xiaoming. Yun bowed and saluted. Waved to make everyone retreat. Xiaoming faced Yun alone, pondering for a long time. he asked. "Do you know where you are wrong?" The minister mistakenly underestimated the British shamelessness. "Let all the warships dock at the port, and the other decision officials have a clear conscience," Yan said. "A clear conscience? The Empire suffered such a humiliating incident in Britain. Do you have the face to say that you have a clear conscience?" Xiaoming said lightly. Yan said, "Others don't understand." "Don't the Emperor understand? The equipment of the Empire cannot be imitated by the British at a glance. This is determined by the industrial strength of the Empire. As for the decision to let the soldiers not resist, let's go down. I didn't want the generals and soldiers to die in vain when they were absolutely inferior." At that time, the British had assembled a heavy army in the port, indicating that they were prepared for the worst. "Then why don't you retaliate after leaving?" Xiaoming asked. "Because while in the UK, Huquan told the minister that he had achieved a lot of results. The Scottish parliamentarians who sought independence reached a lot of consensus with him. The minister also thought that the minister could not act recklessly than dismembering Britain." Yan said. "No matter how you say it, as the commander-in-chief of the navy, but being so humiliated, you can't stay in the army anymore." Xiaoming frowned and said. Yan's eyes dimmed, and he said, "The minister is left to the Emperor's disposal." Staring at Yan for a while, Xiaoming suddenly asked, "Then I ask you, did you deliberately make a mistake through this incident?" Yan's body stiffened a bit, and he said, "The minister does not." Xiaoming already knew it well, and he said, "King Tao, I can only dismiss you. From then on, you can do it yourself." "Thanks to the Emperor for grace." Yan bowed. With a slight sigh, Xiaoming asked Li San to take Yan down. The imperial soldiers and battleships were unscathed in this matter. He could only cure Yan for a crime of malfeasance. If he is put in jail, the impact on the navy will be too great. Watching Yan's faraway back, Xiaoming frowned tightly. At this moment, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he finally didn't have to worry about the navy now. From then on, the imperial navy will be his arm like the army. Just because of personal emotions, he feels a little ruthless. Perhaps this is where the Emperor's loneliness lies. After Yan's figure disappeared, Xiaoming picked up the pen and drew 3 offensive routes on the map. The first is to attack Britain, the second is to attack Tsarist Russia, and the third is Zhusanxi's route to the south. Time passed like a white horse. He was not prepared to leave his goal to future generations. Even if he would be called a brutal name in later life, he would leave a glorious history for the Empire. Chapter 1141 Rolling Wheels. This group of despicable British people, the fleet of the Empire, paid a friendly visit to them, and they even took the opportunity to detain our warships for half a month. At the beginning of the morning, the anger of the people in Kingzhou City was ignited by the content of a newspaper. Every household in the streets is discussing this issue. The British must be taught a tragic lesson. The Battle of India did not hurt the British mainland. The British locals could not appreciate the strength of the Empire. They would only live in the dreams created by British politicians and only use cannonballs to teach these British citizens. They will understand their current position. Next to the Empire State Building under construction in Kingzhou City, workers are discussing the contents of the newspaper stimulatingly. It is enough to teach those politicians, they are not wrong about what they do to kill people, a worker said. While eating dough, the worker who read the newspaper suddenly showed a sneered expression. He said, "I don't understand what I said to an idiot like you." "Who are you, stupid? Why am I wrong?" The ridiculed worker was a little angry. "Then I ask you, who made the British guns and bullets? Who enjoyed the benefits of British expansion and led a good life, and who supported the British colonization of foreign countries for a better life?" The workers with the newspaper asked one by one. "Of course it's the British themselves." The worker understood, and said with some guilty conscience, "That's not it. When a British soldier is not from a British family, how can they not think that other people are innocent when they commit massacres outside?" "That's it. It is said that the British kill people are rewarded." Someone agreed. "You are not at all wrong in saying that. There will be no grievances under the Empire's shells. For the same reason, we are all willing to advance and retreat with the Empire." The workers echoed one by one. Kingzhou Naval Academy. When the newspaper arrived here, The Naval Academy was bizarrely angry. One of the anger came from the anger against the British, and the other from the Imperial Navy's failure to take strong action. Our Navy can't afford to look up now. I really don't understand why Commander-in-Chief Yun is willing to endure such humiliation. A student was trembling with anger and wished to board the battleship to teach the British. Once upon a time, Yun was a model force in the Naval Academy, and every student took it as a lifelong goal. But this incident obviously changed the thinking of these students. They no longer worship Yun as an idol, because they suddenly discovered that Yun would also make stupid mistakes. If it were me, I would rather die than survive, another student shouted. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his butt, and he flew out and fell somersault. When he raised his head, he found his instructor Ding Chang standing behind him. It's all very leisurely, right? Everyone ran around the playground 10 laps. If anyone dares to be lazy, I will break his leg, Ding Chang said angrily. The trainees saw Ding Chang quietly. They knew the instructor's hot temper. They went to the playground one by one and ran faster than rabbits. All the students left. Ding Chang looked at Liu Chen next to him and said, "The general's reputation is completely destroyed." Liu Chen said, "Yes. Many admirals are also quite venomous towards the generals. Now many people are still worried that they will be implicated. This is really ironic. There are treacherous at all times. It is normal for some people to just think about getting promoted and getting rich. It's just a pity that the general has spent half his life, but now he has been dismissed from the official position, leaving a lifetime of stains." Ding Chang said, "Stain the stain. It's better than losing your life." The general has 50 this year, and he is full of children and grandchildren. There is nothing more real than enjoying the happiness of family, Liu Chen said. Ding Chang looked at Liu Chen. Then what do you think? The order has come down. The emperor wants to cut off all British maritime power, and I want to go to Europe to wash our shame, Liu Chen said. Ding Chang nodded when he heard the words, "I want to fight back. Otherwise where will the future of our Naval Academy be put?" Liu Chen sighed and Yun was dismissed from office. Today's Navy has truly become a four-quarter world. After thinking about it for a long time, he vaguely understands something, but these can't be said honestly. Morning tea shop. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan were drinking morning tea. With the rise of the empire, the living standards of the empire improved rapidly. There are a dazzling array of shops doing various businesses in Qingzhou City, and the only thing he and Liu Oquan prefer is this morning tea. Yun is not stupid, but this matter could have been handled better. Liu Oquan drank his tea, with a bit of vicissitudes in his voice. Nu Ben was looking at the newspaper with reading glasses. He glanced at Liu Oquan. In the past 2 years, they gave the ranch to his family to take care of. After all, he was old, and some things were beyond his ability. Especially Liu Oquan. After Liu Ohong died, he seemed to be exhausted all night, and he was not interested in anything. I said so, but who can understand what he really thinks? Nu Ben said. Liu Oquan sipped his tea and said, "In any case, the emperor's current status is unshakable." Nu Ben nodded and laughed. These things don't care what he does, it's the so-called not being in their place and not seeking government. Besides, the empire's weapons and equipment are updated too fast, and we old bones can't keep up. It's better to leave it to the young people. Do what they occupy without shit. Ha ha ha. Liu Oquan couldn't help laughing after hearing the words. He pointed to Nu Ben and said, Image. The empire now has a large number of talents. It is indeed not as hard to find as before." When the two were chatting, the cabinet and the general staff became busier than ever. Pang Yukan issued an order to require the imperial shipyard to fully produce various types of transport ships and warships, purchase various food cans from the cannery, and open the construction of the Suez Canal to the private sector and allow private construction companies to participate in the Suez Canal project. On the other hand, Qui Shannon asked the military factory to mass-produce various weapons and ammunition, speed up the installation of the second-generation Han-style rifle howitzer and tank, and strive to expand the generation gap between the two sides in the war. At the same time, the General Staff also asked the auto factory to provide a large number of military transportation vehicles. They will fully adapt to the technological advantages of the Empire in this war. While the Empire was actively preparing for the upcoming war, Xiaoming formally signed an order to fight Britain in the Imperial Study. This order was immediately sent to the British Embassy in Qingzhou City. At the same time as the declaration of war was sent, Xiaoming ordered the expulsion of all British people in the territory. Chapter 1142 Cape of Good Hope, London, Empire Embassy. A knock on the door in the middle of the night awakened Hu Quan from his sleep. He immediately went to the door of Kang Ming's room to wake him up, and at the same time awakened the guards to take the revolver and carefully walked downstairs. After the last port incident, the Imperial Embassy was repeatedly attacked. From time to time, radical British people threw bricks or torches, which made their nerves become sensitive, but the embassy would be broken into by thugs at any time. Although both he and Kang Ming could choose to follow Yun back to the Empire, but they did not want to ruin their achievements in the past 2 years, and just yesterday, they finally reached an agreement with the Scottish MP. As long as Scotland becomes independent, the Empire will announce its support for the first time. But the Scottish MPs are also very cautious. If the Empire cannot ensure a military presence in Europe, they will not take risks. So they are going to send the news back and let the Empire prepare in advance. When he came downstairs, the guard looked out and found that there were no large crowds outside, so he immediately asked the guard to open the door. At this time, an imperial man dressed as a businessman walked in with a sway. Hu Quan was stunned. He asked, "Are you?" The businessman smiled and said, "I am the Imperial Secret Guard, and I have been ordered to inform you to leave the UK in advance. Evacuate." "Is it the Emperor?" Hu Quan asked in shock. The guard nodded. Britain's rude behavior has challenged the bottom line of the Empire. The Emperor has formally ordered a battle against Britain. In 2 or 3 months, the news of the declaration of war will be sent back to Britain. Hu Quan and Kang Ming looked at each other, and Kang Ming said, "Great, our mission here is basically completed. It's time to teach them. But why did you come late at night? It shocked us." "No way, my ship has just arrived, and I will come to you when I disembark." Secret Guard said that after the signing of the armistice agreement, there was some trade between the Empire and Britain. He pretended to be a member of this trading company and traveled to the UK for many years, because their business involves industrial products, and the UK is very welcome. After a pause, the Secret Guard continued, "When I came just now, I found a lot of eyeliners around the embassy. Now the withdrawal will surely disturb the British, so when our ship clears the expenses tomorrow, you will often visit the Imperial merchant ship as an excuse." "We got on the boat and we took the opportunity to escape, but they couldn't catch us anyway." Hu Quan was a little worried. Since the Emperor has declared war on Britain, don't the British in the Empire know it? If they know, we might not be able to leave. "You don't have to worry about that. This time the Emperor can prohibit the British from traveling to Britain by Imperial ships, which means that it will take 2 or 3 months for the British in the Empire to return to the UK at night." Hu Quan and the others were relieved. They said, "Okay, we will leave tomorrow, and when he come back next time, we will surely make the British face scandal." Everyone suddenly laughed tacitly. The next day, Hu Quan ordered all important documents to be burned, and then led the envoy to the port. Because the embassy had the habit of inspecting Imperial merchant ships in the past, the British showed no unusual reactions. But when the Empire's merchant ships started sailing to the sea, the British people who followed Hu Quan reacted, and they immediately reported the news to the Tulip Palace. "What?" Hu Quan ran away. Vidomia couldn't say anything. She frowned and immediately ordered a search of the embassy. The news came quickly that all the embassy pieces were burned, leaving only some clothing and other debris. Upon hearing this news, Vidomia's heart beat violently, and she suddenly realized that she was overconfident. She thought that Britain and the Empire were separated by tens of thousands of miles, and the release of the seized ship was nothing more than a diplomatic affair. The big deal would be to apologize personally, and the Empire would not start a war. But now Hu Quan and others suddenly withdraw, which is obviously a precursor, really should turn all the 42 warships into British property. Vidomia murmured. At this time, Murphy and Brooke had arrived at the news. After confirming the news, their faces were extremely ugly. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, now we must be prepared for war. Please send Your Majesty a national mobilization order to enter a state of war," Brooke said. Murphy said, "We must immediately communicate with other European countries to win their support. If the Chinese Empire attacks Britain, their safety will inevitably not be guaranteed. Only when the whole of Europe is united can we survive this crisis." Vladimir rubbed her brows painfully. He said, "France is now overwhelmed. We must seek support from Prussia, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Tsarist Russia, and Austria. As long as they are on our side, we can carry out this war." "Go down." Speaking of this, Vladimir said to Brooke, "You immediately send envoys to European countries. The war may not be far away." Brooke saluted and acted immediately, and Murphy was also going to the house to announce the news. And just as Vladimir predicted, more than 2 months later, the embarrassed British mission returned to Britain from the Chinese Empire. What they brought back was the Empire's war books and news of the Empire's attack on the British colonies in Africa. In Cape Town, Liu Chen is staring at the area that has been turned into the Cape of Good Hope by the Europeans. This is the British colonial government at the southernmost tip of Africa. It was originally a Dutch colony, but after the Anglo-Dutch War, it was taken over by the British. For this place in Africa, the Empire has always lacked interest, and the main reason is the attitude of Emperor Xiaoming. At the court, Xiaoming rejected the advice of importing slaves from Africa, and at the same time analyzed the harm it would cause to the Empire in the future. Based on the law prohibiting the introduction of slaves from Africa, the interest groups in the Empire are naturally lacking in interest in Africa. After all, the most lacking in the Empire today is the slave general. The artillery is ready to fire. The captain of the King-class ironclad warship reminded in time. Liu Chen put down the binoculars with a firm expression. He cherished this opportunity to commit crimes. Since the start of the Empire, he has been fighting here along the east coast of Africa, and now the entire port on the east coast of Africa is occupied by the Marines. The following Imperial engineering teams will quickly rebuild these ports, and then garrison troops and supplies will be in place one by one, making these ports a supply base for the Empire. However, relatively speaking, the European power on the east coast of Africa is relatively weak. In his view, the real thing to deal with is the west coast of Africa, because here is the northwest African coast occupied by Spain, Portugal's occupation of both sides of the southern African continent and the island of Madagascar, and the British and French occupation of the Gold Coast of the Gulf of Guinea, as well as the North African coast and Egypt. But at present, the target of his attack is Britain, and other European countries are temporarily not included. 8. Chapter 1143 Landing Craft Fire. Looking at the red shirts waiting in Cape Town, Liu Chen roared and issued orders. Boom boom boom. 42 warships opened fire at the same time, and in an instant, the warships lined up on the sea waved waves in the sea. Smoke and huge flames emerged from the muzzle, and along with the sound of shells breaking through the air, clusters of flowers of flame rose up on the southernmost coast of Africa. It's a place that is easy to attack and difficult to defend. Liu Chen raised his brows lightly, as he thought about it the last time he passed by Cape Town. The mountain range known as Table Mountain is clearly visible right in front of the fleet. This is also the most significant symbol of Cape Town. This mountain range stretching for more than 10 kilometers is called the Dining Table of God by Europeans, and it looks like a smooth table from a distance. Under the mountains is Cape Town, facing the sea, and all the buildings on the colony seem to be crowded on the beach. For such a place, it is difficult to break through to the north, but only a powerful navy in the south can guarantee that it will not be attacked from the sea. There used to be no rivals in British warships, but now this era has passed. Boom boom boom. The rounds of artillery shells continued to fly towards Cape Town, seemingly endless. A total of more than 600 artillery pieces on the 42 battleships plowed the entire Cape Town like arable land. Thousands of shells were fired in a row, and Liu Chen ordered to stop the shelling this time. It is not that he wants to waste artillery shells, but as the southernmost British colony in Africa, the location of Cape Town is very important. It can be said that as long as it controls Cape Town, it controls the African route. Because of this, the British stationed more than 8,000 people in the small Cape Town to control the colonies here and around. In order to guard against the Empire, Cape Town has obviously been transformed in the past 2 years, as can be seen from the fortresses built with volcanic ash on the coast. Login. After the shelling, Liu Chen continued to give orders, and the Marines immediately went down to the landing craft that the Empire had just built. This type of landing craft is not big in size and is a rectangle as a whole, but this type of landing craft is specially prepared for landing, focusing on defense and offense. Therefore, in addition to the steel shell of the landing craft, there is also a special machine gun shooting position in front of the landing craft. The most important thing is that the landing craft is the first small vessel powered by an internal combustion engine. It has been 4 or 5 years since the emergence of automobiles in the Empire, and the research on various internal combustion engines has become more and more proficient. Certainly, some technologies have also been applied to ship construction. This diesel-driven landing craft was an attempt by the shipyard. After the technology became mature, this technology was used to build small ships in the Empire. As for the large battleships of the Empire, coal will be abandoned and the power structure of oil-fired boilers and steam turbines will be adopted. Buzzing. All 120 soldiers entered the landing craft. With the reputation of diesel engines, the landing craft went to the beach faster and faster. Soldiers in the landing craft shrank their bodies behind the steel hull to prevent shooting from the shore. On the elevated shooting platform on the right side of the ship, the machine gunner stared at the shore through the gaps in the protective armor of the machine gun. Vomit. Although he had taken the landing craft many times, Lu Han was still a little uncomfortable with the turbulence of the landing craft's high-speed heading. Not long after he got on the boat, he vomited on his stomach. The soldiers in the landing craft were wiping their rifles. He burst into laughter when he saw it. One soldier said, "LV Han, let the company commander prepare a boat for you next time. You can't sit on an advanced boat like a landing craft. Then he can go far, and when he gets ashore, we will all have dinner after the war." Someone started joking again. There was a burst of laughter in the landing craft. Lu Han vomited for a while and felt a lot more comfortable. He cursed, "Fat your mother, I just land by boat and kill more enemies than you." Just after he finished speaking, suddenly a clear sound of a metal strike sounded, and the soldiers on the ship suddenly put away their smiles. Lu Han also squatted down. These British guys have become rats, and now they are drilling holes in the ground. Such fierce artillery fire did not kill them all. Nonsense. The artillery is all solved. What do we need to do? Get ready to work. The company commander on the landing craft reminded. Check the equipment and ammunition. Prepare for battle. The landing craft continued to gallop in the sea, getting closer and closer to the coast, but more bullets hit the hull. The machine gun made a sound of da-da-da, and the bullet flew like a string of beads to the stubbornly resisting British soldiers on the shore. On the beach, the governor of Cape Town, Chapman, poked his head out of the trench with a sullen head. He was covered in dust and blood, panicking. The ditch was full of the corpses of British soldiers. Many of the corpses were incomplete. The wailing of the soldiers continued to permeate the strong smell of blood. Staggering and stepping on a bench, Chapman poked his head out and looked towards the sea, and saw nearly 100 small boats galloping on the sea like a horse galloping on the grassland. Hundreds of meters of sea facing these weirdness is just a moment. The surviving British soldiers were shooting at these ships, but from the density of the gunshots, he could hear how heavy the shelling was. "Don't back down, fight until the last person," Chapman yelled deeply. This was the Queen's request for the army after the Indian War. All retreats will be killed regardless of whether they are soldiers or officers. It is under this high pressure, even if they live in fear, they still have to fight to the end. But at this time his roar seems too pale on the battlefield. Da-da-da. Intensive shots swept across Chapman's body, seemed to freeze, and then blood came out of his chest. His eyes gradually lost color, and he fell slowly. In his last sight, the enemy ship stopped on the shallows, the head of the hull opened, and the Imperial soldiers filed out from the ship. "Hurry up!" The moment the landing craft stopped, Luhan and other soldiers were driven off the ship, and the machine gun group and mortar group quickly built a fire position under the protection of the skirmishers. The intensive firepower suppressed the British soldiers in the trenches, and the soldiers rushed into the trenches under the cover of machine guns. Thousands of soldiers landed, and the British Army, which had been hit hard by artillery fire, was quickly annihilated after weak resistance. Soon, the dragon flag of the Empire of Cape Town began to fly. On the battleship, Liu Chen showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and the battle went smoothly. But he understood that a large part of this factor was determined by the position of Cape Town. Because this place is really insecure, but at the same time the growing military strength of the Empire is also very important. 8. Chapter 1144 Rampant Europe London. One bad news after another came to the Tulip Palace. Cape Town, Gambia, Basutoland, Southern Rhodesia, and the British colonies in Africa were constantly lost. But when the Chinese Empire occupied Tangier, the French colony of Morocco, the whole of Britain fell into panic. Morocco is located at the northwestern tip of Africa. It is mainly a colony of Spain and France. The most important thing is that the port of Tangier in Morocco is opposite Spain. From here, you can directly see the Spanish coast, but it is only 2,000 kilometers away from the United Kingdom. "Your Majesty, we have all lost our colonies in Africa," Murphy said with a heavy heart. Since the Empire declared war on Britain, Vidomia has not slept peacefully, and every day she wakes up in nightmares. But in fact, whenever she wakes up, she often finds that reality is more terrifying than nightmares. The enraged Empire is like a mad beast, and any enemies in front of it are torn to pieces. "How many people are willing to support us?" Vidomia asked. "No." Murphy told a fact that made Vidomia desperate. They thought they could get the support of European countries, but the fact is that no country is willing to be an ally of Britain in this war, even Prussia, which has a marriage relationship with Britain. Everyone is waiting to see the British jokes, aren't they? There was a trace of despair in Vidomia's eyes. In this game with the Empire, she completely lost, and she understood the saying that only interests eternal between countries. Faced with such a powerful Eastern Empire, no European country dared to involve itself in war. "I'm afraid this is the current fact." Murphy's face is also ugly. Obviously, they chose to send them to the Empire in this time, and they will not have any support from allies. Vidomia got up slowly, and she asked with the last glimmer of hope, "How long will it take for us to obtain the technology from their battleship?" "Although we have a lot of data, I am afraid that we will not be able to imitate Imperial weapons for a long time, because the technology they use is very complex and requires extremely sophisticated machine tools to achieve, and the steel used in these weapons is also ours, unproduced." During this period of time, Murphy has become extremely disappointed from the ecstasy when he first obtained the technical information, because they have tried so hard to get things that are of no use to Britain at this stage. "It seems that we have to fight alone. Let Brooke bring a word to all countries. If they don't help Britain, the fate of Britain now will be their future fate. A scattered Europe will only become a vassal of the Empire. White people, her pride will fall from now on." Vidomia has always been firm in her will to war. She understands that other European countries do not like the Chinese Empire. After all, white supremacy has been carved into the bones of Europeans, but they do not like the Empire, nor do they like the former overlord Britain. Two tigers are fighting, they are happy to watch the fire from the other side. "Yes, Your Majesty." Murphy looked solemn, and Vidomia's words were Britain's last cry to Europe. Tangier. Liu Chen sat in a coastal office looking at the Imperial fleet moored on the sea. This fleet of 42 warships swept all the way from the southernmost tip to the northernmost tip of Africa. No European warship dared to compete with the Empire. The fleet engages, the landing operations are similar, and now they bully Europeans are as easy as the Europeans bullied the natives. Of course, Being able to take down all the British colonies in Africa so easily is also related to Europe's lack of attention to Africa. General, the prisoners of France are clear. There are 2,320 people in total. A general saluted Liu Chen, who was Yang Liang, the commander of the Marine Corps 1st Division. The emperor wants to build Tangier into the empire's largest military base in Africa. When the engineers arrive, he will hand these prisoners to them. Liu Chen regained his gaze. Today, he is in a good mood and the war is going well. They are getting closer and closer to Britain. However, such smooth progress made the imperial supply line longer and longer, and even the subsequent troops have no time to occupy and consolidate the occupied port. Therefore, after taking Tangier, Liu Chen ordered the postponement of the attack, but waited for the Supply ship to reserve enough supplies in Tangier. After all, they are about to start fighting against Britain. This will be a long process. Although supply ships can provide them with some supplies, they still need a stable military base for long-term operations. After a pause, he continued, "How is the reception of Tangier? We will try to make use of the colony to be self-sufficient." Yang Liang smiled bitterly. This place really cannot allow us to be self-sufficient. In addition to fisheries, the main income here is the income of the port. Oh, the officials found a lot of phosphates here, but these are used to make fertilizer. High-quality raw materials, but neither the locals nor the Europeans seem to be interested in these. If it is transported back to the empire, it will be beneficial to the empire's agriculture. Liu Chen nodded. If so, he can only wait for some days in Tangier. King Zhu Xiaoming was listening to all kinds of information provided by Wang Xuan. After hanging the Kou family and his son and dealing with the domestic chaos, the problems within the empire were basically resolved. Neither Li San nor Wang Xuan's intelligence mentions any rebellious information. Some are just information about the supervision of officials, and the entire empire tends to stabilize. Thanks to the stable situation, the empire's industry and commerce have grown rapidly in recent years. Officials no longer focus on fighting between their hearts, but instead try their best to extend the empire's industry to every city. The 5-year plan was successfully completed in this atmosphere, and the empire is now implementing the second 5-year plan. The goal of this plan is to expand the power to the central and lower states of the empire, to complete the laying of asphalt roads between the states, in addition to the construction of thousands of bridges across the country, and the magnificent project of the railway into Sichuan. My lord, Yao Yongqing is now the most prestigious name of the Japanese kingdom, and the plan of the empire can be said to be perfectly fulfilled. Wang Xuan said, "It is time for the Japanese kingdom to stand still forever." Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. This Yao Yongqing was the secret guard of the empire. He entered the Japanese country under a pseudonym. In the rebellious battles set off by our country in recent years, he successfully defeated other rebels to unify the Japanese country and become the most prestigious person in the current Japanese country. Of course, Yao Yongqing was able to achieve today's achievements because the empire secretly helped, and Yamada Nobunaga's bitter trick was completely solved by the empire. Chapter 1145 0-Year Plan. Yamada Nobunaga didn't even know that his elaborate layout was ultimately used by the empire. The country was destined to not escape from my Five-Finger Mountain, Xiaoming said while looking at the map of the country on the map. Wang Xuan said, "As long as the emperor gives an order, the Japanese kingdom can be incorporated into the empire at any time." Shaking his head, Xiaoming said, "This matter cannot be done too hastily." This time Yao Yongqing has also made a name for himself in conforming to the public opinion of the Japanese rebellion. Sudden attachment will inevitably cause chaos, which is not good for the empire. After a pause, he continued, "Now you have to continue to help Yao Yongqing purge the Japanese generals who hate the empire, and slowly replace everyone around Yao Yongqing with people who have a good impression of the empire. Then let him choose the time to belong to the empire." The emperor had a foresight, and the next official told Yao Yongqing of the emperor's order when he went to the country this time. Wang Xuan said. Xiaoming nodded. As the so-called side of the couch, no one would be allowed to sleep peacefully. Since the inclusion of Goryeo on the map of the empire, today's Goryeo speaks the language of the empire, uses the words of the empire, and learns the history of the country. Basically, there is no difference from an imperial person. Although the elders of Goryeo still remember that Goryeo was once a country, the new generation of Goryeo does not understand the history of Goryeo. They understand that they are nothing more than history books compiled by the empire. The history books clearly record that Goryeo has been the territory of the empire since ancient times. The success of this policy greatly increased Xiaoming's confidence. He couldn't help but turn his attention to the Japanese nation, preparing to use the same method to let the Japanese nation be culturally annihilated after 3 generations. In addition, Xiaoming also had ideas for Southeast Asian countries, especially in Southeast Asia, where many people were descendants of the empire's ancestors and were deeply culturally influenced by the empire. Now that the empire has occupied these areas, it will take this opportunity to let the empire's culture shine on these areas. Because in his opinion, military occupation can only last for a while, and the total assimilation of culture can really expand the territory of the empire, while also saving the trouble of imperial immigration and occupation of these areas. Asking Wang Xuan to go back first, Xiaoming called Pang Yukan and asked him to come over. Currently, the empire has large colonies all over the world, but so far these are also colonies. If they are not managed well, these colonies will be separated from the empire in the future. In order to avoid this situation, he thought of assimilation. In other words, the empire must achieve cultural victory while achieving technological victory. After waiting for a while, Pang Yukan quickly arrived at the imperial study room, and Xiaoming then told him his thoughts. At the same time, he also revealed some information about the war country. This is really an unprecedented grand plan, Pang Yukan said excitedly. The example of Goryeo is ahead. It is not impossible, it's just that the empire really can't draw so many talents to these places. Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned. This is reality. The population of the empire is now a limitation. It is easy to occupy some areas with arms, but it is very difficult to achieve real rule. What really depends on is the supported puppet regime. This matter is actually not difficult. Let Annan and other Southeast Asian countries send overseas students to the empire to study culture and history, and feel the prosperity and advancement of the empire. These students will definitely want to stay in the empire. By then, they want to get the empire's household registration. We must return to teach the culture and language of the empire. After thinking about it, he continued, this method is also suitable for the nobles of the puppet dynasty. To achieve the goal, the empire must first prepare sugar-coated cannonballs. Pang Yukan nodded. He said, so, is the empire ready to accept foreign students? Xiaoming expressed his affirmation that it is human nature to pursue a high-quality life, and he believes that these international students will do their best to stay in the empire. And if those princes and nobles in Southeast Asia are not happy, he will kill until they agree. Take advantage of the incomparable technological advantage of the empire now. We must act decisively. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous to us, Xiaoming reminded. In this way, the next official will go back to discuss the affairs of this international student. Pang Yukan said, remember, these international students can only learn cultural language, and are not allowed to learn any scientific and technological knowledge. Xiaoming emphasized. Pang Yukan responded and turned and left. At this time, Xiao Yi immediately came to the imperial study room. Father, my son is ready to go to Australia at any time, Xiao Yi said directly. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Yi has graduated from King's University. According to his plan, he is going to let Xiao Yi go to Australia to be the governor of Australia and take charge of everything in Australia. His purpose in doing this is also to accumulate qualifications for Xiao Yi. As a father, who doesn't want his son King to be better than Lan? Moreover, with the advancement of the imperial culture, the people of the future imperial people will find it more and more unbearable to rule the country by an ineffective person. Therefore, if these princes want to occupy a place in the empire in the future, They must be better than each. When you go to Australia, you have to abandon your status as a prince, and truly govern Australia with the responsibility of the governor. This is a vast land with various interests intertwined and complicated. You can prove your ability when Australia develops. Don't let other people read your jokes, Xiao Ming exhorted in the tone of a father. Over the years, he has been busy fighting and caring for his children, but it does not mean that he does not like them. No matter how great the shortcomings of one's own child are, they are not comparable to those of others. Father's peace. The children have been deeply edified by their father since they were young, and they will certainly not fail his father's instructions to build Australia into the Empire's most prosperous colony. Xiao Yi looked excited, and he was a little eager to try. Different from Xiao Ming's reluctance, Xiao Yi now is like a young bird who has just learned to fly, eager to soar alone in the sky. The most important thing is that the father who established the foundation of the age is an invisible pressure for him. How can he surpass his father? This is a desperate question. Turning his eyes on Xiao Yi's face, he said, "So, the father is waiting to see your results, and in the future, your second and third brothers will also go to their respective colonies. Set an example." Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel some pressure when he heard this. He knew that his father treated the three of them equally when he was with Xiao Ming since he was a child. Although he inherited the crown prince according to his age difference, the knowledge he learned made him feel that this title might not bring him any additional benefits in the future. After all, the imperial power gradually lost its mystery in the eyes of the people of the empire, and only existed as a group governing the country. Ask for leave, rest for a day. Chapter 1146. Ekaterina, Moscow, the Kremlin. Brooke is anxiously waiting for the reception of Queen Catherine. The indifference of European countries to Britain makes Britain's current situation difficult. Having visited the Eastern Empire many times, he knew very well the mighty power of the empire, and Britain alone could not stop their attack. It is foreseeable that the British Navy will inevitably be annihilated under the imperial offensive in the future, because facts have proved that hundreds of British warships are vulnerable to the imperial navy. Now their only hope is a land war, and among the European countries, only Tsarist Russia borders the empire. While he was worried about the future of his country, it was Empress Ekaterina who entered the palace from the inner gate surrounded by a group of Tsarist nobles. Brooke eagerly stepped forward. "Honorable Majesty, I hope you can reconsider the alliance. At present, Britain and Tsarist Russia are facing a direct threat from the Eastern Empire. Only by joining forces can we prevent the evil Eastern forces from invading Europe." Ekaterina is more than 30 years old, with long brown hair and dark blue eyes. Although her face is ordinary, she carries the noble aura of a king. "Brooke, you are really obsessed, but Tsarist Russia can't protect itself now. How can it help Britain?" Ekaterina sighed. Since the rise of the Eastern Empire, she has spent every day and night in fear. The former territory of Tsarist Russia, Siberia, was lost by the encroachment of the Eastern Empire. Now the power of the Eastern Empire has even entered the back garden of Tsarist Russia, Central Asia. "Your Majesty, Siberia is just a piece of the far eastern territory of your country. Losing it will not greatly damage your country's strength. Now you are only afraid to fight the Eastern Empire anymore because of fear," Brooke said. "But Your Majesty, weakness cannot avoid war. It will only make war come soon. Britain's current situation is the result of weakness." Ekaterina frowned when she heard the words. She was very unhappy with Brooke's criticism of her weakness. Who else in this world is braver than the Slavs? When you cowards are vying to beg the Eastern Emperor, only Tsarist Russia never lowered your heads, and now your plight is completely self-inflicted. You British always like to be clever and self-righteous. This time it is just shooting yourself in the foot. The weather in Moscow was very cold, but Brooke suddenly felt hot on his face. He knew very well that the current European countries hated Britain no less than the Eastern Empire. In these years of dominating the oceans, Britain has bullied other countries. Brooke didn't dare to have any displeasure at Ekaterina's accusations. He knew very well that Britain's strength was built on the powerful ocean power, and they were not much in Europe in terms of army strength. Now that they have lost the ocean, they can only put hope on land. "Your Majesty, I am afraid you have misunderstood. I mean, if we do not adopt a joint approach, we will only be defeated one by one. Brooke said. After a pause, he continued, if your majesty agrees, the UK is willing to hand over all the most advanced technology to your majesty. Ekaterina's eyes flashed with a strange color, and she learned that Britain had successfully imitated some of the imperial weapons. If Tsarist Russia can also master these weapons, with its large population and vast land, even if it cannot defeat the Eastern Empire, it can guarantee that the Tsarist Empire will not be annexed. I want your scientists, especially the courtier. Ekaterina smiled weirdly. Steam engine technology has now been promoted in Tsarist Russia. Moscow has established many steam engine factories. She clearly knows what she lacks. It's impossible. Brooke almost jumped up. The scientists in Kodia were the capital of Britain to catch up with the Eastern Empire. How could they be given to Tsarist Russia in vain? Ekaterina said lightly. Do you think you can protect them? The Eastern Empire has come, and the British Navy is not an opponent at all. I am afraid that the next step you will face is the Empire's years of blockade. Brooke's heart suddenly sank. Ekaterina's words came to Brooke's heart. Britain is an island country, and the main source of income is sea trade. Over the years, Britain has become the richest country in Europe through trade with Europe and plundered resources from colonies. Once the British coastline is blocked, the British economy will fall into a state of rapid decline. According to his understanding, the Eastern Empire will not savagely land on the British mainland, and will definitely block the British coast first and destroy the British ports. Even if this kind of blockade lasts for 1 or 2 years, Britain's food supply will probably go wrong. Brooke's expression was seen by Ekaterina, and she proudly said, you still have a chance to consider whether to let these scientists fall into the hands of the Empire or come to Tsarist Russia. This question is so important that Brooke dared not agree. He said, I will return to the UK as soon as possible for instructions. Then I will wait for your news. Ekaterina smiled and saw the guest off. When Brooke left, all the Tsarist nobles around Ekaterina laughed. I didn't expect the British to have today. It's really happy, said a middle-aged man in a dark blue military uniform. He was Marshal Igor of Tsarist Russia and the most respected minister of Ekaterina. Ekaterina also has no good feelings about Britain. She is very happy to comment on the decline of Britain, which means that he has one less enemy in Europe and it is naturally more cost-effective to take advantage of the decline of Britain. Yes, but she also hoped that the Eastern Empire would fall into the quagmire of war with Britain. None of the British is a good thing, but the Eastern Empire is also very threatening. At this point, we still have common interests. Now the Eastern Empire takes root in Central Asia. This is very dangerous for us. We said that while they attacked Britain it may be possible to drive them out of Central Asia. Standing next to Igor was a middle-aged man who also wore a military uniform. He was Ivanov, a 14th level civil servant in the office of the Minister of Ekaterina. In Tsarist Russia, civilian officials are divided into 14 levels. From level 1 to 14, you need to be promoted constantly. Few people can be called 14th level civilian officials. Therefore, Ivanov has the same status as Igor, and they are called Ekaterina's right-hand man. He said, perhaps we can send envoys to Ottoman. They have just defeated Persia, and now they hate the Eastern Empire behind Persia. They also ceded many territories to Persia. It is said that a piece of Persia was given to the East as a thank you. Empire, I think they will be happy to build alliances with us. Chapter 1147 Mechanical. You are right. The enemy's enemy is our friend. We should go to the Ottoman Empire. Ekaterina also faintly meant this. After pondering for a while, she continued, not only that, we have to contact Persia. Gambiz will not always be willing to submit to the Eastern Empire. He is also an ambitious person. Don't forget that in the age of Persia, they have peeped into the territory of the Eastern Empire more than once. Ivanov said, Your Majesty's beauty and intelligence are unmatched. It is said that Persia can now get the support of the Eastern Empire and all depends on the free provision of a thing called oil. But oil is extremely important in the Eastern Empire. Will understand. Igor said, Central Asia is the back garden of Tsarist Russia. The Eastern Empire must not be allowed to intervene. Your Majesty, The current situation in the UK may also be the dilemma that Tsarist Russia will face in the future. We must make preparations in advance. It is hard to guarantee that France is faltering. Maybe we can lead Europe. Eklina was a little excited. This was what she had been expecting, but the Europeans had been wary of Tsarist Russia from beginning to end. Now there is a bigger threat in Europe. Perhaps this is an opportunity. She said, we need to send envoys to Spain, the Netherlands, Austria, Hungary, Prussia and other countries, Ivanov, to arrange this as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty, Ivanov replied. King Zhu. After reviewing Liu Chen's battle report, Xiaoming sent Xiao Yi to Australia. After the second Prince Xiao Tong sent to Canada, he reinvested in the busy government affairs of the empire. The emperor, this Tangier is a little difficult to be self-sufficient. It is a little difficult to become a bridgehead for the empire to attack Europe. After all, the army is out and the daily consumption is huge, and the number of steam merchant ships is insufficient, and the sailing merchant ships do not carry much cargo and the speed is slow. Kui Shannon and Xiaoming had a headache facing the map research report. Xiaoming put down the battle report. He was psychologically prepared for the situation facing the Imperial Navy. Even such a long-distance war in the contemporary era would be extremely expensive, let alone now. So he didn't even want to send soldiers to the British mainland to fight in trenches. It was too impatient and irrational. What he really needs to do now is to use the power of the Navy to defeat the British Navy and block the British island nations. Once this happens, a country like the United Kingdom with a small country and poor resources will soon collapse. From then on, this country will become an influential country. During the blockade, he could use Britain's internal contradictions to find ways to further weaken Britain and split it into 4 independent small countries. In this way, the main force of this expedition to Europe is only the Navy. The army is only a supporting role and does not require much supplies. Furthermore, he does not need to transport all supplies from the country. Some supplies can be purchased directly from Europe. With the European urinary nature, there must be countries willing to trade with him. So he said, the problem of supply is easy to solve. First, find ways to buy from European countries. Second, British African colonies are under the control of the empire. You can find solutions from these places. Don't forget the empire's minerals. The company is exploring in these places. Third, although Africans do not like farming, the land is very fertile. It is possible to send some agricultural technicians here. The empire does not allow black slaves to be sold in China, but this does not mean that they cannot be used. The black slaves in Africa can definitely catch some to build plantations under the guidance of technicians. Kui Shannon was stunned. For a long time, he sighed and said, the emperor is still wise. It takes time to block Britain. Don't say that Tangier can be self-sufficient during this time, and there may even be a lot of surplus food shipped back to the country. That's the truth. Don't forget, we are a big farming country. As long as we have land, we can make it abundant. Xiaoming said. Yes, the final will understand. Kui Shannon looked excited. Sending away Kui Shannon, Xiaoming called Pang Yukan and asked him to arrange technicians to go to Africa. This time Liu Chen made a circle around Africa, and the colonies that were captured need time to consolidate. Hearing this, Pang Yukan said, Emperor, this is no problem. Except for the technicians. Do you want to use this farming machinery? Now the machinery factory has just released some agricultural machinery and construction machinery, and the lower officials are preparing to distribute them. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoming smiled. Needless to say, these machines are naturally internal combustion engine-powered machines. He was also very interested in this. After all, this represents the improvement of the empire's productivity, so he said, in this case, I will go and see with you. After all, he asked Qian Fu to prepare the motorcade, picked up Pang Yukan at the outer palace, and the group headed for the industrial zone. When they arrived at the machinery factory, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan entered the factory area accompanied by factory personnel. In the first 5-year plan, the imperial machinery factories have blossomed everywhere in the imperial empire. Outside Qingzhou, Guangdong, Yaozu, Jinling, Linan, Guangzhou and other places have their own heavy industries. Limited by the population of the empire, Xiaoming can only hope to make up for the current shortcomings of manpower by improving productivity. After all, it is not easy to develop the vast territory of the empire with more than 100 million people. Because of this, he now eagerly hopes that the empire will be mechanized as soon as possible, whether it is industry or agriculture. The emperor. This is the latest batch of improved harvesters, rice transplanters, and planters. Lin Wentao pointed to the rows of agricultural machinery parked on the open space of the factory. Xiaoming's hand touched the past on the machine one by one, and he was a little excited. These farming machines are basically indistinguishable from contemporary machines. Once they are put into agricultural production, they will greatly improve the empire's agriculture, especially now that the empire belongs to manor farming. A family of 3 often owns hundreds of acres of land. With these machines, the peasants of the empire will be able to cultivate more land, and the land of the colony will be more developed. Have these machines been used in farmland? Xiaoming asked. I have used it, such as this harvester. In a flat area, it can harvest 10 mu of land in an hour, and there is no problem with 70 or 80 mu in a day. Lin Wentao believes, Pang Yukan said with a smile, 70 or 80 mu a day is not bad. A small manor is enough. It is said that after this news appeared in the newspaper, the farmer who came to the machinery factory to inquire about the purchase almost had to cross the threshold. This is good news. The profit of the machinery factory seems to have risen a lot. Chapter 1148 Monoplane. Various types of construction machinery are displayed on the square adjacent to agricultural machinery. When everyone came to the front, Lin Wentao proudly said, "The emperor, these are excavators, and these are bulldozers." The main machinery used in the Suez construction this time is these two. Since the machine factory's research team became independent, the machines on this drawing have all come to reality. After testing the performance of these machines, Lin Wentao deeply realized that these machines would bring incredible changes to the empire. Xiaoming looked at the excavator and bulldozer in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. In contemporary history, France took 10 years to build the Suez Canal, but at that time France did not have an internal combustion engine like the empire. He believed that under the construction machinery of the empire, the construction of the Suez Canal could be realized in 1 year. Very good. The operation of internal combustion engines is now more and more perfect. With them, the development of the empire will inevitably accelerate again. Xiaoming said happily. The investment of these machinery will greatly benefit the empire from transportation, agriculture, and engineering, which are the foundation of a country. Lin Wentao took the opportunity to say, "The emperor, in fact, these machines are only improved, and don't have much intentions. Since the emperor is here, it is better to follow the official to see new things that a machine factory is studying. The emperor will be very happy to meet." "Oh, so, it's a coincidence that I came this time." Xiaoming and Pang Yukan looked at each other, looking forward to it. Lin Wentao led Xiaoming and his party to the inside of the machinery factory, and said, "The official was originally going to report to the emperor, but the emperor would be here." Talking along the way, everyone passed through an arch and came to a very empty place. The location of the machinery factory is Forenade in the industrial zone, which is a field in the factory area where the machinery factory has not yet started construction. But at this moment, something that Xiaoming was very familiar with was spinning in the open field. Monoplane. Xiaoming was slightly surprised, but he really didn't know what Lin Wentao had tinkered with this thing. Yes, Xiaoguan has been studying this kind of machinery that can fly in the sky during this period. With the improvement of the accuracy of the imperial machine tools, Xiaoguan believes that the time to manufacture this kind of machinery has come, so he built such a prototype model. Lin Wentao said. Xiaoming suddenly understood that he wondered why flying in the sky was such a thing, why he didn't know that it was just a model. Seeing Xiaoming's look, Lin Wentao said, "The emperor, although the fuselage is a model, the propeller is real. We are currently testing the power performance of the propeller. If the flight conditions can be met, Xiaoguan will build a complete aircraft. The most important thing about an aircraft is the power system. After solving this problem, the problem of the aircraft is basically solved. For Xiaoming, this visit was an unexpected surprise. But the real surprise still needs to wait. After all, Lin Wentao's research is only the initial stage in his opinion. If you want to create a battle with excellent performance, I am afraid that you need to integrate the industrial capabilities of the Empire and establish an independent aircraft production line. In this way, the aircraft may not be mass-produced without 3 to 5 years, and even if it is mass-produced, it will take some time to form combat effectiveness. He was not in a hurry for this time, because the steam turbine of the Empire was also in use at this time. The time of mass production of the two coincides, and the Empire will be able to realize the combination of the cannon giant ship and the sea sky. And this is the imperial military power he really expects. Pang Yukan said excitedly on the side. The technology of the Empire is really changing with each passing day, but when this thing is mass-produced, the old minister's beard will probably be gone. It's not just you, I'm afraid my hair will be white. Xiaoming's words contained helplessness to the years, recalling the lush years when they came to this world, and the people now to middle age. The Empire grew out of nothing, and the older the Empire, the stronger, but they grew older day by day. Like Pang Yukan's thoughts, he also hopes to witness the Empire achieve one leap after another, but for now, this can only be a luxury. It was also from the helplessness of the years that he was eager to build his ideal world system and leave precious wealth for the Empire, because he could not be sure where the Empire would go without his own. In this case, he can only try to create a situation that is beneficial to the Empire while alive. After turning around the propeller of the plane, Xiaoming saw that there was no problem with the entity created by Lin Wentao, and only then returned with Pang Yukan. On the returning car, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukan to give priority to construction machinery to the engineering degree of the Suez Canal. For agricultural machinery, he asked to sell them after meeting the use of the official estate. As for agriculture in Africa, a large number of black slaves made up for the shortcomings. Just fine. September of the 8th year of the imperial calendar. After occupying Tangier for 2 months, Liu Chen received the order to destroy the British Navy. With this order came 46 imperial battleships, which brought Liu Chen's fleet to 88 ships. In addition, a large number of transport ships followed the fleet, which brought sufficient supplies and a group of agricultural technicians from the Empire. Commander Liu. The leader of this fleet was Xi Yuan. He and Liu Chen were in the Qingzhou fleet back then and were assigned to the Atlantic fleet after the Imperial Navy was split. Commander Xi. When the two met, they first paid a military salute to each other and then patted each other again. I didn't expect the Emperor to send you over. It's great. Let's not talk about the British fleet. We can deal with even the entire European fleet. Liu Chen said happily. Xi Yuan said, the Emperor sent us because he was worried that other European countries would suddenly join the war. He also sent a group of agricultural technicians. Tangier will be the bridgehead for the Empire to attack Europe in the future. Ha ha ha. The Emperor is still very good. This is about setting up a farm in Africa. Well, yes, the French captives and slaves we captured are all useful now. And the minerals department has also found coal mines in Morocco. Supply is not a problem at all. Liu Chen said, before they captured Tangier, France had implemented a cruel slavery policy against Tangier. He just picked up a ready-made one. Compared with Liu Chen, Xi Yuan was a little excited. After all, as the commander of the Atlantic Fleet, he didn't participate in the war against Britain. So after receiving the combat order, he couldn't wait for the whole army to come. The supply should be left to the administrative officials. When will we give the British a severe lesson? Chapter 1149 Shelling of London Port. Come on, I will show you something. Liu Chen left the general to count the supplies and took Xi Yuan into Tangier's war room. At this time, there was a beautifully made sand table in the war room. The sand table had a map at the bottom and was filled with battleship models. Xi Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw it. Liu Chen, your sand table is pretty good. Smiling triumphantly, Liu Chen pointed to the direction of the United Kingdom and said, "During this time, I have been sending warships to patrol the Atlantic Ocean, constantly investigating the situation of the navies of various countries, and the current intelligence is displayed on this sand table. There are also 278 warships. These warships are distributed in the 4 main British military ports, the most important of which is the Port of London." Xi Yuan nodded, and he said, "Now what I worry about is that the British Navy will not fight the Empire head-on, but play peekaboo games with us." "Hey, this is not afraid. As long as we block the UK, they will risk their lives to fight, because if they don't fight, they will die, and there is still a glimmer of hope for them," Liu Chen said gloomily. Every time he thought of the humiliation he had suffered in London, he wanted to give it back to the British tenfold. The Emperor also meant this, so that we don't have to actively search for the British fleet, but directly block the British. As for what happens during the blockade, we are free to play," Xi Yuan said. Liu Chen nodded slightly. He said, "However, before going to England, Tangier's defense cannot be ignored. These Europeans' weapons are lagging behind the Empire, but their brains are not stupid. If Tangier is taken away, our supple ships cannot provide supplies for more than 80 warships." Xi Yuan agrees with this issue. Strategically, he must despise the enemy. But tactically, he must attach importance to the enemy without any negligence. At present, we need to worry about Spain on the opposite side. If they suddenly attacked the United Kingdom when we attacked the United Kingdom, it would be extremely detrimental to us. So I suggest delimiting a theater in the Mediterranean region and telling Spain and Portugal that once their warships break into the theater it was regarded as an act of war. Xi Yuan drew an arc on the outside of Tangier. Liu Chen looked appreciatively. "If I didn't come up with this idea, we just did it. We notified the location of the war zone and we went to England." London. Brooke had already returned from Moscow, and the news he brought back immediately filled London with clouds. "Your Majesty, this is the reply of Empress Ekaterina. She said that as long as we meet their conditions, they will agree to attack the Chinese Empire in the east." Brooke said cautiously. "Blackmail? This is simply blackmail," Murphy said angrily. "For these technologies, we, the United Kingdom, did not hesitate to get into a war with the Empire, but she wanted to get it so simply." Vladimir said, "If the United Kingdom perishes, it will be useless to keep these technologies. The most important thing now is to destroy the Eastern Empire. For this reason, it does not matter even if the technology is provided to the whole of Europe." "Your Majesty said that if the Empire takes over London, I believe they will rob the outstanding British scientists as soon as possible." Brooke said, "It is better to send them to Tsarist Russia instead of destroying these geniuses by the Empire." Murphy sighed deeply when he heard the words. Although he knew that Brooke and Vidomir were right, he still couldn't bear to get everything so cheap for Tsarist Russia. "Our time is running out. Once the Empire's preparations are completed, it will launch an offensive." "Murphy, prepare now." After a pause, she said, "Brooke, come with an agreement, hoping that Ekaterina will follow her promise and launch an attack in the east." "Yes, Your Majesty." The two left in response. Watching the two disappear, Vidomir came to the castle window and looked down on the streets of London. Now London has lost its former prosperity and order. With the mobilization of war, the whole of Britain is in a state of war. The streets were filled with defensive fortifications. At the same time, the British Army directly expanded from 100,000 to 500,000. In addition, there were even more militias with weapons, regardless of whether they were men, women or children. Once the Empire's army goes to bed, they will fight them desperately. "Come on, I will swallow you the bitter fruit of the war," Vidomir said, squinting. She has decided to accompany Britain to the end of the battle. It's just that her thoughts fell through only 10 days later, and the Imperial fleet gathered outside the Port of London didn't have any intention of landing on the Port of London, and I was back again. On the King-class ironclad ship, Liu Chen looked at the Port of London with the binoculars. At this moment, his hatred filled his heart. If it weren't for Britain, how could they have suffered such humiliation? Stroking the main gun of the King-class ironclad ship, Liu Chen said, "The King, Today is your day of revenge. Use artillery to vent your anger. Xi Yuan and Liu Chen are both on the king. The current imperial warships are equipped with radio communications, and any warship can command war. Looking at the London port not far away, he narrowed his eyes, and then gave the shelling order. The order reached each warship. At this time, the warship's artillery began to adjust its angle, and the artillery carried heavy artillery shells into the barrel to wait for orders. Fire! Everything was ready. Liu Chen roared and issued the shelling order. Boom boom boom! The artillery roared, and metal shells rushed out of the barrel, some towards the port of London, and some directly towards the port building. In the bright flames and explosions, the port of London instantly turned into a sea of flames, and the buildings on the shore were hit by shells and collapsed suddenly, like crushed tofu. On the streets of London, British citizens fled around screaming. They never thought that one day Britain would be attacked by other countries. This confidence has lasted for hundreds of years in the UK, and today they have paid a heavy price for their stupidity and ignorance. What about our fleet? Where are they? Come and kill these damned yellow pigs. In a fortification on the street, a man yelled. He had participated in protests against the imperial crowd. After the imperial fleet was detained, this became his daily talk. But now he was trembling with fright and could only hide in desperate curses inside the fortification. As a result, one cannonball came down. The explosion sounded endlessly: flames, blood, stumps and screams. The port of London and the surrounding area seemed to have become an on earth. At this moment, the British, living in the dream of dominating the world, finally realized the fear of being dominated by war. Chapter 1150. The End of the Sunset Tulip Palace. Vidomia was holding her ears in pain, and the explosion from the port pierced her heart like a knife. The dignity of the empire that never sets in the sun has disappeared in the gunfire of the Eastern Empire, and all this is because of her self-righteous determination. She thought that her cleverness would bring actual technological benefits to Britain, but now she has brought destruction to Britain. Your Majesty, we must evacuate from London. The Imperial Army may land at any time. It is no longer safe here. Many nobles have already left. Murphy persuaded. Vidomia looked sad, but her tone was very firm. She said, "No, I will not leave the Tulip Palace, nor will I leave London. It was I who brought Britain into a state of destruction. How can I escape alone now? Your Majesty, it's not your fault. Sooner or later we will have a battle with the Empire, but sooner or later," Murphy said. "You don't need to say any more. I have made my own decision. You should go to Tsarist Russia to form the British Provisional Government. If the British mainland can't support it, at least we have to leave hope," Vidomia said firmly. Murphy shook his head and said, "If your Majesty falls into the hands of the Empire, this will make all British people feel desperate. You should seek refuge in Tsarist Russia more than us." After speaking, Murphy nodded to Butlin. Butlin knew, and led the soldiers to forcibly set up Vidomia. He said, "Your Majesty, the ship to Tsarist Russia is ready." "Sorry." Vidomia struggled vigorously, but she couldn't break free of the soldiers at all, and could only accuse Murphy and Butlin angrily. It was just that the two remained unmoved and let the soldiers take her away forcibly. Watching Vidomia get on the carriage and head north, Murphy and Butlin left the Tulip Palace to the port. On the sea outside the port, the Imperial fleet is still bombarding the port, and the once prosperous port of London is basically in ruins. But at this time, in the south, north, and east of the Imperial fleet, the Royal Navy, composed of more than 200 warships, slowly approached. They were arranged in a neat line. The British flag was fluttering in the sea breeze, and a C-shaped encircling circle had been formed. On the sea, Liu Chen is deploying combat missions via radio, and this time they brazenly broke into London without using the Royal Navy as a threat. Many naval battles have proved that the Imperial steel battleship has an absolute advantage over the sail battleship. In addition to the armor protection of the battleship, the speed and rotating artillery of the steel battleship are also unmatched by the sail battleship. And now the radio communication command integrates the combat capabilities of battleships. So Liu Chen and Xi Yuan didn't care about being surrounded by the Royal Navy. It's really a group of lifeless things, Liu Chen said as he looked at the approaching sailing warship. Before coming, Xi Yuan conducted an investigation on the British Navy. He said, "The fighting will of the British Navy in Europe is still good. It is not surprising that they dare to risk their lives and go to war with us. But since they are here, we will directly let them be buried." "Okay, let's destroy them together." Liu Chen laughed 3 times, and then he directly turned the King-class ironclad ship towards the Royal Navy's fleet. Xi Yuan nodded. He discussed with Liu Chen and divided the fleet into 3 parts, each dealing with British warships from 3 directions. The order was issued, and the 68 steel warships heading to Britain turned one after another, leaving arc-shaped wakes on the sea. In the port of London, after the Imperial warships turned round, the British who hid in the fortifications kept showing their heads. This was because they cast their eyes on the sea. Butlin and Murphy, like everyone else, looked at the sea nervously. Although they knew the chance of victory was slim, they still had poor hope. After all, the number of the British Navy is 3 times that of the Imperial Navy. If they get lucky, the British crisis will be lifted, and the British reputation will be further improved in Europe. If possible, they may even seize many steel battleships. This kind of gambler's psychology fills the hearts of the British at this moment. At this moment, no one speaks. They look at the battlefield silently and nervously. As they watched, Liu Chen and Xi Yuan's King-class iron-armored ship led more than 20 steel warships to first attack the fleet of 90 warships on the south side. Taking advantage of the fact that sailing warships can only shell on both sides, Liu Chen and Xi Yuan always use the speed of warships to seize the T position for shelling. Under the bombardment of 20 battleships, the British sailing warship suffered heavy losses in an instant. In the face of the metal cannonballs of the Empire, the wooden sailing warship would basically be scrapped when hit by a shell. The British amateur bombs often only left a trace on the Imperial battleship. As soon as the war began, the result of the war was doomed. Sailing warships exploded, burned, and remained silent, while the Empire's warships remained unscathed. In just 1 hour, Liu Chen and Xi Yuan faced only more than 20 warships in the fleet. At this time Liu Chen said to Xi Yuan, "Now let us leave a little indelible memory to the British." The king ordered to hit the enemy ship. Xi Yuan smiled evilly. He said via radio, "All warships are ordered to hit the enemy ships." Under the order of the 2, the Empire's warship immediately sprinted into full power, increased its speed to the maximum, and rushed towards the British warship that was still struggling at sea. Facing the steel battleship that the Empire directly hit, the remaining British soldiers on the battleship were filled with deep fear. "God, they must be demons. The soldiers will collapse," they screamed and jumped into the sea to survive. At the same time, there were also thousands of British people in the harbor who had collapsed. Many of them had already covered their eyes and wept bitterly. Once they defeated the Dutch fleet in front of their homes as the Dutch, while the Dutch who were watching the battle on the shore were distraught. But the scene is so similar now. There is no hope. Murphy's eyes were filled with despair. The British Navy was over, and Britain was over. Butlin comforted, "Without the Navy, we still have the army. We must have confidence." As soon as his voice fell, there was a heavy crash on the surface of the sea, and in front of them, the British sailing warship was hit by the Imperial warship in 2. At the same time, the fighting conditions on the north and west sides were equally miserable. In the afterglow of the setting sun, more than 200 British warships sank in the red sun and flames. Gale winds whizzed past the sea. In the ears of the British, this seemed to be the last sad song of the British Navy.